This is Luzthos, a 64-bit operating system for the IBM PC that's free and open source. It's designed for recreational programming. I wrote this over the past 7 years full time, and I did a compiler, an assembler, an editor, a graphics library, and it's all 64-bit and it's all seamlessly integrated together. Anyway, it's predominantly command line driven, but you have a menu that you can, personal menu that you can put macros on. It's a document, and if you like icons, you can do icons too. They're just macros that have pictures. We're going to click on this flight simulator. This is an 8-core flight simulator. Up here at the top, you can see the CPU loads. It's 640 by 480 by 16 color resolution because it's hard doing full screen 60 frame graphics without acceleration. Anyway, the command line feeds into a C compiler. Actually, it's C plus or a slight flavor of C. Anyway, it compiles incrementally. So we're going to do, actually the native type system is use0 for void. You can use the standard types if you want. I64, it's a 64-bit integer. Signed. Normally you don't enter functions at the command line, you put them in a file. There's no difference between the command line and source code. Anyway, there's a slight difference, but we won't get into that. Now I entered a call to that function. It's outside, it's at the global scope outside the function, and that gets executed immediately. Anyway, we just counted to 10. Now since it feeds into a C compiler, the way you invoke a file or call a file is to do an include. We need a semicolon because it doesn't know that it's done. There we got hello world. That was a file, hello, that was just printf. Now we're going to do another one. This is just an alternative. This is not quite the standard C out from C++. It's a slight it's a special case in Luzthos that's just handy. I'm just showing it because in case you see it, you'll wonder what it is. Anyway, it uses commas instead of shift operators, and we're going to do a number in that. Anyway, you can right click on these links are active at the command line, and so we just got hello world and then 1 2 3 4. We're going to do another example. We're going to do a directory. This is C, as you can see. Anyway, files ending in Z are compressed and uncompressed on the fly. So the next one we're going to look at is actually it has default parameters from C++, and if you have no parameters, you don't need the parentheses. Kind of like Pascal. Looks like Pascal, doesn't it? Anyway, we're going to look at this example. This turns on the compiler trace, which will unassemble the code as it's compiled. And just to make it interesting, we broke it up into a C out for hello, a put S, and then carriage turn line feed. This is just a handy function. It doesn't have parameters, so there's no parentheses. Anyway, and then this is going to invoke that function and then invoke that function. See, and then turn the compiler trace off. You can see it's exactly what we've been doing. So carriage turn is the same as right click. Now this is 64-bit disassembly. It has source debugging, so you can jump to the code with these links. 64-bit assembly. Take note of this call. That's the invocation. That's where we did the invocation outside the function. Then there's another one, and then there's a call to turn C trace off. Anyway, you don't have to know assembly, but if you're interested in recreational programming, there's a good chance you're interested in assembly. So now we're going to do hello world from assembly. The standard is DB for defined byte, but the native type system is U8 is a unsigned 8-bit, and it's for characters you do unsigned instead of signed, because signed is kind of stupid, isn't it? Anyway, so this character turn line feed at the end, and it's got a 0 terminator. : is a exported symbol. We have to preserve RSI, and then we load RSI with the message and call put string. This ampersand will import. Right now we're operating in just-in-time mode. When you compile binaries, it's a little different. Anyway, then we have a call to that exported symbol, hello world. So we're going to run that. We got hello world. Now, if you want, you can hit F5 when you're in the editor to run a task. It spawns a task, and to run a program, it spawns a task and runs it. So we just did that. Now we're going to include, we have a factorial function. We're going to include that, and now we're going to go on our menu. I hit the Windows key to get to my menu, and we're going to make a macro. Now up at the top is these red ones are links, these blue ones are macros. That you can have trees as well. The document structure supports a lot of widgets. So links, trees, colors, you can change colors, margins, and macros, and even the forms and dialog boxes use the same document structure. Anyway, so we're gonna click on macro, and we're gonna say factorial, then the expression. We're gonna create a global variable I for I equals 0, I less than 22, I plus plus. See outline I space factorial I, and then we need a carriage return at the end. So now we can click on this, and we get the factorials up to 22. You can see it's 64-bit. Anyway, now we're going to look at I want to show a couple miscellaneous features. There's a zoom that's system-wide that will zoom on the cursor. So you Control-Alt-Z will zoom in on the cursor. Control-Alt-Shift-C will zoom out. There's also drag that Control and then left drag will scroll. You can have scroll bars too. Anyway, it's got scroll bars, but it's the nice thing about these system-wide features is you don't have to add them to your applications. So if you want a scroll feature, this is done at the graphics library function level. Anyway, now we're going to take a tour of the directory. The standard directory structure for Lusthos. It's this is my personal version. I have a few more lines. It's 120,000 lines of code. There's an accounts directory. There's Adam. Adam's the father of all tasks. He's the first task, and he starts up running a script like AutoExec, and he compiles a bunch of code into his heap and symbol table, and then other tasks can access him if they're children of Adam. Anyway, so all this code gets compiled during boot, and then there's optional packages which are also compiled during boot, and they're placed in memory. It only takes 2 seconds to compile 40,000 lines. grep is an optional package. They don't, when you enter a command, it runs from memory. It doesn't operate like Linux or Unix, where it goes, or DOS, and executes a file. It doesn't do that. There's no path either. Anyway, so optional packages, Atom, accounts. Then there's applications, and there's my compiler, and it's a compiler, assembler, unassembler. Then there's the kernel, although everything runs in kernel mode, so it's nothing special. The user programs run in Ring 0 kernel mode. Anyway, this is the compiler. OS main and OS main 2 are compiled ahead of time. Everything else is just in time. OS main 2 is just sprintf. Anyway, if you want to, well, let's look at a quick. There's tons and tons of demos. We're going to look at. Just to show an example, I said everything is seamlessly integrated. This is source code here with graphics in it and links and stuff, and the compiler understands it. Anyway, now let's recompile everything that's done ahead of time. There's a feature called WordStat, which will do autocompletes, and it'll jump to source code. So we can do Control-Shift F1, jump to the source code. So all the documentation is pretty much right by the code. Anyway, this is gonna compile everything that's compiled ahead of time, and it's gonna tell the boot sector where the block number for the kernel is. This configuration manager is flaky, but let's hope it works. We're going to use the current configuration for the kernel. Okay, it worked. What I do actually is I have a key on my menu that compiles everything. And if you want to see the code for that, you can go to anyway, it's in, actually, I have my personal files as an example on the distribution. I load up my answers into the keyboard buffer so that it does standard in. That's what this auto function does. Anyway, here's the wallpaper underneath here, and it's got this is 8 cores, and it's got the memory. I have a 12 gig machine, and actually the lowest 2 gig is for the code heap. It separates code and data so that it can use 32-bit branches, which are the fastest. They're faster than system calls. Anyway, this tells where the tasks are, where the task codes are sitting, and tells how many lines. 40,000 lines is compiled during boot, and 40,000 ahead of time. And let's just do one last demo here. We're going to make a byte pointer A. We're going to malloc 8 gig. And you can see it just dropped that 2 in the leading 2, so that's 8 gig. It has to be it rounds up to a power of 2, and on 12 gig machine, the biggest I can allocate is 8 gig. Anyway, we're going to set that to 0 just to show that it works. Everybody uses the same address space. It never messes with maps or page tables. Set it to 0, and then free. It's 64-bit. There's that issue with the bottom 2 gig for code, which is it is 64-bit, but it does have that issue. Anyway, now the memory's back up to 11 gig free. Anyway, now why don't you send me an email if you want the full version. The full version has a dictionary. It's free. Anyway, I'd really like some emails because I don't get any feedback. And anyway, watch the other videos on the site and have fun. I'm making a class. What I'm going to do is demonstrate class rep and show how it uses stored compiler information. First of all, I'm going to fill in this record. Oops. Okay, now class rep will get this it accesses the symbol table the compiler uses, and it will display. So it's kind of like a IDE debugger, but it's command line driven. Now it has the structures for pretty much everything. So now a similar feature is there's a metadata, which when you traverse the structure, you can access other data. This is a class declaration, and you can put an arbitrary metadata with a value, and then you can access it when you traverse the structure that the compiler built. So in this case, maybe you want a standard way to print fields, the string, or maybe you want default values. Now I guess in C++ you can already handle that, but in this is not quite C++, but you can have default values or any kind of data. Up until the semicolon, it has name and then value pairs. Now one place it uses that is in forms. You can see here, it if you do a form, then it can you can do the format string and tell the width and stuff. Now we're going to look at some features of the documents. Now the form we just looked at had a data widget. Now we're going to look at a text widget with a callback. Now we saw earlier how the LTFD and some other widgets are dynamic. Now every time it refreshes the screen, it calls a callback when it gets to this point, and the callback function supplies the text that it's displaying. Now a similar thing is called define string. Define load. Okay, let's say we have we're going to make a define string callback. So we Control L goes to the widget selection. We did a text widget, and the define string we want is test. So right here, whoops, why is it doing that? Okay, there it is. I don't know why it did that. Anyway, there's a text widget with the define string, and the define value is test. And oh, I know why. It's because it's not defined. That's why it's doing that. Now if we do define test, okay, suddenly we have that word appear there. That's because it looked up the value in the compiler symbol table for test, and then it got that text. Now define load, we can redefine it too. It's dynamic. That's how I show the age of the of loose those and the line count and stuff with it's kind of like form letters. You can use define load is the same thing. Okay, so now we're going to look at some compiler features. First of all, the compiler can be invoked from inside code with exe putS or exe printf, and it returns the value of the expression. So, for example, what this does is mgetS will prompt the user for some text, and it'll use malloc, so you can never have a buffer overflow. And then it invokes a compiler on what they typed, and then it'll print out that many asterisks, carriage turn line feed, and then it'll free it. So if we say 2 plus 3, oops, I didn't do 2 plus 3. We say 2 plus 3, we got 5 asterisks. Or if we say I64J equals 3, J times 2 plus 1, we got 7 asterisks. Or if we come up here, we say I64 L equals 4, then if we run it, we say L plus 3, we got 7 asterisks. So anyway, there's a preprocessor directive that will jump to the shell to the command line and compile some statements, and then it can put text into the stream being compiled. So normally this is for static binaries, but we're doing it on a just-in-time. So it prints hello, it prompts for some code, and then it puts the code into the stream being compiled. And so if we say what is goodbye, and we got hello, goodbye, and we didn't have a carriage return line feed. Anyway, now it compiles statement by statement and executes. When it hits a function, it waits till it gets to the end, and then you invoke the function. So this is perfectly valid right here. You can define U8 is a character, and so we're defining an array of characters. It looks like it's variable length, but it evaluates it at the time it's compiled. It evaluates I at the time it's compiled. So that's how that works. Now, some tricks that Lose Those uses is it converts variables to constants, which makes them more efficient when the compiler runs. So it's really easy to convert a variable to a constant. Now we're going to do a color change, color red. Now the compiler is invoked even on document commands. So if I say red plus 1 and switch back, we toggled to plain text. Now we go back to regular mode, and now it's purple. That's red plus 1. Or if we say I64, let's say LL equals brown. Then if we come up here and if we say LL, now it's brown. So the compiler's invoked all over the place. It doesn't have much overhead starting up, so it's used all over the place. Now, one thing I wanted to show is scoping. The compiler this is the Adam task. He's the father of all tasks. You don't type on his window. Tasks inherit the symbols of parents. So if we make a symbol this will execute some code in atoms by atom. So we say atom, let's say JK equals 6. We don't see anything. Now we have a variable that's system-wide. Anyway, if a regular variable is just like a local variable, local environment variable, but that's like an environment variable for atom. And it's really elegant how startup works. All it does is it does like an autoexec.bat. It starts up. When it starts up, it starts executing this code, and these files load symbols and code into atoms tables, and then at the end of startup, it spawns some user windows, and those inherit all the symbols in atoms tables. So it's really elegant.
This is Luso. It's a 64-bit operating system for the IBM PC that's for recreational programming. It features a 64-bit kernel, 64-bit compiler, assembler, bootloaders, partitioner, graphics library. It supports VGA 640 by 480. That's the I limit it to that because I don't have GPU support and I don't want it struggling. Anyway, it has CD, DVD support, editor, debugger, profiler, grep, tons and tons of demos. So the command line feeds into a C compiler. So if you say put s hello, that's how it works. Now we're going to run a file. So here's a file. It has a, oh, by the way, if you just say hello by itself, then that does put s. So this is a put s in a file. Now we can include it. I can right click and say include. There it printed include and gave the file name, and we got that. Now we can put it in a function. U0 is a void, so we put it in a function. There, that works. Now we have a function in memory, so we can say unassemble function called main. And we have enter and leave are unusual x86 instructions. Pushes the string, calls put s. I use the variation where you pop the args off the stack in the call, so we don't pop the argument. Anyway, there's a return version that pops args on x86. Anyway, now we're gonna count to n. This is printf, so we say printf %d. So we count to n. Now we're going to include a call at the bottom. Statements outside of functions execute immediately. So this is going to count to 10. Now we're going to let's do a benchmark. Let's count to 1,000,000. One 1,000, two 1,000. Now we'll do a directory. Now let's do it from assembly. Define byte is DU8. That's an unsigned 8. It doesn't use unsigned characters. It uses it doesn't use signed characters. It uses unsigned characters. Since that lets us have the full set of symbols can be used. So you can use pi in a symbol name or whatever. Anyway, here's an exported symbol here, and we can bind it to a C symbol. Oh, it calls put s, by the way. We can bind it to a C symbol, and then we call it. You don't need parentheses if you don't have args. Anyway, so now we include that. We got hello world. Anyway, so Control M gets to a macro menu area. This has icons basically. I'm going to run a flight simulator. This is pretty much the most impressive application. Oh, that's my bird. Anyway, up at the top it has the 8 cores. So download it and run it. And now we're going to go over some things a programmer might need to know. So here's a file. If I hit F5, does this. Let's convert it so that it can, instead of running just in time, let's convert it so that it can be compiled into a binary. So we say include, then F4, then go to OS main and go to static atom, and then change that to colon. Okay, so what this does is it imports all the symbols in Atom. So save that. Then let's static compile. Uh-oh. Okay, well, let's just get rid of that. Static compile. Unused variable. Okay, that's just a warning. So now we have a binary file. We can load it, and it automatically runs because we had because this had that call down at the bottom, so it automatically ran. Now if we do bin rep test.bin.z, this tells the module it's aligned to one. It's got no alignment. It's got 7 absolute addresses that needed patching. It exports draw it song task in rows. Main is a this is, you can have multiple main routines, and it imports the following symbols. So you can have deferred imports. It doesn't have to exist at the time. Anyway, so that's that. Let's go look at some assembly in the demo assembly directory. BuzzFizz. You want to use enter and leave for your functions because the base pointer is used by the wallpaper and stuff, or I don't know. Yeah, for the wallpaper, it's used to figure out to trace the stack. There's a function called caller, which will return whoever called a task, and it can go up the stack. So use the enter and leave, and so you can either import or you can use these ampersands, so this is BuzzFizz. Instead of define byte, you use DU8 because it's an unsigned 8-bit, and you have to put a semicolon on the end of these. I put these defines outside just out of habit. They can go inside too. So this is BuzzFizz. Anyway, that's an assembly. I'd hit F5. You can only include these once. Most code you can, if it's C, you can include it multiple times and it just overshadows. But with assembly, you get errors because it does forward references. Assembly can jump ahead and so therefore redefining screws it up. Now we're going to go look at, we're going to do some profiling. This is how you figure out how to optimize. So we go to Game Starters and Eagle Dive. This is the flight simulator. First of all, we say dock max. That sets the command line buffer to unlimited. That's so that it won't run off this. You want the buffer not to overflow. Then we say prof all, and that'll profile all. You can do multiple levels deep. Then we say prof. We don't have to put these all on one line. These are all main, and then we say prof rep. Now if we want this to go to well, anyway, so F5. So right now we're 1,000 times a second we're recording where it is. So I hit Shift Escape, and then we get a profile report. This is the update the screen. That's where it's right into VGA memory. Converting. H line is where it's drawing the triangle, drawing the triangles. Let's see what else we have. Well, that's interesting. I don't know why that's our time is using a lot. Now it can't it has to wait for it does a lot of waiting on other cores, so it's got a certain amount of idling that takes place. Anyway, now let's go look at document forms. Okay, so when you declare a class, you can declare metadata, format string. These can be any name. Format string is one that's recognized. And then these are $ data. You want to use Control L to do these. Control L will help you with $ commands. Anyway, or insert widget. So you say insert widget, and this is a data entry, a data. Anyway, so you want to do those. Then when this runs, it calls document form do. That's do form. We don't have to. Well, anyway, so and then we called class rep, like we talked about earlier, to show. Anyway, so now Sparrow OS has a if we go Control D and then do OS main, in the main, the compiler has internal types. This is a U16 internal. A U16 is a when the structure's taken together, it's a U16 internal. Let me explain this. An I64 is a union of 8 bytes unsigned, 8 bytes signed, 4 words, or 2 D words. Anyway, so it's a union. and but it's also one value. So when we set a Q equal to that, then we can access the sub words and sub bytes. Anyway, and you can even do sub. Anyway, so this it's actually not very efficient because it forces it out. It won't use register variables if you do that. Anyway, let's look at the help for debugging. I just want to go over some things. So document dump is dynamic, so you can edit and change. If you just do dump, let's say let's dump the. Oh no, better not. This is the task record. If you say document dump, then it's dynamic and we can edit it. Anyway, mostly I do printf debugging because it's well, you'll find out. Now you can do raw output to the DBG. This is raw output. If you have a task that doesn't have a window, you can do raw output. You can turn on. You can do ctrace to trace the output of the compiler. If you're curious about the assembly, there's unassemble function. There's unassemble, and then you give the function in offset, or unassemble function, and it'll tell you the registers as well. Anyway, so there's you can get a stack report. Anyway, so go into the help and look at debugging. Now I want to go over a couple things. In my disk code, when it's waiting for activity, it's waiting for a port to change from busy, and then it does a yield. What this is, it takes half a microsecond to swap tasks. So it actually takes longer to read the port than it does to swap a task. Now this is not for servers, it's for home computers with people doing recreational programming. So you might have I don't know, 10 tasks, how many? Anyway, so it goes through the tasks and gets back to this task. It goes in the circle and then gets back to this task. So that's how I do I/O. Now, if you're curious why you can't, if you're curious why you can't access, you can't do some things when it's busy. If there's a big disk request, it doesn't break it into pieces. That's just the way this works. It's simpler. It doesn't do sharing. It doesn't do locks. So don't do anything stupid. That's just that's the way this works. Anyway, I want to go over one more thing. Let's go over exceptions. Exceptions are done with a throw, and it's a variadic or whatever. I can't say that word. When you catch, you have a off the FS segment register, off the task record you have argv and argc, and that's how you access the values that were thrown. And then if you want to catch it, you say fs catch exception. And anyway, so that's how exceptions work. Okay, I'm going to discuss technical details. When it boots, it starts, it loads the OS main.bin. The bootloader loads OS main.bin. This is the project file for OS main.bin. The first bit of code is right here, include OS start. So it's a flat binary, and it starts at OS start. That starts in 16-bit mode. The bootloader hands it off in real mode, and it calls some BIOS routines to change to VGA graphics mode, 640 by 480, and it calls some BIOS calls for information on memory and number of buses and stuff. Anyway, OS start calls OS end, and there's run levels, which are it's not there. It sets bits telling when it achieves certain achievements. Anyway, the last thing, the first task is called Adam. He's on the Bootstrap processor. That's what they call Core 0. I like Core 0 is more clear. Anyway, and when he's done, it starts off, OS main is loaded in to the bottom 640K. Then it changes to 64-bit mode, and it loads in the compiler. And finally, after it loads the compiler, it calls, this is like the autoexec.bat file. It calls Adam1. Okay, now each task has a symbol table. You can kind of think of it like environment variables, except it can have functions, and it can have variables, and it can have classes and stuff. And Adam is the first task, and every task has a symbol table. It's a hash table. Anyway, Adam, when he starts compiling this code, these are the headers. These are the main headers for everything. Pretty much everything goes in one header file. Well, there's the classes and classes and defines are in Adam 1A. The internal function headers. These are to bind the assembly routines to C++. You use extern to bind assembly label to C++, and it's a flavor of C. It's more than C, less than C++. Anyway, the compiler has some built-in functions. It doesn't have inline functions, but it has some internal functions. I can show you how to add one. When I upgrade, sometimes you have to start with the new compiler in order to compile code. Anyway, because I make syntax changes. So these are this is the third header file. These are the regular C externs. This Adam1 is compiled, and it loads all those symbols into its table. Now, line count rep. Remember we said it starts with OS main. OS main is, this is a line count rep. OS main is 25,000 lines. The compiler is a binary, and ahead of time, compiled ahead of time. It's 21,000 lines. So about 50,000 lines is compiled ahead of time. The rest of it, since Adam is the first task, he goes about loading in all those headers, and then he actually loads in, he compiles a bunch of code just in time. The reason I do it just in time instead of ahead of time is because I want to. You don't need object files, you don't need executable files, and I just like it. Anyway, so I try to do as much ahead of time or just in time as possible, and it starts in OS main when it boots. That's where this Atom1 file is, and then it hands off to Atom2, which is the next stage. That's the code that's compiled during boot. So there's about 40,000 lines compiled during boot. Atom2 is the start. It just includes all these. Some of them are directories. This is the graphics library. I do all the graphics from scratch. Anyway, Bitmap has, this is the plot pixel. There's plot, I do plot triangle, plot everything. Anyway, GR Screen has, well, first of all, there's a special task called the Window Manager task, and it updates the screen 60 times a second. It redraws everything. Invalidate rectangle doesn't help if you have a full screen video game. Therefore, I don't do invalidate rectangle. I don't care about power. This burns electricity. I like desktops. Anyway, so the Window Manager task calls. Okay, there's a text layer, there's a persistent layer, and there's a graphics layer. And this is all done by hand. Anyway, update Windows. This routine is called 60 times a second, and it goes through all the tasks on Core 0, and calls a call. All tasks. All terminal tasks have a document for their command line, and this goes through the update task docs. It goes through the document for the command line. It also has a you know how Windows has a mainframe and a client area. Well, in Sparrow OS, you have an auxiliary, which is the border that there's the border text is done with the document, and then the main client area is done with a different document. You can have one window per task, and there's no difference between process, thread, and task. Everything is a task, and every task can have one window if it's on Core 0, and every task has a symbol table. Every task has a heap, and child task inherit symbols from parents. So since all tasks are children of Adam, so they get all those symbols that were loaded in at boot. Anyway, so it calls update. That writes to there's a text layer. It's not B8000. It's actually 32 bits instead of. It's got extra attributes for superscript, subscript. It's actually done with extra attributes. Anyway, so it calls, it updates the document. Then task can have a draw it for drawing to a device context, a callback. Now I use this task validate because normally you wouldn't need this in a regular operating system, but this is for you to poke around with. When I had a Commodore 64, I used to modify the ROM, the basic RAM variables and stuff. This is for users to poke around with. So since you're going to be messing around with the task, I try to make it a little more robust by seeing if it gets a bad task and then bailing out. So task validate is in a lot of places. It checks task validate checks if it's in the, it goes in the lowest 2 gig addresses. It checks to see if it's tasks. The current task is pointed to by the FS segment. You have to, in 64-bit mode, you have to set it with the right model specific. Anyway, so the lowest 2 gig is special in Sparrow OS because, well, that's the lowest 2 gig is for code. I use only call instructions, and calls have, anyway, it also puts task records on in the lowest 2 gig incidentally. Anyway, it has a signature. It checks to see if it's in the queue and stuff. Oh, then the other thing is controls, scroll bars, and you can make controls. Those have tasks can have controls. Anyway, let me go. Memory. So the bootloader relocates itself and loads in OS main at 7C up to 3F or 3C. I have a lot of extra room in case it grows in the future. Then the page tables are at whatever that is, 1 meg up to, I use in 64-bit mode you have 2 meg pages. I map everything identity mapped with 2 meg pages except the lowest 2 meg, which I map with 4K because it has to set the VGA is right through. Anyway, so up to the code heap is the lowest 2 gig. That's so that it can use the call relative 32 instruction everywhere. Sparrow OS is ring 0 only, so it never leaves ring 0 mode. So it has no protections, but it's like DOS or like a Commodore 64. Those didn't have protections. It's intentional that way because when I had a 64, I used to play around with disk blocks and play around with just for fun. You can, you know how video games entertain for 30 hours? Well, if you poke around for 30 hours, watch this document dump. FS points to the current what is FS points to the current task record. You see how it's updating live? There's live widgets. Okay, so 64-bit mode doesn't really have segmentation, but it does support FS and GS. FS is kept pointing to the current task record, task structure, and the first address in the task structure is a self-addressed pointer. That we'll get into that in a second. Anyway, so a task record has stuff like there's 1 window per task, and these are the window dimensions and position. The registers when the scheduler swaps it. tells the GS segment points to the current CPU structure, and this is the task CPU. It has it has the callbacks for drawing, and it has anyway, this, you want to get familiar with it. I add user data that's for you to play around with. It's not really a workable solution. If you want to add extra data, you have to create a frame in the symbol table. Anyway, that's the proper way to do it, unless you're me and you can modify the structure. So if we say class rep D, this is all the information the compiler has about classes and stuff is still available. So the class name comes first. We want C task, and then you give you do your debugging at the command line. So that this will dump a structure dynamically. So it knows all the compiler information about this class, and it shows all the members, and you can go deeper. The FS segment register is kept pointing to. Let's look at. The first one is self-addressed. See, well, you can't really, you wouldn't know the difference. Anyway, so the FS segment register is kept pointing to the current task. The GS is kept pointing to the current CPU structure. If you want to see what a CPU structure looks like, it has a number, that's the number of the CPU, and it has the idle. You need that when you're scheduling. You monitor how much load it has. That's the complement of the CPU load. That's pretty much. It has a interrupt descriptor table, task register. It has a Seth task. Seth is the child of Adam, and there's one special task on each CPU that's the Seth task, and it needs an idle task too. Anyway, where was I? So the FS and GS have to be changed with model specific register, and then it gets really tricky. Let's look at how we want to get the FSRIP. What it does is it this 32-bit displacements are RIP relative, which the addressing mode is inconvenient. So what you have to do is you have to XOR to get a 0, and then load an offset off of 0 instead of just an offset. And ideally, if this were 32-bit mode, you would do it like this. But in our case, you have to do it with this XOR 0. And there are times when you have to get the self-addressed. The FS is the first value is the self-addressed value. Anyway, so the class rep D, the document D FS. This shows you can modify this live. You can also modify class rep D. You can put a size. The window coordinates are somewhere in here, and we can modify. These are live widgets. To show that it's live, let's go back to, whoops. Okay, so this document has a widget. When it was created with a Control L will create a widget. Create a widget. If you do text, and you can say nothing, and define string. If we say my define, we just created a text that's my define. Now if we say my define help, then if we come in here it says help. So these are string indirection, and it works. Lose those is for dynamic documents, not printing. I decided, unlike everybody else, I'm not doing a stream. There's not a standard in, not a standard out. These are dynamic structures. This is not a general purpose operating system. Anyway, so where was I? So the bottom 2 gig is called the code heap. So when it puts global variables, and it puts code in the code heap, it keeps track of which task owns it so that it frees it. That's because, do you understand if I say ASM here, call, let's say DU8 testing, comma 0. Actually, I shouldn't have. So we have code trace on. That's why. Here are 2 bad labels. Push RSI, move RSI, comma here. Call address, put string. That's an import. Look at the example code to learn these things. I don't have to. I should do ES. Okay, so I just made some code. Let's unassemble. Unassemble works with for functions. You put an ampersand. If it's a assembly, if it's a C function, you put an ampersand in front. Otherwise, you put just the assembly symbol. And for assembly, you can only have the symbol defined once. For C symbols, you can redefine them, and it overshadows. So let's see, we want unassemble here too. So when we unassembled here too, we have code trace still on. Code trace off. Now unassemble here too. Okay, so here's the push. Look at this. It loaded a 32-bit value. That's because it's in the code heap. And then it did a call. This is a 32-bit. This is a 32-bit call because it's in the code heap. If I didn't have a code heap, I would have to work a lot harder. I would have to use more instructions, and then it does a pop. There's not a most operating systems have kernel in the upper memory. I don't have that. I just put all code mixed up in the lowest. So it just printed testing right there. So I put all code in the lowest 2 gig, but I can allocate big chunks. Actually, memory can get fragmented because I don't use. I always identity map. Now I give lectures on on. If you want to play with page tables, I set it up. If you want to play with Ring 3, I set it up. If you want to play with PCI interrupts, I give lectures on that in screen memory and timing instructions and some tricks. So you probably want to look at those. It's identity mapped, so all tasks on all cores have access to all memory at all times. There's some device memory in a gap. The lowest 2 gig is code heap, then there's some data, then there's a gap for 32-bit devices. I don't really do any PCI devices. Then it can go up to I think 64 gig or something, or I forgot, 128 gig. What did I say? These are dynamic. You can change the limit. Anyway, I want to show one more thing. What was I going to show? Okay, so Control Alt Escape creates a new task. Alt V makes it vertically tile. Let's get rid of one. Shift Escape. Alt V. Okay, so now we have 2 tasks. Now let's say I64. Let's do I. There is no I symbol. So if I say I64I equals 1, 2, 3, I just made a variable I. Okay, now it's 1, 2, 3. If I come over here and say I, that doesn't exist. Now, what about J? That doesn't exist. Now, if I say Adam, this Adam sits in a server loop, and he will compile code for you. Adam J. Now, since everybody inherits Adam's symbols, if Adam defines a global variable J, suddenly J equals 567. Suddenly, everybody has J available because everybody inherits his symbols. So he has J now. You can do a map of all symbols, alphabetical order. I keep everything. When I had a Commodore 64, that book told what everything did, and that's what my goal is. Okay, so if I come over here and type FS to get the task record, you see this number matches the number up there. If I say X crosstalk 0x 7F D15028, I enter that's like the process ID. It's actually we just use the word task, not process. Anyway, if I do directory carriage return, then it sent that to this guy's input buffer. Now, if we can do this with Adam as well. Adam sits in a server loop. We don't need a carriage return with Adam. Anyway, so he sits waiting. Adam is like Adam's heap is like kernel memory. It never gets freed. So if you want something never to get freed, or you want code that's never going to get freed, then Adam include, and he'll include a file. So we go to demographics and fish, and we Adam include. Okay, so the wallpaper is Adam included. Now if we say task rep, this is a I don't use this very often. I just use a wallpaper normally. This shows a hierarchy of the tasks. Adam is the first task created, and he has children he has this is the terminal task. This is the frame grabber that's making this video. Then the window manager updates the screen 60 times a second and does a couple other things. Then there's a special server task on each core. It's kind of like the Atom for that core. Anyway, if you click on these, it'll kill the task. We don't want to do that. Atom never dies. His memory never gets freed. Anyway, so the window manager calls this routine 60 times a second to update the screen. It has a cache. Well, okay, first it has an array for the text. It writes the background, then it does the foreground. The foreground can be shifted according to superscript and subscript and marquee. You see up there's a marquee. That's done with shifting it off the axis, or off the grid. And it calls that update window we talked about earlier. So the buffer is 8-bit together, but when it does the mouse cursor, and then it converts it to 4-bit, and it only does what's changed. It only writes what's changed to the VGA memory. That speeds it up a lot because the VGA memory is slow. But in a worst case, it doesn't speed it up. So we're going to talk about the scheduler. If we go to OS main, the scheduler goes in a loop, round robin, and it doesn't save segments. It just saves registers and breakpoints. Breakpoints get removed when breakpoints are associated with a task. I almost never use breakpoints. They're with the window manager doing callbacks. The breakpoints are all screwed up. Anyway, so I do printf debugging. So it's round robin, and when it gets to a task, it checks if it's suspended or if it's waiting for a jiffy, wake jiffy. If it's not, it skips it, goes to the next one. It has some flags for hotkeys, like Control-Alt-X kills the focus task, Control-Alt-Delete reboots, Control-Alt-Tab switches to the next. Now the multi-core task stays in a loop, and it gets a timer interrupt 60 times a second. It stays halted. You can wake it with there's a software interrupt that'll wake up a core, non-maskable. Anyway, you either do a job or you do a spawn. A job is a one-time thing. A spawn is a task. So the Seth task either does the job that you tell it, or it spawns a task and then it continues. Multi-core is done explicitly. You tell what core you want doing a job. Anyway, the timer interrupt lets it figure out how much idle time it has. That's why it gets a timer interrupt. So we're going to talk about the file system. If it ends in .z, it's stored compressed. If we copy or move it to a name without z, then it's uncompressed. That's all there is to it. So this file is uncompressed. Now let's do a dump cluster, or let's do a directory star true. This cluster, compressed, uncompressed. if you use the native file system, it keeps track of the uncompressed size. The FAT32 is all you need because you can grow files. With the native file system, you can't grow a file. Anyway, so this tells the cluster. It's dump cluster. You give the cluster and then a bool for if you want to write. So 0x, and then there's the cluster, and we do want to write. So here's the cluster. So in the file, we're going to change this text D, let's say FFFF, and it told us to press escape, so we press escape. Now we do a directory, and now this file starts with DFFFF. So we wrote to the cluster directly. Anyway, there's checksums when you use the native file system, and it's 64-bit, but it won't let you grow files. That's because there was a patent on the FAT. Now we're going to go look at, remember I talked about making a named name frame pointer. Basically, this is the entry in the symbol table, the task symbol table, that has a value. When we want to make a noise like an explosion or something, we make a record that has the high frequency, the start frequency, or the min frequency, max frequency, duration, and then we spawn a task that's in charge of that, and we have to pass it that record, and it sticks it in its symbol table, and then when this task dies, it knows that it can free that. Anyway, so that keeps it from leaking memory. Anyway, so the compiler has a opcode table. Now, the opcodes are, there's no push AD. You can't push all registers. That only works in 32-bit mode. All stack operations are 64-bit in 64-bit mode. That means if you push a 32-bit register, it pushes all 64 bits. It doesn't clear them. Now, XOR clears the upper 32, or move clears the upper 32. Now push. My assembler doesn't recognize end of line, so it tells by context when the instruction starts and stops. Sometimes you need a semicolon, like define byte or define U8. Anyway, you need a semicolon at the end of that. Anyway, my compiler has has an interrupt keyword. So if we dump this unassemble address keyboard interrupt handler, comma 100. Okay, so because we had an interrupt handler, because we had an interrupt keyword, it uses a IRET when it exits instead of a normal return. I think it pushes the registers it doesn't normally push, because interrupts, you want to save the registers. Anyway, so my compiler has an interrupt keyword that's like the old Turbo C had that. Anyway, so if you go to the lectures, PCI interrupt, these give some interrupt routines, and end of interrupt tells how to do that. There's a PCI rep tells the looks up the PCI devices. I only do HD audio, but that doesn't, that support almost never works. So this tells the bus device and function. You might want to know about that. This is a nightmare. Anyway, another report is memory report. Memrep tells the status of the heaps and stuff. So the low memory has the OS main module and the VGA, and the Atom task has its own heap. There's a this tells just some. It's not 100% accounted for, but this tells the window manager has the buffers for the graphics and the device context and stuff. Anyway, and then the other tasks. There's an uncached heap. This is for if you need to make, like for the audio buffers, you want the audio buffers allocated off of uncached for DMA. Anyway, so when you do malloc, you pass a heap control by default. It's either a task or a heap control. It tells by the signature anyway. And there's now there's something called the BIOS 32. Remember we did that PCI rep? Well, the PCI registers are accessed with a special BIOS called, it's a 32-bit BIOS, so it has to change out of 64-bit down to 32-bit, and then it lets you read and write the PCI registers. Anyway, you might want to when you're debugging, you might want to intercept the fault handler, and you could make you recompile the kernel after you put some debug code in here. Anyway, it's kind of tricky, but if you that I just thought I'd let you know. Anyway, so now there's map files. The way it knows symbols is when it boots, it loads map files, and map files are for the main OS main and for the compiler. That's how it starts. That's how it's able to do source debugging. It keeps track of line numbers and stuff. It's actually the map files have binary data in there. This is Sparrow OS. We're going to take a quick tour. Control M gets to the menu. These are icons. Here's a multi-core flight simulator. You're supposed to dive for fish. It's not much fun. Here's an asteroid ripoff. Instead of making ripoffs, I just made concept games. You're supposed to guide this ship. They're not playable. It's because I'm not going to do a ripoff. Here's this is like the British, the American Revolution. If you ever wonder why they walked in lines, this will answer that. This is a time traveler. It's kind of like the game Defender. You're supposed to defend the cyan colored ones. Anyway, they have swords, you have guns. Anyway, cyan is always the good guys, purple is always the bad guys. This operating system is for recreational programming, so you're supposed to enjoy programming. So I did a ton of examples to help you. These are there's like 100 examples. beginner, intermediate, advanced, non-game. So you can run a game from the menu, or let's do a few more. This is a you have a gun that has a variable size plasma ball, and it's timed with a chemical reaction to give a delay, a fuse, and your ship flexes and can get damaged, and then you have to do a spacewalk. And anyway, it's called Excalibur because your gun is, oh, there, see, now I have to do a spacewalk because it got tweaked, so I have to go out on that strut. Anyway, okay, this is a, you build a bridge you try and build a cheap bridge out of concrete, steel, and wire, or guy wires, whatever you call them. Anyway, SimStructure is a application I made for Windows that's a lot more complicated. You can download it from my site, SimStructure. Anyway, this is like the old artillery, but it's to demonstrate the scroll bars. Anyway, you can also scroll with control left drag will scroll. That'll scroll anything. It's built into the graphics API. Anyway, this is Joust. You're supposed to glide. It was supposed to be so that you didn't go too fast. You're supposed to glide. Anyway, here's a tank. The Perfect General is a lot better. So this is kind of, you plot your artillery first, and left shift or shift hold shows line of sight. So now it's his turn. No, now it's our turn. Now we drive our tanks. Facing of the tank matters. The armor is stronger in the front, and the enemy's going. This game's not very good, but it's, anyway, you can make artificial intelligence. This shows you can get display of the battle statistics, or the odds calculations. Anyway, this is a pilgrim. You go with the wind, and you go faster. It has a, I'm doing this without a GPU. It's actually kind of hard. I had to break it up into rectangles and feed them to different cores. It's just a concept game. I didn't actually do it. That's it. Game over. Anyway, here's a first-person shooter. God said they were dancing. They do dance. Check them out. They dance. Anyway, we can talk to God. This is a Moses game. It's just a concept game, really. So now we're on the mountain, and we go to the burning bush, and God picked this random passage. Anyway, if you talk to him first, he'll talk to you, honestly. Anyway, it's tongues. Moses, when he had his hands in the air, the battle went well. When his hands fell, they lost. Anyway, in hold court, man commits blasphemy, or child commits blasphemy. Anyway, really punish. There's comics. I do offerings to God. We saw treasure ship at the bottom of the Red Sea. Can you part it again? The Egyptians saw it too. Anyway, and then if you do an offering like Cain and Abel, if your offering's good, then God will talk to you. Anyway, here's good King Wenceslas. If you listen to the song, they walked in his footsteps. The peasants were cold. You can make a Yule log, and you guide the peasants in your footsteps, and you guide them into the house or to the Yule logs. It's timed. It's not very fun, but it's hard making fun games when you're being original. This is Keep Away. You get points for handing off the ball to your cyan is friendly, purple's bad guys or opponent. Anyway, you don't want to foul them. You can jump and shoot and pass it. Anyway, here's the, oh, we missed the music organ. It's really good for making hymns. Let's do a random song. It's a muse. Music comes from muse, which God gives you songs if you want. So we're going to play this song. And you can put words on it. If you put words on it, then you can, it becomes a, they're programs, and the songs are a real simple notation. Unfortunately, sound doesn't work in VMware. They disabled the speaker. Rawhide. You round up the cattle, and when you get them to an area with the size of a screen, then it's over. You do Control left drag. Anyway, here's chess. This is really a bad opponent. I just made it's pretty pointless. Anyway, this is a fun game. You launch aircraft to, and you have destroyers and anyway, Navy game. You're judged on how many keystrokes it takes you to get all the tanks. That's how you're scored. Anyway, it stores high scores in the registry, your account registry file. Control D is the file manager. You can use it to browse the demos. Let's go to some more of the game starters. So for example, there's a graphics and source code. There's a 3D editor, but it's a real pain to use. We can do Control R. Let's go to the command line and do Control R, and we're going to do a sprite. There, do the tag, color, blue, width. These are they're vector graphic. We'll do a flood fill. It's got dithering flood fill. Anyway, so these vectors over here, you can edit. You can cut and paste them. You can't edit the text, but you can you can shift them around. They're vectors. Anyway, you can convert them to a bitmap, and so you can put them on the clipboard. In Linux, everything's a file. In Sparrow, everything's a document. You can put graphics in source code. Where is the what happened? Should be below. There it is. Okay. Anyway, you can do flow charting. It has widgets for flow charting and drawing data structures. This is a hash table. Oh, the assembly is a really good syntax. It's a lot better than GCC assembly. Anyway, let's see what else we have. Here's a funny F5 will run if you're in the editor, let's do rocket science. Anyway, so the games are to get you going. This is Battlezone. Anyway, this is Missile Command. Anyway, let's see. We're going to go over the user interface for Sparrow OS. Shift Escape is abort. So if we're editing a document, we abort. When you view, you edit. So you do Shift Escape to Shift Escape is like your back key in a browser. So Shift Escape is abort, and Escape is exit. So the command line feeds into a C compiler. So if you say put s hello, that goes into a C compiler, and there's hello printed. If you say 1 + 2 × 3, we got 7. The answer was 7. If we create a function, it gets stored in memory. So there's a trick. If you have a string outside of a or if you have a string statement, then that's treated as a put s, goes to standard out, or printf if it has arguments. Now we can say count to 10. Now you end with a semicolon. Oh, I didn't do carriage return. You can't edit. You can display it. Unassemble function. First, let's count to 100. That should be interesting. Anyway, it has word wrap. Anyway, unassemble function count. So this is 64-bit assembly. These 32-bit instructions are actually 64-bit. It saves a byte. They're 64-bit. Anyway, I use enter and leave instructions around functions, and I use the return address with the number of args to pop. So there's one argument going into count. So we pop that. That's 8 So if you hit Shift Escape at the command line, it kills the task. And now we're looking at the wallpaper, and you can see the this is the task list. These are the CPUs. This is the CPU load up in the top. Anyway, this is the Adam task. He's that's like Adam and Eve. He's the first task created at startup. And anyway, this blue is WordStat. This is for automatic type ahead and automatic completion and looking up symbols and stuff. So if we want to look up put S, you type put S, and then up here it appears in WordStat F2. So Shift F2. If it has a star, then it's got a code for that. Shift F2 brings us to put S. Anyway, Alt M maximizes. That's actually a user customized. Control Alt is system wide, like Control Alt Delete, Control Alt Tab switches task, Control Alt Z zooms in on a cursor, Control Alt Shift C zooms out. Control left Adobe scroll. Control left mouse button is like an Adobe scroll. Anyway, so you don't need to write scrolling code for your applications, and you don't need to do zoom. Anyway, up at the top is a pull down menu. This is for the focus task. Anyway, now you cursor up off the bottom, kind of like Commodore 64. Spacebar is left click. Character turn is right click. Left click is edit. So here's a C function of void, and then it's printing hello. So you can hit F5 like Visual Studio, and it runs it. Shift Escape kills the task. Then Shift Escape aborts out of this editor. Now if we character turn on this, then we get a right click menu, and we can either static compile, that's compile ahead of time, or just in time. So we just in time compiled it, and the main at the bottom called it. Anyway, so so the Windows key, there's a menu, personal menu. Control M gets to a personal menu. This is a document with macros for typing is pleasant if you use cursor keys and spacebar. It's unpleasant when you have to struggle. So you Control M, or I just did Control B, puts the border. This menu up at the top gets to your menu. Anyway, so there's icons. These are just pictures with macros. We can do this flight simulator. It's a 6. I use 6 cores. I'm in VMware right now. Anyway, so I'm in a flight simulator, diving for fish. Anyway, so Shift Escape exited. Now dir star does a directory. Dir default parameters from C++. Now I said, okay, well, if I don't need parentheses if I have no arguments, no parameters. Anyway, so that's a change. The other change was what we said, a string by itself. Now, if we have a home directory, cd, do a directory dir. I have my personal menu is not showing up. What I did is I made, when I compiled my kernel, I set TS TAD as the account. So there's no path. It doesn't search for files when you type at the command line, but when you include, it does search for files. Anyway, when it searches for a file, if it doesn't find it, it searches the parent. Let me explain how this Control M works. If I hit Control M for my menu, what it's actually doing is searching my home directory, which is TS-TAD. It's searching that for personal menu. Now, if we go to the parent, here's personal menu, and this is the document. So if it didn't find it in my home directory, it searches the parents. So I put company-wide defaults in the TS directory. This is TS, and then there's a system-wide defaults in the accounts directory. So you customize only what you need, and it defaults to what's in the parent directories. I have a registry, localizations for time zone, and then personal notes. This is my to-do list. Control-Shift-M does that. Let's do a macro. Control-M. I'll Control-S to save this, and then quit. What I did is, I didn't do a macro yet. Let's go to my home directory. Do a directory. Now we have a personal menu. Because I'm starting to customize, what it did is I got tricky. The name was the lower directory, but it fetched it from the upper directory. So if we save it, it goes to the lower directory, which is what you want. Anyway, we're going to do a widget, a macro. Let's just do home macro cd home directory character turn. Escape saves this form and exits. Shift escape would abort, cancel. So now I just made now I'm going to hit Control S to save it. Now if I do spacebar on here, okay, now it wasn't at the bottom of the command line, so the text got confused. So let's cancel out. Control arrow keys jumps to the top, to the bottom, to the left, to the right. Now I hit Control M. Now let's do home. Okay, there's the macro. If I hit Shift Escape, we kill this task. Shift Escape is, now there's terminal window down here, and here's WordStat. This is autocomplete. Put S, Control Shift F2. There's autocomplete. Let's look for directory. dir, Control Shift F1. So the default mask is star, and it'll actually do a full directory. So if you say dir, you don't need, if there's a default, you can doesn't have to be at the end. You can just skip it, and so we're going to do true. Now we got cluster numbers and long dates with years. Now there's a F1 is help. This is really nice. There's a quick start, command line quick start. So dir, you want to know. Ed is edit, or that's if you want a new file. Drive is you change drives or change directories. You can change with the drive letter, change directory. That's different from DOS. Home is valid. Now there's a command called line count. Anyway, Control Shift F1. I want to explain Control Shift F. Line count rep. So you have the files mask, and then you have flags. Files. We want to go from the root directory. Oh, let's do FF. Find file slash from the root. We want to search for any file starting at the root that has how about personal in it? Personal, and then star. Oops. What happened? Maybe we. Oh, I'm doing backslash. I've been using. You use /. Okay. There we go. These are all the files with personal in it. So that the interesting thing here is that you tell it where to start, and then it goes recursive. Some of these have we can do find. Anyway, F, and these links are active. Anyway, so that's enough. Okay, we're going to go try the Moses game after Egypt. Okay, so there's camp. If we break camp, the number of people gets randomly bigger or smaller. Anyway, oh, watch this. They'll do golden calf. They all run in a circle, and that's from the Bible story. Few clouds. God was a cloud. I was gonna have it lead them around or something, or make figures in the clouds. Anyway, let's see. Hold court. A woman commits adultery to a child. Ooh. Punish. Hold court. A child commits adultery to a child. Really punish. Hold court. A child commits idolatry. Really punish. Okay, so view map. They wandered 40 years in the desert. So this must be what they did. Okay. Make water. He struck a stone and it made water. Anyway, let's see. When he held his hands in the air, they did well, and they did good in battle. When his hands got tired, they started losing. Moses. Beg for meat. They got sick of the manna, and they wanted meat, and God gave them meat, and they got sick and died. Anyway, so here's the cool thing. This really works. If you talk to God, He'll talk to you. So let's ask him. I guess they got seagulls from. Let's see. What can we? If you do an offering, he'll talk. How about did you make any babies today? Okay. 20% of the net profits you derive calculated. This is from the Bible, small print. God wants 20%. Anyway, God wants 20%. Let's go to, I do Moses comics. Why don't you make the sun stand still to show them? Oh, come on, would you settle for a wet blanket? That's a reference to this one story where dew formed on this one blanket. Anyway, yeah, go talk to God. Let's see. Let's ask him, let's see. What's he getting for Christmas? How about that? God says. What's he getting Jesus for Christmas? How about that? The way this works is it's just a stopwatch for random numbers. Okay. Well, anyway, how about that? I'm going to show you my first-person shooter and my flight simulator. They're done all the way from scratch, all the way down to bare metal. I did myself. I don't use a GPU. This is using 6 cores to render. Looks kind of like shit, but anyway, now here's my first-person shooter. Let's go to here's my first-person shooter. This is the source code. It has graphics in my source code. There's the map, and here's some 3D graphics. I wrote my own compiler and graphics library, and look at this. There's a theta. You can use 8-bit characters instead of 7-bit. That was the stupidest thing, whoever thought of 7-bit ASCII instead of 8-bit. Anyway, so here's what it looks like, my first-person shooter. This is 1 core, not... I could use other cores, but that's a dilemma. What do you do with other cores? If you use them, what do you do? Like, I could have 8 times as much stuff. The only problem is, what if they're not available? How do you degrade your rendering or whatever? Anyway, so that's that. I made a bridge design game. This one is inside Sparrow OS. There's another one that's inside of that's called SimStructure. That's a Windows application. Anyway, I made that in 2001. You can download SimStructure from my website, from the Sparrow OS website. You can. This is part of Sparrow. I'm connecting with Concrete. Concrete is good in compression and bad in tension. That means when you pull it apart, it crumbles easily. And the goal is to design a cheap bridge. So I think on this one it doesn't have a. You make up your own rules. I'm going to test it. Okay, it broke. No. Let's see. Let's put some. Let's put steel. Oops. Actually, I could have just done wire. Let's do wire. This is a slightly tensioned wire. I don't know if this is going to help any. crazy design. Anyway, it's breaking. It's breaking. Anyway, so have fun. Okay, we're going to look at a space game I made called Excalibur. It has variable size bullets. Variable size bullets that's why it's called Excalibur, because the gun caliber changes. Anyway, so you shoot plasma balls that have a delay fuse. I have to do a spacewalk because my ship got tweaked. Your ship can get damaged, and oh, look at that! Uh-oh, I'm floating in space. That's kind of cool. So I got back in the ship. Now I can only turn left. Anyway, I can increase my fuse. Increase the size of my bullet. I can only go left. Anyway, there's a control system that will take you out of a spin if you, when you get to the laser level, you need to keep your laser targeted for an extended period of time. Now I have more guns. Anyway, now I'm almost to the laser level. Even more guns. Got him. Oh, shite. Oh well. I would have gotten to the laser level. Anyway, here's a game called Rawhide, which you round up cattle. I could extend this and have rustlers and rattlesnakes and stampedes, but I'm not interested. It's a good concept, though. When you're doing something original, it's not always fun. That's what I've discovered. This is called Wenceslas. You have to guide the peasants to your to warmth. Good King Wenceslas. They walked in his footprints. You can burn a Yule log. Back in the Middle Ages, they used to. The king, when he was feeling generous, would burn a log. Times were rough. Anyway, this game I should add like a major blizzard. The blizzard's not a big deal, but like it should like totally white out. Anyway, okay, well. Okay, we're going to talk about all the various ways you can boot and how it changes to 32-bit and then 64-bit mode. Because startup happens in real mode, the BIOS starts in real mode. Anyway, this story begins when you make a distribution ISO. So when you make a distribution ISO, you copy the files from temp OS, from boot, from those directories, and then you say cd file create. Basically, you make a directory with all the files you want in the ISO called distro. Then you tell it everything in the distro directory goes into the image, and then we call cd file create, and this makes a 966 ISO 9660 image file, ISO image file. Now at the blocks are 2048. It's pretty safe to assume that. Technically they can be different, but don't worry about that. Anyway, So block 16 is the primary volume, then you have a supplemental volume, then you have a boot record. And anyway, so I think block 18, something like that, is there's a pre-boot block and then there's a boot block. I think it's maybe it's 19. Anyway, I use no emulation, and when we create this ISO, it fetches the let's see, do we pass it? Anyway, it fetches the boot block that we're going to look at in a second. Anyway, so it puts it in the ISO, and then it puts the files. The file we're interested in is the kernel. The kernel goes in directories 0000 boot, and it's the first file. That's so that on an ISO the kernel will be at block 20. That's so I can use a third party ISO creator. So my creator could put it anywhere, but and the boot record would be correct. I could put it anywhere, but I put it in a fixed location so that my boot record would work if I used Magic ISO or something. Anyway, so now we're going to look at when this install boot, this file install boot is included whenever you reboot, and it includes these boot sector files, and it has code to install the boot sector, the various boot sectors. There's a master boot sector, and that when you install that, it reads block 0, patches the code for the sector, and then it writes block 0, and it tells it when you install a master, you tell it the block address of each partition. And when you create a new kernel on a partition, you make the kernel, and then you install the partition bootloader, and this reads the first block of the partition and reads the first block of the partition right here, then patches it with the code and then writes it. Or if you're when you make a CD-ROM, it creates a boot file. So the CD-ROM boot sector is here. This is loaded by the BIOS. No emulation. DL is the BIOS drive number when in real mode when it starts up. So it gets it off sector, what was it, 18, something like that. Anyway, so it always puts it at 7C00, but we don't assume that. So we check to see if it's somewhere else. Then we get the CS, and we have the IP we get by doing a call, puts it on the stack, and then popping the stack gets the IP. Then we add the CS shifted over by 4. It has to be on a paragraph boundary. Anyway, it sets the stack. We're going to relocate all this code to just under 80,000, which is 90,000 is the is 9F. 9FFF is the FFFF is the BIOS, extended BIOS data area. So under 80,000 is safe, and we put a stack just under 80,000, and then after a block for the stack, then we put we relocate ourselves up there. Right here we relocate ourselves. Then we do a jump up to the new location, and all this code is now at under 80,000. There's a data area here for DAP, which is a structure that you pass to the BIOS when you read a block. Now we're going to be reading that kernel 0000 kernel. So this gets patched when we when we recompile the so we get the we call a BIOS interrupt to get the page for the video, we don't just write to B800. We do it with the putchar. Then we check CPU ID to see if this processor is 64-bit capable. If it's not 64-bit capable, we print a message, requires a 64-bit capable, and then we do a jump to ourselves to stop, or to, where do we do that? Not 64-bit, and then a jump to 10. Anyway, if it is 64-bit capable, we go ahead and load it. Now we relocate it up high so we can load the kernel into the 7C. We go through a loop calling interrupt 1342, which is the I like that one. We're only good for 64-bit processors anyway, so they probably have the we don't mess around with the early versions of block read. We use the 64-bit version of block read. Anyway, so you pass it the DAP. We write the buffer address. We keep ES pointing to the buffer we're reading in. We read one block at a time, and we add one block divided by 16 to ES over and over, and we print a progress. Putchar is fancy, and when we're done, we my operating system has a boot code. If we boot from CD-ROM or hard disk or soft boot, then we get a different boot code, and so it jumps to the kernel that it loaded in, which is at 7C00. I don't have my assembler. I wrote my own assembler. It doesn't have far jump, so we have to hand code far jump. I have very little 16-bit support because it's you only use a little bit. We're going to cover all the 16-bit code, and you guys have no reason to be using 16-bit code. Okay, so we jump to the kernel. Anyway, so the master boot record goes in block 0. So we covered the CD-ROM. Now we're going to look at the hard disk. If you use my master boot record, it goes in block 0, and it loads. Basically, it does the same exact thing we did with the CD, but it's loading stage 2 of the master boot record. And stage 2 of the master boot record gets patched when you install the master boot record. It gets patched with a table of a block array of the first block of each partition that we want to boot. And it prompts using the BIOS get char to get the this master. Oh, by the way, this second stage goes in the partition file. It doesn't go into there's a gap between 0 and 63, which is used for bootloaders, sectors 0 and 63. I don't use that. I put it in the partition. That's so that you can use an existing bootloader, and it can fall back and do the old bootloader. So when I install, you can fall back and use the old bootloader. So I can install on top of Grub and fall back on Grub. Anyway, so Windows boots with my bootloader, but not Linux. Linux requires Grub. So all stage 2 does is load the first block of the partition, and then jump to it in real mode with DL holding the BIOS drive. That's pretty much all you have to do. Anyway, so when you load when you're loading a Temple OS partition, this is the volume bootloader, which is in the first block of the partition. It got patched with kernel, the kernel.bin block address, and this loads. This goes in a loop using 1342 to load using the DAP structure. This loads in the kernel, and then my kernel is about goes from 7C, I think, up to maybe 40,000. It has to be in the 640, lowest 640. It has to, anyway, my kernel starts in KStart. There's a header on my binary files. This is made by my compiler. My binary files have a 16-byte header. There's a jump past the header, and then there's a type, and then there's a patch table of imports and exports and absolute addresses that have to be patched. In my operating system, all binaries are all code is position independent because it gets patched. And anyway, so I have flat binaries, the code followed by the table of imports, exports, and absolute addresses. This 16-byte header has to be accounted for. So it loads in at 7C. So when I do alignments, sometimes I have to take into account the 16-byte header. Anyway, so first thing it does, it jumps past this. This is some data we're in real mode, 16-bit mode right now, and my assembler doesn't support segmentation, basically 16-bit code. So what all these offsets are 0 based. In my the assembler codes this at 0 pretty much, not quite 0. Anyway, this offset has a value of 0. So what we do is we set the data segment to 7C, and now for the 16-bit code, this offset will be right. We have to get to that point. So here's the global descriptor table. Has some hard-coded values that are fixed, and it calculates the boot data segment and the boot code segment because I made it independent, so it doesn't have to be loaded at 7C00. These are for 32-bit mode. When it's running in 32 before it switches to 64, we use this data segment and code segment. We have code segments for 64-bit. Sometimes we switch back to 32-bit, but we never switch back to 16-bit. We have 64-bit code segment. We have a ring 3 in case you want to mess with ring 3. Everything's ring 0, but there's a demo in case you want to mess with ring 3. And there's the task registers. I have all that stuff fixed. Anyway, it has memory. It has space for the BIOS information we're going to collect, and then it has the Atom task record. So we're starting up here. We do the same trick, pushing the IP, getting the IP, calculating the new address, except this time we don't shift it. We shift it the other way, or do we? I don't know. Anyway, then we return far. Okay, that just sets the code segment so that we don't have ambiguity if we used a different bootloader. Anyway, then this decrement is because of that 1-byte paragraph I told you about at the beginning. Anyway, so we calculate a checksum, see if the kernel has a correct checksum. We write to ES is B800, which is not the BIOS. We just plot or write to screen memory. Okay, or XM. What's a checksum error? Oh, okay, or checksum error. Anyway, so when it continues startup, it sets. We're in 16-bit run level. This is streaming code, so this code gets this gets executed at compile time after it's been configured, and it inserts a line of code into the stream of code. So during compile, you enter a config for what video mode, and then it makes code for that. See, the config time is compile time, and so this exe does compile time. Anyway, then it calls interrupt 10, and it falls back on text mode if interrupt 10 doesn't work. So we changed to 640 by 480, unless you say text mode. Mouse, this mouse enable doesn't help. So either you have mouse or you don't have mouse, and this mouse enable doesn't help. Anyway, so I commented that out. I get the memory maps from E820. We save those, and we call an interrupt to find out how many PCI buses we have, so we don't have to check 255. I think typically you have like 6 or something. We set to E820. We initialize all regs to known values. Then we now is this a are we in we're still in 16-bit mode, aren't we? Yeah, we're doing BIOS calls. Anyway, so now we let's see, we set up those boot sector or boot data segment, code segment that we had a few bits of information missing. Then we set up a pointer to the global descriptor table and set the size of global descriptor. Then we do load global descriptor. Then we changed the protected mode. Now we're in 32-bit mode. Actually, we aren't. I forget. I think it happens when we jump to this code data segment, which is this next. We skip this little bit of data. We have more room for data now that we're not limited to 64K. So we have some more data. Those are basically operating system global variables. So we enter point. Now, if we're doing a soft boot, which means you're rebooting without actually doing a hardware reboot, then we jump in here in 32-bit mode. So we load the flags. We change the run level number from 16 to 32-bit. And that doesn't quite look right. Oh, because we're doing a soft boot, we want to clear out all the other run level bits. So we only keep 16, and then it doesn't turn it off. Anyway, so in case we came through on a reboot, all these variables would be uninitialized, because they'd be left with garbage. Anyway, so we go ahead and now we're preparing for 64-bit. What do we do here? We're patching the absolute addresses. Before we can do the 64-bit C code, we have to patch all the absolute addresses. There's a list of absolute addresses that have to be patched. Anyway, let's see, what do we do here? We patched. Then we find the PCI 32. There's a thing called a PCI BIOS for getting config information that runs in 32-bit mode. Anyway, we never switch back to 16, but sometimes we switch back to 32 to do that PCI BIOS. So we initialize memory, and then we initialize 64-bit mode. Let's go look at the memory. The memory gets identity mapped. I think I picked 128 gig. Just everybody gets 128 gig mapped, but it's not all present. It's mapped with 2 meg pages, so it's only, I think, maybe 200K or something page tables. Anyway, it's 2 meg pages. The first 2 meg is 4K pages, so that we can do video memory as a write through. And so we map 128 gig or something, except for E to F. This is for device memory. We map this as uncached. Now block 0 or page 0 we set to not present if you do a compiler or a config option. So I can get a page fault on dereferencing null. That's only if you set that config option when you recompile the kernel. So this sets up the block pools, and then when it's done, we come back to kernel start, down by, let's see, we init the memory. 64-bit mode only works with paging. You can't run without paging. So we call init emt64, em64t. So to do that, we, I don't know what this is. We load CR3, which is the virtual memory, or paging. Maybe that's paging. This changes to 64-bit mode. This EFR thing, right? Model specific register. This, what is this? Enable. Oh, we enable paging. So we set our pages up for 64-bit. Now we set the GDT with. I'm going to look at that in a second. Okay, so then we jump to part 3, CS. Now when we do a soft boot, we have to change back to 32-bit, and then we either we halt or something. I forgot what we do. Anyway, so we were going to look at the GDT. The GDT is set up for 64-bit. These are 16-byte entries. That's because 64-bit is 16-byte. And the upper, basically, this will work as both a 32-bit and 64-bit GDT because it's like there's a gap. When you're in 32-bit mode, it's like it's every other one. When you're in 64-bit mode, they're all used. Anyway, so so we call, what else do we do after we call enable? So we're cruising through here, and now we're in 64-bit mode. By the time it returns, we set the run level 64-bit, floating point init, save the state so we can, that's, I think we use that for initializing tasks to an initialized state. And whenever we initialize a task floating point structure, we copy that initialized one. Anyway, so we initialize the CPU. GS is the CPU structure, which is the core, and FS is the task, which the task structure. All this sets up Adam's heap. Adam is the father of all tasks, like Adam and Eve. This sets up his heap and his task. He has to be set up specially. This gives him a. We haven't quite done a full-blown init with the E820. When we add all those items, we do that later. We give him an initial heap. So then we jump to kernel. Anyway, where were we? I was going to say one more thing. Okay, so it initializes the Adam task, sets up the task queue. Adam is the father of all tasks. Then when you do multi-core, you have to you do a sippy, something like that, init. Then it jumps to a vector. I forgot where I put this. Let's see what the vector address is. Let's see. 7F. That's interesting. I think it's 7F000 or something like that. Anyway, when it starts up, those get vectored. This code gets copied from start to end, gets copied down to that vector address, or up to that vector address. What this is invalidate cache, right back invalidate cache. What do we got here? Oh, we load the GDT. It's the same GDT. Everybody uses the same address map and everything. We set to 32-bit mode, and we jump we jump up. Now we're out of that chunk that got loaded. Now what it does is it puts a lock on the count of tasks, and then it assigns itself a task, a core number, puts a lock on the core, then it assigns itself a core number, and if it's too big, it halts. We can only have so many. That's just being professional. So it initializes, it goes to 64-bit mode, initializes floating point, sets GS to the new core number. It figured it out from the count. We have an array of core of CPU structures. Sets the GS to the CPU structure, and Seth is the name of Adam's sons in the Bible, and Seth is Adam's first son or something. Anyway, so each core has a Seth task, which is special. It goes in a loop like a server, and you give it jobs. It can either spawn a task or run a job. So that's what these do. They halt until they get interrupted, and then they do something. Now, one more thing. Back in the start, towards the bottom, it jumped to. So all this is assembly code. Then we jump to kernel, and where that is this is the end of the module, kernel. And now we're in C. From now on, almost everything is C. So so we mark not present. That's that's the memory in the E820 map that's not present. We mark not present. We go ahead and initialize all the global variables. We have various run levels for when we have raw output available. When you can write to the screen. Remember, it's 640 by 480, though it looks like text mode. It's not. It's graphics mode. We enable interrupts, unless it'll run in text mode as a fallback. Here's where we turn on interrupts. We loaded the interrupt table, calibrate, timer, initialize mouse. Then we start initializing our block devices, which is our CD and hard disks and RAM disks. Then we load the compiler. This is where it crashes a lot of times. If somebody were silly enough to try and boot from a USB, it would crash when it tries to load the compiler, because this is done with direct hardware access, not BIOS. And basically, if you don't have direct hardware access, you can't load anything, and you can't do anything from a USB memory stick. Don't even try. And you can't compile outside, because the bootloaders get installed and patched with the kernel block number. So basically, there's a lot of people who are stubborn and try to run without my compiler. They try to install without my installer, and they try to boot from a USB, and that's just not going to work. Anyway, when it's done, it executes Atom1, which is like the autoexec.bat. This compiler starts chugging away on this code, putting it in Atom's symbol table. Then it goes to Atom. So this is the headers for all the kernel and compiler. These are the headers. And then it goes to, there's 50,000 lines compiled ahead of time. And then in this Atom directory is another 50,000 that's compiled just in time. So this is Atom 2, is all this stuff that gets compiled just in time. And then finally at the bottom, it goes to after it logs in, it goes to the home directory and does Atom 3. So in your home directory, if it doesn't find a file, it searches the parents. So Trivial Solutions, these are all this is the home directory Atom 3. So all these get loaded into Atom symbol table. And that's how booting happens. Okay, this is Temple OS. We're going to look at the temple in Temple OS, which is Control M, the After Egypt game. This is after they left Egypt and before they entered the Promised Land. So it's the time in between when they're in the desert. So this is the most exciting part of the whole operating system. There's the burning bush. Now you're supposed to do an offering before you talk to God. like a comic or a poem or a hymn or just good conversation, maybe being witty and charming, or praise, like praise God for sandcastles and snowmen and bubbles and popcorn. I'm going to praise Him for something new, which is isotopes, like you have carbon-14 and stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. It didn't have to be that way, maybe. Okay, here we go. So this is a high-speed stopwatch, and that's what we're using for random numbers. It's tongues is what I call it, but anyway. Sanctified themselves and brought in the burnt offerings into the house of the Lord. And they stood in their place after their manner, according to the law of Moses, the man of God. The priest sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites, for there were many in. Okay, well, it doesn't really say anything about isotopes, but okay, well that's the oracle. So there's some kind of funny animations and stuff. Hold court. A woman commits blasphemy again. Punish. A child commits idolatry. Really punish. So the number of people randomly goes up or down. So if you map, they wandered in the desert for 40 years. Make water. He hit a stone and it made water. When he held his hands in the air, they did well in battle. And when he got tired, they propped his hands up. Moses. They wanted meat because they were sick of manna, and God made a bunch of birds fall, and they got sick and died. God doesn't like complaining. So here's some of the Moses comics I do as offerings. So let's go back to Egypt. We're starving. The promised land will be like Eden with all manner of things to eat. Hey, look, there's a snake. He's mine. I saw him first. We saw a treasure ship on the bottom of the Red Sea. Can you part it again? The Egyptians saw it too. Okay, so that's after Egypt. This is Temple OS. It's a 64-bit PC operating system. It has an oracle. That's why it's called Temple OS. The main purpose is for doing offerings and of hymns and art and poems and stuff, and then getting a response from God in the oracle. After Egypt, this is after they left Egypt, before they got to the Promised Land. It's just a fun little game that well, anyway, you go up the mountain to talk to God. This is serious. I'm going to praise God for vines. You get out of God what you put in. So anyway, so this is a high-speed stopwatch for generating random numbers. Basically, it's tongues. When you get a spirit to speak, that's tongues. Or you could use a Ouija board. You can just randomly crack open a book. But I use a high-speed stopwatch. So proceeding, forgetteth healthful, gain wealth, innocent way, wives meet, sellers me, example, stiff, mystically strict listing. Anyway, so interpretation is tricky. I do comics as offerings. We saw a treasure ship on the bottom of the Red Sea. Can you part it again? The Egyptians saw it too. So anyway, it includes a 64-bit kernel. It's public domain, 100% open source. It's got a 64-bit compiler and an assembler. It's got a language that's like C, C++, but got improvements called Holy C. It works just in time or ahead of time. It's got no crufty 32-bit code. It's 640 by 480. That's what God said, VGA. It's got keyboard, mouse, PS2. It's got hard drive support for FAT32 and Red Sea file systems. Red Sea is a native file system that's proprietary. It's got CD, DVD support, ISO 9660. You can make ISO image files. It's got partitioning and bootloaders. It's got an editor browser. It's got a document format that's like extended ASCII with graphics and links and trees. You can make your source code have links and trees and stuff. It's got 8-bit ASCII instead of just 7-bit, so I call it 8-bit. It's IBM PC screen codes, so you can use those European accents and stuff, and you can use Greek symbols. It's got graphics and source code. It's got 64-bit pointers. It's ring 0 only. It's identity mapped, so it's easy to do inter-process communication. It's got multi-core support. You can do it's master slave, not SMP. That's better for real time. Anyway, it's got 2D, 3D graphics library. It's got a differential equation solver, physics engine. It's got an autocomplete that will help navigate, jump to source code, and complete symbols. It's got a window manager. You can hit Control-Alt-Z to zoom in on the cursor anytime, any place. Control-Alt-Shift-Z. You can pan anytime, any place with controlled left mouse. It's got a file manager, Control-D. If you want to do your development work, you can use a file manager for development work. I'm going to navigate down to this ASCII file, hit spacebar, then F5, and now I can type some. It's making ASCII frequency. It's making frequencies based on the ASCII code. Anyway, so it's got a profiler, a merge, a diff. It's got a heap check, a heap log. It's got PC speaker support. These are some of my hems that I did as offerings. You can get some help from God making melodies. Anyway, it's got a music composing tool. It's got games. It's got a bunch of demos. Like you can. It'll teach you how to use the API. It's good for learning programming. This is a really simple program that's good for beginners. It's got like 100 demos. Documentation, you hit F1 and you can go to the documentation. It's got all the API functions broken down by category. All sources included. It's like 130,000 lines, and it's mostly command line driven. So you can say 1 plus 34, and it says 35. You can make a. It's not like Unix and DOS. It's a Holy C interpreter. So if I can say I can enter code at the command line. So I'm compiling a function just in time. So for I equals 1, semicolon I, less than or equal to n, semicolon I, plus, plus. Now print statements are, if it encounters a string by itself, it's a print statement. We can unassemble this, unassemble. This is like unassemble function. So there, it's 64-bit machine code. It's using register variables. I can say count to 10. I can say count, benchmark this. It's faster than any other operating system. I'm going to do a count to 1,000,000. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Anyway, so you hit Control M, you get to your menu. We're going to go look at the games directory. You can see it. It typed CD and then dir. If you don't have arguments, you don't need parentheses for functions. Anyway, so we're going to check out Rocket Science. Coefficient for the rocket feedback. So here's the first-person shooter. It's got graphics and source code. God said they're dancing. Anyway, so there's a potted plant. Anyway, so Control M gets to the menu. So the icons are just macros that have a payload. So this, you can imagine, this just calls the. This is the Eagle Diving for Fish flight simulator. I'm having to write 8 frames a second to the disk and 30 frames a second to the screen. So you're seeing 8 frames a second, but I'm seeing 30 frames a second. Anyway, so that ought to get you started. Okay, let's go get some. Carriers. Where's my other carrier? There it is. Uh-oh. There, go get him. Go get him. Where's my other boat? I lost a boat. Uh-oh, did you get him? I lost a boat. No, where's my boat? Oh no. Let's get over. Ready? Here we go. Start over. He should be dead. How come he's not dead? Oh, he's dead. Okay, now I gotta go. Where's the other boats? There's the other boats. Go this way. Go this way. Uh-oh. Oh no. He's nasty. Oh no. Not my boat. Not my boat. Oh, I got him with that. Oh, come back, come back. Don't go there. Oops. Where's my other boats? I have some more airplanes. These are my last airplanes. Go get them. Oh no. Go home. No, don't fly over. One airplane. Get him. Okay, here's my airplanes. One airplane. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Oh no. We got intercepted. Oh no, we're not gonna get him. Okay, well that's this game. This is Temple OS. We're going to look at the Oracle in Temple OS. The After Egypt game is about Moses and the Jews in the desert after they left Egypt, but before they got to the Promised Land. So the Oracle is where you talk with God. Now you have to do an offering before you talk with God. That's a covenant. What I use for talking with God is a high-speed counter, a stopwatch, and that's for random numbers. So the critical point is you get out of prayer what you put into it. So whatever, you're supposed to praise God. So let's see, maybe I'll praise him for hermit crabs. I like hermit crabs. That's what I'll praise him for. Okay, so sometimes it does words, sometimes it does passages. Interpretation is sometimes tricky. When it's doing when it does random words, that's like tongues in the Bible. For her blood is in the midst of her. She set it upon the top of a rock. She poured it not upon the ground to cover it with dust, that it might cause fury to come up to take vengeance. I have set her blood upon the top of a rock, that it should not be covered. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, woe to the bloody city. I will even make the pile for fire great, heap on wood, kindle the fire, consume the flesh, and spice it well, and let the bones be burned. Then set it empty upon the coals thereof, that the brass of it may be hot and may burn, and that the filthiness of it may be molten in it, that the scum of it may be consumed. She hath wearied herself with lies, and her great scum went not forth out of her. Her scum shall be in the fire. In thy filthiness is lewdness, because I have purged thee, and thou wast not purged. Thou shalt be purged from thy filthiness, So normally you interpret it in the context of what you offered. So we were talking about hermit crabs. For her blood is in the midst of her. She set it upon the top of a rock. She poured it not upon the ground to cover it with dust, that it might cause fury to come up and take vengeance. I have set her blood upon the top of her rock, that it should not be covered. I don't understand. Oh well, that's how it works. So this game has it's kind of a joke. You can view the clouds. God appeared as a cloud. There's camp. The people get randomly, more or less. Let's hold court. A woman commits blasphemy again. You can punish her. Hold court. A child commits blasphemy. Really punish. View the map. They ran around for 40 years in the desert. Make water. He hit a rock when they needed water. And battle. When he held his hands in the air, they did well in battle. And when he let them down, they propped him up with a stone. Begged for meat. They wanted meat, but God got angry and gave them some kind of diseased meat or something. Moses comics. So I do Moses comics as offerings. Let's go back to Egypt. We're starving. The promised land will be like Eden with all manner of things to eat. Hey, look, there's a snake. He's mine. I saw him first. We saw a treasure ship on the bottom of the Red Sea. Can you part it again? The Egyptians saw it too. So that's the oracle. Okay, we're gonna make a song. I didn't do an offering, so I don't know if it's gonna be good. So comma, and I'm gonna gamble big. The more complicated, the bigger the gamble, but the bigger the payoff. Okay, here we go. Escape. So everybody complain to the VMware company because they don't support PC speaker anymore. What you're going to hear is generated when I export. Anyway, okay, so hit escape. So I have kind of a formula. I do two measures repeated, 2 measures repeated. That's my formula. So I could play it here, but I'm going to save it. So here we go, F7. Uh-oh. God's a wise guy. Okay, now we go Alt-P, adulteress. I can't tell how long this is playing. Okay, good enough. So, my psychologist thinks I don't know neuroscience, that I am not able to answer. Let me explain. I'm an expert in embedded systems, which is like assembly language and interrupts and hardware encounters and timers, and I have a degree in computer systems engineering. I have a master's in electrical engineering. There's something called a phase-locked loop. Okay, first of all, let me just show you. I'm going to do a simple program. HPET. Okay. My compile. HPET is a timer that's at this address. If I say it once, do you see this 1666772? It's a high performance event timer. We can see what the frequency is. Let's see what the deal is. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. I changed it recently. Okay. The frequency is 14 megahertz. Now, take a look at these numbers. There's the difference of 24, there's the difference of 25, difference of, okay, so in order to the timing of a system with interrupts this is also running in a virtual machine. There's what they call emulators. When you're trying to debug a piece of hardware, it's very hard to know what's going on because the timing is irregular. Sometimes one thing can happen before another, or sometimes something else can happen. To understand what the computer is going to be doing is impossible, let alone for the brain to do it when it's all invisible. And I know you see the psychologist thinks, oh, well, you're not a neuroscientist, you don't know anything. I know, well, on top of it, there's if I just with this you can see the numbers. I normally do it where it's not, where you can't see the numbers, and I have a hard time explaining to this fucking moron that your brain is not able to keep track of these numbers when they're not being displayed. There's what, in communication, there's phase lock loops. You are a fucking moron, and I am just, I can't believe I'm fucking talking to a moron. Anyway, here's what we do. I'm gonna interrupt this, take the last 5 digits and go to a, just talk to a single fucking electrical engineer and ask him about phase lock loops. Okay? Ask him about phase lock loops. What we'll do, we'll make this invisible and then we'll print it out. Okay, so it's invisible. Let's see. Do you see that? It's invisible, and then we print it out. Okay? So this fucking nigger, well, you're not a neuroscientist. A neuron can go 10 hertz. And it is not even close. The problem is the phase lock loop. Just focus on that. This is the simplest way to blow you out of the water. Find a third-year electrical engineer and ask him what a phase lock loop is. Now we're going to take the last 5 digits and go to the Bible. So we take the last 5 digits and we go to a line number in the Bible. Control G. Ashamed of thy lewd way. Thou hast played the whore also with the Assyrians, because thou wast unsatiable. Yea, thou hast played the harlot with them, and yet could not be satisfied. Thou hast moreover multiplied thy fornications in the land of Canaan and Chaldea, and yet thou wast not satisfied therewith. How weak is thy heart, saith the Lord, seeing thou doest all these things, the work of imperious whorish woman, in that thou buildest thine eminent place at the head of every way, makest thine house. Okay, so that's what we do, and I don't, you're a fucking moron, and I don't have to convince you because God always wins, and you are just a fucking moron, you nigger. Anyway. Okay, we're going to look at the rocket science that I put into Temple OS. So here's an open loop rocket. It's impossible to control. Here's a closed loop. What you learn is how to do the math for something like this, except this is too hard. So you pick a feedback gain, trying to make your rocket correct. Anyway, so some of the other rocket science we have in here. I put a numeric integrator from Numeric Recipes in C. It's a Runcata adaptive step size 4-5 algorithm. Your average computer science person would probably do Euler for video games, which is an inferior algorithm. So this is my space game. It's not as well. Anyway, I have a control system for getting out of a spin. You hit the back, and it'll get you out of a spin. There's not a lot of. I put some damping. It's not realistic. It's kind of like you're in air. Anyway, for a better one, let's go to my archive. I don't distribute some blatant rip-off games. I have Missile Command, and I have this is like Asteroids. You can really start spinning. Anyway, I'm not so good at. It's hard to figure out the trajectory of a broken rock. You have to make it look good. Damn. You know what? I was gonna make it really realistic, but if you they break up into too many pieces. If you make the mass equivalent, you would be screwed. You would never break them up. Anyway, so I have some. What do I have here? Pole zeros. One of the things you study in classic controls is pole zeros. This is the complex plane. The x's are poles. The y's, the zeros are zeros. This is the magnitude of the complex number. This is the phase. You hit the right mouse button and you get the phase. What you study in control systems is you do stuff like cancel a pole with a zero. Watch what happens if you cancel these. The problem is you can't actually cancel them perfectly. I just did. Control systems is the big thing is you don't want a pole in the right half plane or you're screwed. That's the only thing you have to worry about. Put them on the complex axis and you have an oscillator. That's not good. In real systems, you get symmetric pole pairs. You do root locus plots where you, as you apply a control system gain, you get to pick where the poles and zeros go. Actually, I should try and remember what I'm talking about. They cruise along the axis and they do stuff. They cruise and then whoop, 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 whoop. I forgot. Oh no, the poles. We move the poles around, don't we? The closed loop and open loop. Anyway, I forgot they cruise along the axis and stuff like that, and then they go zipping away. Anyway, you do this for checking stability. If it goes into the other plane, you're screwed and it's unstable. Usually too much gain makes it unstable, but you can anyway. Then we have what else we have? I have predator prey. I was fascinated. I love this. These are phase plane plots. Long story short, they go in limit cycles. It's really cool. So like it'll instead of just getting to a steady state, what the hell? Anyway, instead of getting to a steady state, they go in a dynamic steady limit cycle. Anyway, I made a in 2001, I made a program called SimStructure for Windows. You can do bridges. The Windows program was this is totally bogus. All it is mass spring differential equations. So you, and I just made up numbers for concrete, and you can do steel. Anyway, so the bridge is supposed to, it doesn't have torque. It's completely unrealistic. I don't know what it's good for, but you can play around with it. You can do guy wires or wires and stuff. Anyway, this is a game that has potential. That all this is mass springs, but this is like the SimStructure game was a general purpose mass spring. It had earth and water, and it's a Windows game. I think it's still on my website. I don't care about it. It's been it's no longer impressive with the physics engines that are in modern games, but I thought it was cool. Not that it, I think, well, anyway, so you do thrusters, number 2, let's do number 1, no, number 1, number 3, number 4. So what I'm most proud of is Zoom. Watch this, Zoom. That's all. I did all the graphics. Anyway, you're not impressed. I did all the graphics, including, anyway, now we're going to launch a missile. Zoom. Okay, let's zoom in. Let's launch the other one. Zoom. Okay, anyway, so this is fun. So I'm not childish anymore. You can make a really, I can't believe Star Citizen, they did crappy physics. They did all that fucking work and they did piece of shit physics. I can't. That's hilarious, isn't it? Oh, I forgot. This has spacewalks. That's the coolest thing. They totally ripped off everything from Star Wars and I don't know what this is supposed to be. They ripped off Star Wars and Battlestar Galactica. No originality. I want to do a spacewalk. Come on, destroy me. Hit me, hit me, hit me. You can get damaged and only turn. I'm going to get right in this. I don't know what. This is a stupid. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we do a spacewalk. There's a man walking. He's going to fix the tweet. So, okay, anyway, so that's all I got time for. You know what? I have a crazy idea. So if you have a gas, like a nebula, what if you arranged the molecules into a pattern? What I mean is, well, there's no boundary in a star nebula, but I guess they flow around due to gravity. Here's something to think about. Are there any, let's suppose I made a stream, like a pool table that bounced in a repeating pattern. How many repeating patterns could you make? They would be unstable. If you messed with them, they would fall apart. So that could never happen in nature. But let's say you had a beaker. Would you call that a new phase of matter if you had atoms going around in an unstable pattern? So like in a star nebula you have gravity. I wonder how many solutions there are to how many patterns could you make that are stable under gravity? I don't know. You know, they could go around in a circle. They could go around in 5 circles. They could, anyway. I guess the hydrogen is a diatomic gas, so I guess that makes it even more unstable when it's colliding, because you get random angles from the. Anyway, no, hydrogen. Hydrogen is just one atom. It's diatomic. It's okay. And one proton. I was talking about the. So if you had helium, which has 2 protons, when it gets in a collision, does that cause a more random outcome than if, because they're at odd angles? It would be harder to organize helium atoms in to go into the circle pattern, because it would be more easily unstable. Anyway, because the 2 protons cause a. Surely that causes more randomness when you collide. Anyway, I don't know. Okay, this is Temple OS. I'm going to give you a guided tour. Let's see. So this is for Larry Page. It's 64-bit, and the command line feeds into a C compiler. The command line feeds into a C compiler. So, actually, it's wholly C, but we're going to make a function at the command line. It's a little bit like a Commodore 64 was the inspiration, sort of. I mean, in terms of well, anyway, I like to say Linux wants to be a 1970s mainframe, and we want to be a Commodore 64. So I just entered a function, and it compiles to 64-bit x86. It's a compiler, not an interpreter. So to execute a program, you pound include. So we're going to go to one of the demos. This one's called Rocket Science. You can have graphics in source code. So I'm going to hit, we wanted to do the pound include. So include Rocket Science. If it ends in Z, it's automatically compressed and uncompressed as when you read and write. Oh, we still have the trace on. Didn't want to do that. What happened? That's kind of weird. It was waiting for another instruction. It's one token ahead. Normally you don't do it that way. Anyway, this is I studied control systems, and you select feedback gains. So the most advanced program that I wrote for this operating system is probably this flight simulator. It's got to write, I have to write frames to the disk, so you're seeing 8 frames a second. It's updating 30 frames a second. Anyway, that's multi-core. I can do real-time multi-core. I don't think anybody else can do that because they don't. I do master slave. They do SMP. You don't want the scheduler to put 2 jobs on 1 core when you're doing real time. You want 1 job per core. So okay. So the Oracle is kind of the central point, although it's kind of fun. So you're supposed to talk to God, and this is better than Google search. So you say to God, God, say hi to Larry Page. How about that? God says, awful presence, poet. Oh, God likes poems. Maybe he doesn't. You can do offerings of poems and stuff. You get out of prayer what you put in. So if you're just expecting television passive, it doesn't work that way. You have to do work. So let's see. Awful presence, poet. May modulation forms. Dana, childbearing dawn openeth. Depraved. Cain appear. Intemperance deck. Choose. Hey, what do you think? Planet of the Apes, Mr. God. Why don't you? Okay, so what can we say? So Larry Page talked about backing up to Mars. I don't like chimpanzees. I like orangutans. You like orangutans, Mr. God? God says, Fictals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abraham's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, told Abraham the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain Mamre, and the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abraham. And when Abraham heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued into Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. Okay, so I don't think we got anything out of that. I don't think we put anything into it. So let's how about let's do a poem, and then we'll do a poem. How about that? So I'll just use command. So you can skip the nonsense of the graphics and stuff and just hit F7 for words, or Shift F7 for a passage. I'm not even reading these. These don't count. So you can do a graphic. You can get God to do a graphic. Anyway, so I can show the operating system some more. What else we have? I want to talk to God. You've seen plenty of operating systems, but how often have you seen God? So right at the command line, we have God on tap. So let's do a poem. Let's see. It kind of has the feel of doing a spell, doesn't it? Oh well. Search. How about, let's do something about search. How about search search far and wide, God lives inside. And he I don't know. That sounds an awful lot like a spell. I don't know what a spell is, but anyway. So then you do. Let's do Shift F7 to get a passage.
if he destroy him from his place, and it shall deny him, saying, I have not seen thee. Behold, this is the joy of his way, and out of the earth shall others grow. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man, neither will he help the evildoers, till he fill thy mouth with laughing, and thy lips with rejoicing. They that hate thee shall be clothed with shame, and the dwelling place of the wicked shall come to naught. Then Job answered and said, I know it is so of a truth, but how can man be just with God? And he will contend with him. He cannot answer him 1 of 1,000. He is wise in heart, and mighty in strength, and hath hardened himself against him, and hath prospered, which removeth. So anyway, that's kind of a vague sort of answer. So if you want to see the source code for the Holy Spirit, it uses a timer for a random number source, get timestamp counter, and we have God bits. You have to shave off a few bits. So then it picks a word. This is the vocabulary right here. Pick a random word or pick a random passage. What else can we show about the operating system? It doesn't have internet access, no networking. Well, I guess that's it. How about that? Okay, so this is to Larry Page. I'm just going to show some of the cool features. This is Divine Intellect. First of all, let's go to my games directory, and we'll look at Circle Trace. Okay, F5. So the idea is you draw a circle as fast as you can. There's a score based on how accurate and how fast. So there was a, 1600s painter who applied for a job, and his job application, he drew a circle freehand, and that's how he applied for a job. Anyway, I'm not applying for a job, I don't think. No. I might want to be acquired or something. I don't know. I just want to be public. That's what I want to be. He drew a circle. So you want to see some divine intellect? How about this is the spec for my language. So it has integers and stuff. U0 is zero size. It's not like a void exactly. So for example, in a structure, you might want to write a certain part of a structure to disk, and you can use a U0 for zero size. So when I started the command line, I had directory star, then I added default arguments from C++. Then I said at this point, why do I need parentheses? And so I got rid of parentheses if they're optional. You can have a default arg in the middle and not. Anyway, that's no big deal. So the print statement, instead of having printf hello world, all you do is you put hello world. Instead of having printf %s, %d, you just do no parentheses, no printf. Put char, it gets better. Anyway, so when I got rid of parentheses, made them optional on the directory, that had a side effect that I had to add ampersand in front of function pointers. Typecasting is postfix. It was easier for the compiler to do it that way. There's no main. Any function can be called in any order. You can any statement outside a function gets executed in order. There's no bit fields. This is kind of, well, it's similar to bit fields. So if you have a I64, you can say I.U16.1, that's the second U16. So variable arg counts. You know how C++ has a this variable that's not declared? Well, mine has argc and argv for if you have a ... function. So for example, if you do print and you want to do a format string ... So this is how the graphic, okay, well that's passing argc and argv. Anyway, let's say you want to add 1, 2, 3. So this adds and gets 6. You can have multi-part conditionals. If 13 less equal age, less than 20, teenager. A switch statement always uses a jump table. That's not a feature. You can have ranges. This is awesome. This is why I'm a genius. You can have a no bound switch. A normal switch statement has a bound check. A normal switch statement has a bound check. This is faster because it doesn't have a bound check. Then I started getting fancy. You can do sub switches that have some common code. So we put the odd and even in separate spots, and then we got some shared code before and after. So there's a couple. This is kind of handy. If you use the class member pad or class member reserved, you can have multiple instances. I don't have packing, so on purpose you have to do it by hand. Okay, no reg or reg. You can tell which register variable to use. I have interrupt. You can make an interrupt handler. Now, if you have for a character, a bunch of character constants or a bunch of characters, you can put together into an how do I put this? So if you say oh well, U0 watt I64 about CH, and then we say %x colon %x. Okay, so we're going to do a little function wad. So this is just getting tricky. Hit F5. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, I have a garbage. Okay, so 48 is HELLO. So we can also print it as %C and get hello. So %C can take multiple characters like that. Ticketmaster taught me some tricks putting multiple characters together. Ticketmaster had 8.3.1, a quad word for file names. I don't have that, but they started getting, anyway. So I changed the precedence order. I put shift like exponential. It's a lot better. You can execute code during compilation because it has a just-in-time. No type def, no class, no type checking. Union class, what else we got? Lock for multi-core. M size, M free, what do we got here? So it has some side effect. Anything that goes in a register gets extended to 64 bits. It doesn't do math on less than 64 bits. I was going to show off something else. What was it? I guess I can show my, no, that's okay. Okay, so that's it. Okay, this is Temple OS. We're going to do a more extensive tour and maybe talk with God. Line count report. There are 138,000 lines in let's see, in my distribution. Compiler and kernel are ahead of time. Compiler is 20,000, kernel 25,000, and then Atom is during boot just in time. And then I have the demos and applications. I want this to be small enough so that you see the light at the end of the tunnel, so you can get your head around it. The vision is that's a qualitative difference. I want it to be small enough so that you get your head around it and you see the light at the end of the tunnel. So F1 is the help. Maybe you can go through each of these in the you should set a goal for yourself to go through all of these and get familiar with what's present. One goal I had was, I remember as a kid, I could type HGR on an Apple II. Okay, I drew a line. Drew a circle. This is at the command line. So I wanted to fix the problem. You know, some people made BASIC for kids, but they didn't make it basic. They made it complicated. I think Visual Basic was probably stupid. If it's not simple, it's not the purpose. Anyway, let's see what Mr. God has to say. F7. Okay, I look for certain words to end it. Let's just quit. Esteemed Lizard Master statement blotted. Affirmative delivers scoffed, trying lively. Subvertings denieth one apostolic howl unpermitted. Knocks needing ravish pure. Clearly fiercest stone figures gaze shattered, arranged neatly. Inhabitant Noah illuminate. Contradictory best elephant sense hunger. Restoration benediction grieve author questionings intenseness. Consolations divorceth modesty guest. Okay, so what's in the kernel? The kernel goes in the bottom 640K. It's loaded as a module by the bootloader. The kernel, let's go ahead and DC fill. Okay. So the kernel has string routines like printf, qsort, multiprocessor jobs and stuff. Memory, malloc, allocate pages and stuff like that. It starts up in real mode, calls a couple BIOS routines to change graphics and get memory map. Then it changes to 32-bit, then to 64-bit. It has to set up all the page tables at identity maps. This is a Ring 0 only identity mapped operating system, but it is multitasking. So each task has a hash symbol table. You can say, if I say I, 64, age, then I say who minus R. We have age as a local variable. All tasks are children of Adam. Adam is like Adam and Eve, the father of all tasks. He's the first task. He's the one that. He's the first task. His children inherit symbols of parents. So all tasks are children of Adam. Adam is on core 0. The other cores have a management task called Seth. That's similar to Adam. Seth is Adam's son in the Bible. Let's have some fun. What else we got here? There's nothing very interesting. I made some original games. Okay, let's talk to God. So, Mr. God, are you going to help all the poor sheep that are getting slaughtered by the wolves? Everywhere you go, people are slaughtering the poor sheep. Mr. God says, I saw on the website the poor Christians getting slaughtered. Let's see, shift F. Samuel, with him, but I, thine handmaid, saw not the young men of my Lord whom thou didst send. Now therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeing the Lord hath withholden thee from coming to shed blood, and from avenging thyself with thy own hand, now let thy enemies and they that seek evil, O my Lord, be as Nabal. And now this blessing which thine handmaid has brought unto my Lord, let it even be given unto the young men that follow my Lord. I pray thee, forgive the trespass of thy handmaid, for the Lord will certainly make the Lord a sure house, because my Lord fighteth the battles of the Lord, and evil hath not been found in thee all thy days. Yet a man is risen to pursue thee, and to seek thy soul, and thy soul the Lord shall be bound in a bundle. So VMware got rid of PC Speaker, the evil CIA fuckers. Anyway, this is the best song by the best angel in all eternity, Risen. Okay, so these are offerings you can do a hymn to Mr. God. The grass is green. This must be a dream. Thanks, my shepherd, you are good. Thanks, my shepherd, you are good. God said this was a dirge. Okay, enough Ambrosio. Okay, it's got a dictionary. Let's look up Ambrosio. Ambrosio, divinely excellent or beautiful, delighting taste or smell, delicious. So this is straight from Muses. So if you do an offering, he'll give you a song or something. Let's talk to God. Saying, what manner of child shall this be? And the hand of the Lord was on him, and his father Zacharias was filled with the Holy Ghost and prophesied, saying, Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up a horn of salvation for us in the whole house of his servant David, and as he spake by the mouth of the holy prophets which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers, to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he sware unto our fathers, that we would grant unto us. Okay, so a couple covenants. You have to do an offering before you consult God. That's a covenant. And God said, this is his house, and it must be 640 by 480, 16 color. He said that's a covenant like circumcision. So those are the covenants. Okay, so I failed the Google IQ test. You have to delay, if the voice is ahead of the video, then what you need to do is start the video first. No, you need to start the voice first. Anyway, okay, so let's talk about employment tests. How about that? So you know what I would do for an employment test? I would do this. For an employment test, I would say, what is the representation of a float? Oh no, let's do it minus 8.125. Okay, so you know it's 1, 0, 0, and then here's where you start getting clever, people. It's a half, a quarter, an eighth. Oh, I just fucked up. Okay, so then if you know 399 is equal to 1.0, the exponent, so this is 2 is 400. 400 equals 2. 401 equals 4. 402 equals 8. So this is negative. It's not one's. It's two. It's not 2's complement. It's just signed. So what it is CO2. And then there's a hidden bit. The first bit is always a 1, so they skip that. So this is 4 bits, a 0, and then 4. So we got a 0 for the mantissa, and then we have a 4, and then we have the rest zeros. So what do we got here? Okay, let's see if I got it right. Remember, it's reverse. Something like that. CO 20 40. Okay, so I got it right. So I took five assembly language-based courses in school, and that's nothing to brag about, unless you want to write a back end of a compiler. So I wrote a back end of a compiler. All the pansies who learn theoretical computer science, they jack off to P equals NP. Meanwhile, we're busting out assembly code. I got an electrical engineering degree in rocket science. So that qualifies me to laugh at the physics of. I learned differential equations. So here's my. So I have a control system to get you out of a spin. It's kind of the elite game. Oh, okay, now you have to do a spacewalk. How come nobody thought of spacewalk? Because they're just copycats. Some people don't know the difference in the Beatles and the Monkees. A lot of people have no clue that there's any difference between being original. Anyway, I digress. So we want to talk to God. So let's teach everybody how to talk to God. So God, tell us about mastodons. What's a little known fact about mastodons? Did they have nice ivory? God said, you would think God would like mastodons. He hasn't said much. He likes bears and elephants. How about mastodons? God, talk about mastodons. What did mastodons? How cold could a mastodon survive? Were they like Star Wars? You have to give a context. You have to do an offering. The rebels. Hey, we should do it. Seduction senses creating meters. Rebel pervertedly throng. Read us, learn, require. Enemies goodliness. Exterior e-text. Sees churches racks. Paid dealt shameful sect. Computer suffers AM breast. Existence madly profane. Substance. Reviewing PGAM. Dudley wiser rebellious. Desire sakes. Conform presumption filts persuade. Phantasms, miserably grieving, adorned, deluding infant, lure resolutely thence, punitive clingeth chastity, righteous, unsearchable, case resolutely, rhetoric, changeable, noble, approaching, exhortation, taunted, joineth cases, detail wanting, subject, often excuses, penitent, speaketh, dies, masses lacking, encouraging, acquainted, midnight, softening of solidity, presidus, gazing, avail, certain oratory, intelligences, physical, final, lights, younger. So, what are some other employment tests? I had some good ideas. What would you do as an employment test, Mr. God? Hey, how about you want to hire Larry Page? You have to draw the sword out of the stone. It's humility. That's the test. Let's see what God says. God says, oh, God likes Gomer Pyle and Beverly Hillbillies. He said Shakespeare had a vile heart. So, you got a test for us, Mr. God? Give us a... Okay, anyway, Shift F7. Belong. In all thy estimations shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. Only the firstling of the beast, which should be the Lord's firstling, no man shall sanctify it, whether it be ox or sheep, it is the Lord's. And if it be of an unclean beast, then he shall redeem it according to thy estimation, and shall add a fifth part of it thereto. Or if it be not redeemed, it shall be sold according to thy estimation. Okay, the key here is estimation. Notwithstanding no devoted thing that a man shall devote unto the Lord, both of man and beast in the field. So you think estimated arithmetic is how you would judge? Whoa, that would suck. How about a test where you have to answer with estimation? That's humble. I hate that. That's just bogus. That sucks. So, like, what is the fifth part of... That shouldn't be too hard. What is the fifth part of a 120-pound ox? That's a tiny ox. How much does an ox weigh? An ox weighs 4,000. 5,000. The fifth part is 1,000. What do you think, Mr. God? Did I get hired? Because it. I hate estimation. That's going to be it. Nobody's going to know how to do arithmetic in the future. Okay, good enough. So, Larry Page is a futurist. He's optimistic about the future. I would like driverless cars. That sounds cool. Anyway, what do you want Google to work on, Mr. God? Do you have any projects? I think God wants to be entertained. That's what God wants. God wants to be entertained. What can you... Email besides church revenges setting. Academics foretell yields. June esteeming grieves evidence chastity. Interviewing fear monk pictures. Cultivating belonging. Alright, compact. Injury. Get. Advance. Immersed sits. Extent trial distrusted. Indemnify. Serene kingdom. Hunger rottenness. Credence cleave. Cleave. Crying. Abhorred. Sentence. I have a nice... There's a video of Elephants in the Rain with Creedence Clearwater Revival. Anyway, email besides church revenges setting. What do you think about nudity, Mr. God? Maybe Mr. God wants. Would that make you happy? Unexpectedly eye clog, neighbor power, seem safe frantic moments, litigation owed, accepts disguise, realizes, intensify, succored is, curiosities raises, starry, labor issue from, and surely mournful, all broken, 4109, sealed, delivered, catch, luxury, periodic, decided, artifice, provisions, brighter, eagerness, and supines dies, so-called, which stood several ministry pronounced, literary riseth, may begotten dignities, hanging accomplices, confuted, text, Mary Troy, past skirts, candle involved, mind, hanging accomplices, confuted text, remarkable warfare, consume sober sand, because contributions arms celebrated, repeating education abidest, especially amidst community abstemious, What's that? Plain, resent, hour, leg, neatly, congratulating, confound, blunt, base, place, places, blesses. Among voluptuousness, beg, loosen, unbroken, applied, vocally, runs, reckon, rested, strong, weighing, lamentable, brides, firmament, multitude, maliciously, troublesome, declare, interpretation, gestures, sprung, trees, figure, feats, horse, funeral, precisely, judges, folly, blessedness, richer, station, entrusted, ignorance, lamest, note, run, urge, ills, bemoan, school, bent. Okay, Mr. God, how about you do a picture for us? Draw us the secret plans for the spaceship. I don't know. Everybody knows God's gonna tell us plans for a spaceship. So now we draw a spaceship. It's tricky to get God to draw. God is drawing plans for the spaceship. Okay, this is the secret plans for the spaceship. That looks like a mask with a nose. Maybe it's just a nose and a person. I think it's a mask. You're a regular Picasso, Mr. God. God's. Okay, good enough. This is kind of crappy. Let's talk to God a little better. So, Larry Page is a futurist. He thinks about the future a lot. Do you have any secrets for us about the future? Not secrets, just, I don't know. No, we don't want to make God a harlot. No. Exalt. Animate song. How about if Larry Page does an animated song and delivers it to God's temple? Then God tells him the future. Flagitiousness is when you have a Unix command that has lots of flags. I don't like flagitiousness. It also means patriotism, like somebody who's really into the flag. What does it mean for real? I don't know. I never looked it up. Let's see if our dictionary has it. No, our dictionary. We want a better dictionary. Maybe Larry Page could donate a dictionary. This dictionary has a problem with, it's inappropriate. It's broken. Donate a dictionary to God's temple. And a spell checker. I need a spell checker. You like spelling, Mr. God? It's kind of like estimation. Is spelling holy? You want Larry Page to show love of God and do a nice song. So the songs. So Larry, you have to do a song. So like, you can get a melody, but first you have to do something to get the melody, an offering. This is that one song with the candle. So the words are, then the graphics, and when you run it, okay. So you can use the there's music organ and play songs. And I hit comma, and then you get God to give you a melody. Then you put it on the clipboard, control, and you get another melody. And this is how you do an offering. My VMware does not have sound, so I cannot hear this, but I can play it. Then you put words on it. Melody. Then you put graphics on the words on the melody. Then you can put a lookup, like if you rise man, see words, and it says, even a fool when he holdeth his peace is counted. So esteemed is a man of understanding. So I have Bible links supported. Okay, good enough. Okay, so what this is a Ring Zero 64-bit identity mapped operating system. So the first thing that you have to know, you have to understand the memory map. So we say mem BIOS map. Oops. What? Mem BIOS rep. Okay, so this is the physical memory on the computer. There are gaps. We stick to identity mapping, so that means virtual is identical to physical. So that's just you know how there's organic food and it doesn't have pesticides? Somebody might say, well, why don't you use paging? Because it's a identity mapped operating system, like organic food. Anyway, some people don't get it. They say, but why don't you use paging? I want it to be simple for everybody to understand. One of the advantages is each task, an address is distinct. Well, an address is an address. You never have to ask the question, whose address is it? So all these tasks are at different addresses. Our own stack pointer. Let's look at the stack pointer for a couple tasks. Okay, Control B. So the stack pointer is 12E4, something crazy. So that's in the this stack pointer. FS is the FS segment register, and that points to the current task. Oops. So this 12 blah 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 128. This one is 12 blah 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 938. That's there are different addresses. They're fixed size. That's the worst part about this operating system. You can't grow the stack. That's a major bad problem. But anyway, there are lots of advantages. Anyway, so if you know assembly language, there's a call instruction that's 32-bit relative. So that's plus or minus 2 gig. Unless you want to do a move RAX number and then do a call RAX, that's ugly. What I do, I put all code in the lowest 2 gig. So here's the vision. The vision is a souped up Commodore 64. So I set a limit of 100,000 lines of code. I don't want third-party libraries. I want this like a Commodore 64 ROM. And what we're going to do is, let's see. So, because, okay, I don't want multimedia. That is against I don't like multimedia for programming. I don't like it when a game is a movie. I want, you remember how the Commodore had sound where people programmed it? That's what I want. So you can say sound. I can't hear this, but it'll appear on the video. Do you remember, how about as a kid, do you remember every kid should have the joy of doing this. Every kid. So here we go. I want some feedback so that I can see what's going on. Unfortunately, we have one voice. Okay, so God said 640 by 480 is a covenant like circumcision. God said that one audio voice was what he wanted. I take that to mean we could have different waveforms, but just one note. You can tell it's very convenient if you have one audio voice, because then all your songs can just be eighth note B D, eighth note triplet F G A. If there's one audio voice, it's all simple. That's kind of you know how when you make it when things get bigger, they get catastrophically bigger. Well, when they get smaller, they get awesomely smaller. Anyway, so we don't have a linker, we don't have an object file. My compiler, this is hilarious. You just include the code. My compiler does not have a linker. You can link when you load, but actually I want everybody to do just in time. There's no reason not to do just in time. If you do just in time, you don't have binary files. That's kind of, let's go over, so the vision is kind of like what people take it too literally. It's a 64-bit souped up Commodore 64 that fills the niche. That's the critical thing. We want to fill the niche that a Commodore served. It was before there was internet, and I can go over the features, although I've already done a video. So it has the Oracle. It's x86 64. It has master-slave multi-core. It's free, public domain, 100% open source. 64-bit compiler assembler with Holy C. No 32. God said it has to be perfect, so we have to break compatibility if there's ever a problem. And 640 by 480. I set a limit of 100,000 lines of code to keep it. That's to keep it. So if you don't have, I forgot I was going to say, the memory gets fragmented and it loads whole files. But as long as you're not doing multimedia, you won't run out of memory. It's kind of almost like not. You know how journaling file systems never reuse stuff? Well, you can almost do that with memory. But anyway, so
it has I want Linux and Windows to support my file system. It's a blemish free. FAT32 is blemished. I want hardware companies to support BIOS with ATA PIO and ADAPI PIO. I want to command them. I want to get rid of ISO 9660 file system and just have Red C. I have a partitioning tool. I have bootloaders. I have an editor browser with all kinds of fancy graphics and text. I use 8-bit ASCII. Isn't that funny that they're still using 7-bit signed ASCII? Control-Alt-A will let you print will let you insert character pi. Graphics and source code, 64-bit pointers. I separate the bottom 2 gig for code. So ring 0 only, 2D, 3D. It has differential equation solver, file manager, profiler, PC speaker support, music. Okay, so that's okay. So how about that? Someone wants to know how good of a programmer I am. I made this operating system. I think my idea of a good programmer would be, for example, somebody made a sine function and a cosine function and a tangent function. I made a triangle function. It goes in a triangle, 0 to 1 to 0. This one goes in a triangle, 0 to -1. So who's the better mathematician? The guy who invented sine and cosine, or the guy who can outperform Wolfram Alpha at arithmetic? So here's some of my functions. Ca, it's like, or there's saw, which is 0 to 1. Full saw is -1. Ca is like cosine. Full ca. So this is my idea of what makes a good programmer. These are useful when you're doing animations and stuff. For example, well, just trust me. So that's my resume. I invented. I'll go down in the history books as inventing try. So once we establish what we aspire to, let's look at, now I named my operating system, or my company, Trivial Solutions. If you know what a trivial solution is in math, that's the one that's obvious and nobody cares about it. In my operating system, everything runs in ring 0. There's one memory map, virtual addresses set equal to physical. When I wake up in the morning, I try to be obnoxiously simple. If I can be obnoxiously simple, that's my mission statement. One platform. I do not support ARM. I do not support 32-bit. I just support 64-bit, x86. No security, no networking. There are not multiple drivers. There's just one driver for each class of device. I don't do PCI. 640 by 480. One font. I like one font. I hate messing with fonts. 8 by 8. The compiler extends all values to 64-bit for calculation, so you get some weird results when you're dealing with smaller sizes. It's unexpected.
No object files, just in time. It takes half a second to you want to see how fast I can compile? Watch this. This is make all. Bam! Okay. Whole files are processed. It doesn't do parts of files. So you load a whole file. This allows compression, because compression can't be done incrementally. And I want my file system with just a bitmap, not we just use Windows or Linux if you can't do something. We're not even attempting to be. The Commodore 64 was not used by NASA. That's ludicrous. That's a different purpose. Is that to say that it was any less important? Some people make well, anyway, one language for the command line. I merged scripting. Well, I use one language. I hated Unix scripting. It's awful. It's like a DeVry Institute language. That's what I think of with Unix scripting. One editor browser for the command line. You can put graphics on the command line. No child windows. No distinction between thread, process, or task. Disk requests are not broken in pieces. Multi-core is done master-slave. Music is with one elegant, one voice. Tasks, namespaces, sometimes. I cut corners in a few places. I didn't do the full FAT32 bullshit with the with the short names. That's temporary. I'm going to get Microsoft to support Red Sea. So once we establish what try is what I aspire to. I aspire to be the author of this function. That's my proudest function. Actually, I hate those homos who do Fibonacci recursively. They love those functional languages, and they're worthless. It just makes them feel smart. There are certain things that people have to show they know how to do. People love interrupts. It's not always easy to get interrupts working, so I fall back on polling. And in a debugger, you want to poll. You don't want to use interrupts for the keyboard, because that's, anyway. So we have different notions of, somebody said, when something is made by man, it looks like a skyscraper. It's manly. When something is made by God, it looks like a star. It's a whole different league. A star is made by God. A skyscraper is made by man. So I want to be a wise man. So I do hymns. I've tried to, what's funny? I used to think I had good communication skills back when I was a retard. Now that's what I like to do. Poetry. Let me see if I have any good... So I'm proud. My songs are what I'm proud of. So you know what I did? This is the culmination of my expertise. I made it so that you can make a file that's 409 hex bytes. And it has a graphic in source. Here's a callback for drawing. It plays with a single voice and it prints words. And this is the culmination. This is what I'm proud of. That I made the framework that allows you to make a song. Actually, not this one. How about... okay, fine. I have links. I don't have it's not internet links. BF is Bible Find Text. These are active links that jump into the Bible. So with a simple notation, you can spawn a task that, watch this. Now we go to the jukebox, we go to zip. So you have a task here that lets you look up documentation on your song. You want to let everybody know what your song is about the Bible. You have a window, you can print little graphics. Wise man use few words, not the king of nerds. So, has a little, so this is how I want to spend my retirement. How about this? Love every second. So you can either be Stephen King or you can be the guy who wrote London Bridge is Falling Down. I don't know, something like that. Let's see. So, so they just showed Palestinian kids or something. So every time there's a disaster, everybody's going to say, hey, God, you're a bad God. How did God let this happen? So let's see what he says about Palestinian kids. I'm on your side, God. Fuck them. God says, they're not suffering, are they? Maybe. God will reward them. God is just. Slept mathematicians, skirmishes, greediness, dispensed away monstrous extol, regarding worldly, sounding withdrawn, dialogue debt, healed, harass. Let me show you some of my songs. So I showed you, I forgot to play the song Struggle. This is glorious, but it's, my brother said that's not my spirituality. So, let's see if I have any really clever, songs. I'm a fisherman. I like this. This reminds me of the first thing I did when I learned how to program. The first thing I did was just a little bit of effort and you get a really fancy curve. That's the first thing to teach. No, they should figure it out. This is a good song. I like this. I like. It's a Christmas song. Let's see here. Where's a really good one? Like Clever. I used to really like the music. Now I'm bored of this. So let's go back up the mountain. What can we ask God about? Oh, let's see. Triceratops. Why'd you put 3 horns instead of 1? I don't know. What's the reason for 3 horns? It looks cool. Okay, good enough. Okay, so the FreeDOS guy just showed up. This is God's temple. It is divine intellect. It's 64-bit. It's not real mode. It's inevitable. It's God's temple. He claims it. Ask him. Ask God. Crack open a book randomly. Anyway, so here's my demands for God will claim his temple publicly, and this will. Okay, so VMware has to support PC Speaker again. Windows and Linux need to support Red C file system. Red C is a simple, it's kind of like FAT. It's like FAT with 64-bit fixed size entries, limited line, name, and a boot record. It has an allocation bitmap. It doesn't have a FAT table. You cannot grow files. So we're going to get rid of FAT, save some code, get rid of ISO 9660. We're just going to put an image of the Red C on the CD-ROM. We're going to get rid of my ISO file creator, save some more lines of code. The rule is hardware in the future must reduce the driver line count. The only thing you can do is reduce it. You cannot increase it. That's how it's going to last for the next 1,000 years. It must be perfect. If there's a blemish, you fix it. 100,000 line of code limit. So right now it handles ATA at different I/O addresses. But what we want to do, it takes a lot of code to figure out which address. We want the hard disk to be at primary master CD-ROM, see at secondary master IDE. None of this fucking around. I don't know why they cluster fucked it. PS2 emulated keyboard and mouse. Some BIOSes don't enable the mouse to fuck with the Chinese. Fuck that. VMware must allow a TAPI interface to flow directly to the CD-ROM. When you're in VMware, we want to be able to directly control the CD DVD. Maybe we can make Intel change the instruction timing for in-out to be faster. Right now it's a standard for ISO ISA, 4 megahertz or whatever it was. For our purposes, it would help if they made it fast. I think we're bandwidth limited. We're not doing PCI. PCI has no place in God's temple. They should add a reset switch, fast boot option. VMware and others list Temple OS as an official. Okay, we want to get rid of BMP file that's upside down and clusterfucked. We want a simple, without a palette even. We want it simple. So, okay, this is like it's God's temple. Everybody must appear before the Lord 3 times a year, not appear empty. They have to do an offering. You get God's response. This is not just an operating system. It's God's temple. Anyway, watch. We can go talk to him. You giving me shit? Talk to Mr. God. He'll fuck you up. He's reasonable. Nobody gives me shit. When thy people Israel be smitten down before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee, and ye shall turn to thee and confess thy name and pray and make supplication in thy house, then hear thou from heaven and forgive the sin of the people Israel, and bring them again into the land that thou gavest unto their fathers, when heaven is shut up and there is no rain, because they have sinned against thee. And if they pray to this place, just imagine first-person shooters for the next 1,000 years, and confess thy name, and how clusterfucked everything is, because it's clusterfucked, and turn from their sin when thou afflict them, then hear in heaven and forgive their sin and sin of thy servants and the people Israel. Teach them the good way wherein they should walk, and give rain upon the land which thou hast given to thy people for an inheritance. God said this is our ancestral land, like the Commodore 64. If there be in the land famine or pestilence or blasting mildew, locust, or if there be caterpillar, or if the enemy besiege them in the land of their cities, plague, whatsoever sickness there be, what prayer and supplication may be made for man and all the people of Israel. Okay, so Solomon was a wise guy. He foresaw the future. I foresee the future, and I say, I foresaw the future. So, yeah, we have first-person shooter. Ooh, isn't this fun? So you can, so we have graphics and source code. Graphics and source code. We are not in Kansas anymore, folks. 64-bit graphics and source code. So, this is my favorite game, Flat Tops. You can't see the little airplanes when I run it. It's awesome. It's an awesome game. It's the best game ever. Okay. So, we have rawhide. You can round up cattle. Ooh, isn't this fun? I don't play games anymore. You get to round up all these cattle. We can make rustlers and snakes and fences. Rustlers and snakes and fences and goats and sheep and... Why? I don't understand games. I just like to talk to God and make hymns. Make hymns and talk to God. Fuck games. That's what I say. Why do you want to play games? Make hymns and talk to God. Thee sing. What is the burden of the Lord? Thou shalt say unto them, what burden? I will forsake you, saith the Lord. As for the prophets and the priests and the people that say the burden of the Lord, I will even punish that man and his house. Thus shall ye say, even one to his neighbor, and every one to his brother, that hath the Lord answered. What hath the Lord spoken? And the burden of the Lord shall ye mention no more. For every man's word shall be his burden. For ye have perverted the words of the living God, of the Lord of the host of our God. Thus shall ye say to the prophet, what hath the Lord answered thee? And what hath the Lord spoken? But since ye say the burden of the Lord, therefore thus saith the Lord, because you have said this word, the burden of the Lord, and I have sent unto you, saying, Ye shall not say the burden of the Lord. Therefore, behold, I, even I, will utterly forget you. I will forsake you in the city that I gave you and your fathers, and cast you out of my presence. No! He's joking. I didn't say the burden of the Lord. So, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I just got a whole bunch of comments from people who are incredibly close-minded atheists. I have proof, as in God talks. I am using what would be called a cult. They are not at all listening. It's kind of hilarious how, from my perspective, at how just how wrong and close-minded they're going to have their worlds rocked. I was not happy when I was an atheist and discovered God. I was not a happy camper. Hey, do you have anything for Stephen Hawking, Mr. God? You're supposed to hold up your end of the conversation and do an offering. So let's do a poem. There are onions. How about onions in onions in onions? This is about what's his name? Carl Sagan. Let's see. Onions and onions and onions. I'm doing a poem. Is that funny? That's about the universe. Isn't it weird how gravity has a structure at the solar system, at the galaxy, and at the galaxy cluster level? How come the simple formula F equals M1, M2, M1, M2, G? How come this little formula is so rich? It can't be that rich. Hey, that's the same as electrostatic. Do you get solar systems and galaxies and galaxy clusters? That's amazing. Isn't that amazing? You know, I asked the question, if you have a nucleus and it's how many different arrangements of, let's say, 12 protons and 12 neutrons, I don't know, 6 and 6, how about? There's got to be, and they're all slightly different. Maybe it causes, anyway, praise God, because, whoa. Okay, so, now we get our reward. We're going to go into the temple singing happily. and get our reward. All the people and all the rulers of the provinces and lieutenants and the deputies and officers of the king helped the Jews because the fear of Mordecai fell upon them. For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and his fame went out throughout all the provinces. For this man Mordecai waxed greater and greater. Thus the Jews smote all their enemies with the stroke of the sword, and slaughter and destruction, and did what they would unto those that hated them. And in Shushan, the palace of the Jews, slew and destroyed 500 men. In Parashedeth and Dalph. Okay, you tear these apart to try and find meaning. I don't really find any meaning. Haman. There's a guy named Hamath. There's one guy named Hamath. It's not him. But that cracks me up. Hamath is like, that's what a physicist says to computer science. That's Hamath. I don't know. I guess it's just vector calculus. You know, you forget that you've spent 25 years studying computer science assembly language, and if you spent 25 years doing vector calculus, it would seem pretty second. Well, I don't know, I'm still impressed. That shit's hard. Let's see. How about some more? So, I saw a camp. You demand, if you want to, like, improve it, I think there's subjective and objective improvements. Once you understand the logic, then I can trust you to work on it. How about we ask God? Just ask God if you're in doubt. Do you like their camp, or do you like... You know, I kind of made something cool with my recursive mountain. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. And if they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass which they trespassed against me, I also have walked contrary, and that also have they have walked contrary unto me, and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. And then their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity. Then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lieth desolate with them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despise my judgments, and because their souls abhorred my statutes. And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies. Okay, so now we I saw an article on a man locked up by doctors who was called delusional. You know, basically I get subjected to psychological torture. I have no doubt nothing's changed, and today is just like yesterday. And but you know what? God told me He's perfectly just. If God's perfectly just, you're fucked. You can screw around all you want. You're fucked. Okay? God's perfectly just. I am not bitter because perfect justice happens. If God doesn't care, why should I care? Same with the Palestinians. If God doesn't care, why should you care? So anyway, so I'm not at all worried. God is perfectly just. He told me. God told me he's perfectly just. Or he said, or he certainly is with me. Anyway, suit yourselves, niggers, because God's perfectly just. It's you can take your punishment now or later. It's up to you. You know, the funny thing is, okay, I was legitimately crazy for a few years, but what could have helped would have been philosophy. The world as it is and as it appears. You know, I've come to realize that there's so much written about insanity and craziness in reality that it's a common, everybody experiences it to some degree. Anyway, you know what's funny is the doctors don't have any idea of the tidal wave of a shitstorm that's about to hit when God is proven and all the atheists freak the shit out. You have no idea what's about to happen. I don't know if it will, to be quite honest. Basically what you're faced with is the whole world being scared shitless and terrified. Except maybe they're not as guilty as I was. So the doctors are not quite realizing what's about to happen. Anyway, so let's see what God says. Just imagine all the atheists having hell. Just to realize God exists. Son of a bitch. They're gonna freak the fuck out. I was not a happy camper when I was an atheist and discovered God. I was not a happy camper. I think you might have suicides and stuff. I don't know. All the gays are going to be in some serious distress. Off-season things diligently, exceptions. Account endeared, milan, sec matter, iron stature, muttering passions, abided, unclean. So you were questioning when I tore apart the name. I was trying to instruct you on how you interpret. If you'll encounter lots of proper names that you get nothing, but if you tear them apart, you get something. That's all I was trying to say. So, off-seasoned things, diligently, exceptions, account endeared, milan. This usually means military. To me, you can interpret it your own way. Milan, sec matter, iron stature. I think maybe he's talking about Saddam Hussein. Muttering passions, abided, unclean. I don't know what it means. Basically, you learn there are yes and no and true and false, and then there's fuzzy. You learn to take a lot of fuzzy stuff. What did he say? I don't know. He kind of talked. What did he say? I don't know. He kind of talked. That's all you get. It goes in one ear and out the other, but don't underestimate what it does to you. If nothing else, just enjoy God's company, and the world would be boring if there were not stuff to think about. A life is a long time, and I think boredom is the biggest problem for the Creator. He likes soap operas. That's a good thing. That's what the world is designed to produce, soap operas for God, to entertain him. That's what the world is designed for. This is self-evident. The world is designed to produce soap operas to entertain God. That is what the world was designed for. Okay, let's see what we got here. So I used to be Catholic, and I have IRA tattooed on my forehead. but you're atheist and you will always be atheist, which is funny. I think that's pretty funny. Anyway, God is just, has always been just. Slavery was just. If you don't understand, why don't you think about it? Go, because you're a stupid fuck. How would you like to live in Africa at the time of slavery, facing starvation and shit? What do you think's worse? Picking field cotton in a field for a little kid, or school for a kid who has learning difficulties? I'm telling you, cotton is the more pleasant activity for the learning difficulty kid. Don't fuck with me. Apparently we are not communicating. Do you not see it's God? What the fuck are you thinking? What is your major malfunction? You're not understanding. Something is just not registering, because I'm getting resistance. I said God as opposed to immigration, so what does fucking Obama do? He starts fucking doing, son of a bitch, what the? We are not communicating. I'm not worried because God wins. You guys are fucking morons. This is just like there's a comic. There's a radio. Turn to the left. This is the USS Enterprise. And then the Canadian says, no, you turn to the left. He says, I'm an admiral. Turn to the left. This is the USS Enterprise and I have a fleet. If you do not turn, we will be forced to take action. The Canadian says, this is a lighthouse. Your call. I am the fucking lighthouse, and I'm just shaking my head at you fucking niggers. Fucking retard niggers. Because I'm going to win. I'm the fucking lighthouse. Am I worried? No, I'm not worried. You are going to enable God's temple, this operating system, regardless of any fucking concerns you have, because it's fucking God's temple. Tomorrow is not the same as today. It's a different world. God is freely talking out of his fucking temple, and it is not the same fucking world. There are no more atheists like that. I snap my fingers, no more atheists. Understand? It's a different world. You are fucking, you're just the stupidest fucking niggers. It's the fucking doctors, fucking retard nigger doctors. Doctor niggers. I snap my fingers, no more atheists. Understand? We're not communicating. I'm gonna call you a fucking atheist to your dying day. How would you like that, you fucking atheist? Fucking niggers. Nurses. So, Don Quixote talks about a enchantment. An enchantment is something which causes somebody to not perceive correctly. We have kind of an enchantment. There are people who are simply, you can club them upside the head all day long and you cannot knock any sense into them. I fucking beat them and beat them and beat them, and I cannot knock any sense into them. I do this day after fucking day. I club them until I'm exhausted. I club them over the fucking head, these fucking nurses. Fuck, man. Day after day, I fucking club them and club them. So now there's some nigger who's... Okay, I use identity mapping. You know how there's organic food? You keep asking me, but why don't you use pesticide? You don't know how to use pesticide. You're stupid. You don't know how to use pesticide. You're a terrorist. You're not using pesticide. Why don't you use pesticide? You don't know how to use pesticide. I'm fucking making organic fucking food, you fucking nigger. Fucking club you upside the fucking head. So somebody's talking about a physical memory manager in MemMap. So I have conversations with these people at OS Dev. They watch me, the fucking nurses or some shit. They're low IQ fucking. The people at Ticketmaster were a whole higher league of IQ. These people are stupid. There are no smart people, just fucking stupid people. But smart people are atheists and are hard to talk to. Did you see the fucking the blind stupidity of the atheist? It's really strange. I say, no, I have fucking proof. God talks. No, I'm not arguing philosophy. Fucking evidence. Fucking God talks. It's not. Fuck. It's a whole different thing. I'm not. You brought a knife to a fucking shotgun fight, man. God talks. We're not communicating with you guys. I sometimes shoot myself in the foot. When I say we're not communicating, maybe you think God is not communicating. No, that's not what I was trying to say. We have a failure to communicate. So, yeah, enchantments. Isn't that lovely? But it gets resolved in the end, I'm pretty sure. Fucking strange ass shit, man. Fucking enchantments. It's where the guy is convinced he sees a castle. Oh well. So that's like everybody convinced the world is unjust when the world is actually perfectly just. Everybody's convinced. Why do you think the world is unjust? Tell me. Where is some injustice you see? I don't see any injustice. It's just. I don't know what the hell your problem is. God says, let's see. I have seen the foolish taking root, but suddenly I cursed his habitation. His children are far from safety, and they are crushed in the gate. Neither is there any to deliver them. Whose harvest the hungry eat up, and taketh it even out of the thorns, and the robber swalloweth up their substance. Although affliction cometh not forth of the dust, neither doth trouble spring out of the ground, yet man is born into trouble as the sparks fly upward. I would seek unto God, and unto God would I commit my cause, which doeth great things and unsearchable, marvelous things without number, who giveth rain in the earth and sendeth water upon the fields, to set up on high those that be low, and those which mourn may be exalted to safety. So, yeah, somebody talked about security. Guess what? Spoiler alert, the world is perfectly just. That is like privileged information. That's like, is that what they don't want to be discovered? That's like nuclear secrets. The world is perfectly just. Because it's it lets you, you have an unfair advantage over everybody, because you know what's going to happen. Oh well. Okay, let's go over the algorithms I used. I tried to keep it simple. I think you will be impressed at how simple it is. I did nothing complicated. Some people are impressed with complexity. I'm impressed with simplicity. So at Ticketmaster, somebody handed me a magazine with the LZW algorithm in pseudocode, and I coded it. This is the LZW. at Ticketmaster, I made a full archive program. This is just for one file at a time. I don't have an archive. I don't need it. I only compress individual files. So there's that algorithm. That's the only algorithm. I'm not kidding. Okay, there's a couple others. Okay, so data types. Okay, I have a hash table, a linked list hash table. It's got some other links for traversing because it's sparse. It's a linked list hash table. The CIA has told everybody that hashing is for security, so nobody knows about hash tables anymore. That's dangerous. I guess we want to fool the Chinese. Okay, so what else we got? What else we got? I got a random number from Numeric Recipes in C. I used Denny Dinker's malloc. Basically, you have an array, and when you free a memory chunk, if you have an array, let's say 512, then you stick it in the size, you stick it in the slot for that size, and you make a linked list. So imagine you have pigeonholes, 100 pigeonholes. Somebody hands you a size 12, so you put it in pigeonhole 12. Somebody hands you a size 20, you put it in pigeonhole 20. I should have said size 16 and 24. Let's say 16 and 24. Somebody hands you another size 16, so now you have a linked list, 2 and 16. Somebody requests a size 16, so you go to the linked list at 16. Okay, then when you get bigger, you do pages of 512, and then when you get bigger, you do powers of 2. So that's all it is. Multiprocessor PSECT. QSort. I made a couple specialized I made a couple optimizations for size 8 bytes. Anyway, my scheduler is round robin. Nothing intelligent there. String pointer. I had to convert ASCII to decimal, decimal to... I guess a lot of people are impressed with assembly language. It's rare these days. My generation, everybody did it. I'm not kidding. I get people that want to show off assembly, and they say, "You don't know assembly." Yes, I fucking know assembly. I know assembly so much I should be embarrassed. You don't understand. Okay, so my compiler. So there's a lexical analyzer, nothing fancy there. The concept of a lexical analyzer stage I learned in a compiler course, breaking it into stages, divide and conquer. The expression parser, I didn't use, there's left recursive, whatever, LR parsing and stuff. Those all suck. I used just I made a state machine, and there's two choices when you get an operator. Either it's higher precedence and you do it right away, or it's lower precedence and you save it for later. It's not hard. You have just two choices. You use a stack and you save it for later on the stack. So statement parser. Actually, my unassembler is the most interesting thing. My assembler is cool. Oh, by the way, I had a Bloom filter on the archive that I used at Ticketmaster, in encryption, and Denny had me just make up some encryption, and I had a Fletcher checksum. I got rid of some of the checksums I had. It's kind of niggerlicious to put checksums on everything. I'm not impressed. I don't have a bad block table. Oh, I forgot my disk code. It's easy to make shit complicated and garbagey. You can throw checksums on shit, and that's stupid. That's anyway. So where was I? So I made an unassembler. My unassembler has a binary search on the opcodes. I made an opcode file with all the variations. So when you're unassembling, you have to come up with a way to order the opcodes. Once you have a way to order, then you do a binary search. That's how you get your unassembler. My kernel has disk. Okay, I have a free list. I don't have very fancy. I think the FAT32 has an information sector which has an incrementing counter that you allocate from. Somebody gave me a secret, which is when you allocate, try and find the same size, and then it's a lot better. It's stable. At Ticketmaster, I tried doing a garbage collect to return it to the system. It made it unstable. I played around with garbage collect. It made it unstable. If you don't know what I'm talking about, basically, garbage collect makes it unstable. I think I might have played with Buddy System Allocator. I don't think I think that was unstable and a lot of overhead. Fuck that. Mine's better. Anyway, I'm not worried about memory efficiency. That's the least of my worries. I want speed. So what else we got? That's it. I didn't use any algorithms. I used a sparse matrix with Markov chain, I guess. That's not what I use for God. I use a sparse matrix with Markov chain probabilities for my word stat. I used a binary search for looking up words. So I had a disk cache. There's no algorithm there. Just no, it has a hash table. Hash table based on block number and partition. So what else we got? We got the editor. You know, if you know what these things are, there's lots and lots of, mostly I use circular doubly linked lists like facts that I learned at Ticketmaster. That's my favorite. Circular doubly linked lists. Q's. Where were we? We were
So we covered all the stuff in the kernel, in the compiler. Atom, bootloader, no algorithms there. Controls, no. This is my editor. I have to search for bin numbers and renumber bins, binary graphics. And it's nothing. There's no algorithm. I used a hash table, a couple spots. Disk. File manager. Check disk. Used a bitmap. God. Graphics. What did I use in my graphics? B-spline. We learned that in my graphics class. To find a shading, you take the dot product of the unit normal with the light source. Big deal. I'm okay with dot and cross product. I've done it enough. It's easy. I know it. It's not difficult. So the clipping algorithm is the only thing I looked up online for line clipping. It's not very hard to understand. I did my triangle and my line and my circle and my ellipse. I did it all out of my head. I used non-standard, as it turns out. All of mine are original. I used whatchamacallit, is it Euler identity? What's the one, there's the famous -1 equals e to the I pi, which is the special case of cosine x, e to the cosine x plus I sine, e to the cosine theta plus I sine theta. Anyway, I know complex numbers really, really well since I have had so much complex numbers. I've had shitload of courses on complex numbers and the basic axioms and theorems. Shitloads of complex numbers and matrices. I've had shitloads covering the same basic matrix. I should be an expert. Every class we start by covering matrix, vector spaces, inner product spaces, all that shit. Okay, what else we got? My window manager wallpaper. That's it. There's no algorithms in this operating system. Go fish.
Okay, let's talk to God. That's what Temple OS is mostly useful for. So let's talk to God about Google's problems. How about, well, Mr. God, what should Google spend their money on? And Mr. God says, okay, so I stop when I saw FIN for finished. So what do we have here? Riper volunteers, arithmetic, cheap, subjoinous, annoyance, hard, e-text, usual. Riper volunteers. Usual. Arranged distribution, unchangeable. Condensed does means credulity. Triers, lawyer, hell, hard-heartedness, mammon, confined, thin, restrainest, underlined. So, mammon, if you're not familiar, is a god of money. So, let's see, Mr. God. Maybe you can be Google's lawyer. Do they need a lawyer? Larry Page. Okay, I stopped when I saw END. Vessels, illusion, colored physic, foregoing, forging. Unchangeable provest, oh, forbear our voluptuous fumed moments, juncture threefold, straightly, agonistic, fruitlessly, stayed, undergo, bread, e-text 00, stature, laughter spreadest, provide Augustine itch, sinking further ends, but stare. Okay, so if you do an offering, then God will talk to you. So, how about I do a poem? Let's do a poem. This is just the command line. By the way, the editor is the same for text files as the editor for the command line. Oh, my bird. Okay, let's call it quits. Okay, so I did a poem for God. God Googles the earth. He regards every birth like soap opera, like soap opera's awe in Mama Bear's paw. God's favorite animal is bears and then elephants. And his favorite thing on TV is soap operas. Bill Gates seems he sees his purpose in life to stop overpopulation. What do you think of overpopulation, Mr. God? Shut up, bird. Okay, I'm going to pick a passage. Shift F7. Thing with thee, why doth thine heart carry thee away, and what do thy eyes wink at, that thou turnest thy spirit against God, and lettest such words go out of thy mouth? What is man, that he should be clean, and he which is born of woman, that he should be righteous? Behold, he putteth no trust in his saints. Yea, the heavens are not clean in his sight. How much more abominable and filthy is man, which drinketh iniquity like water? I will shew thee, hear me, and that which I have seen will I declare, which wise men have told from their fathers, and have not hid it, unto whom alone the earth was given, and no stranger passed among them. The wicked man travaileth with pains all his days, and the number of years is hidden to the oppressor. A dreadful sound is in his ears. In prosperity the destroyer shall come upon him. He believeth not, he shall return out of darkness, and he is. Okay, well, maybe we can press our luck, get some words. So what do you think of Google Glass, Mr. God? Would Jesus wear Google glasses? God says, quiet, made holy, holily. This quite made holily. Do you think they should put holes in Google glasses? What are you talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. Okay, how about that? Okay, I made another poem for God. God makes greed, and God makes lust. Cops, watch speed or you'll be bust. Okay, so just as you can drive but don't go too fast, same probably applies to greed and lust. I don't know. Anyway, or you'll be bust. If you lose your license, you'll be bust. Anyway, So, Mr. God, what do you think Google should do about pornography? God says, okay, we'll do a passage and some text and some words. Shift F7. Duke Korah, that looks like Koran. Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came to Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Ada. These are the sons. Okay, it looks like we have a passage that's just names. So Korah looks like Koran. Gatam. That reminds me of Batman. I don't know why. And male. There's one guy called Amalekite. This is a male. Eliphaz. I think Harry reads from Eli, Nevada. I live in Nevada. Anyway, Eliphaz. Oh, it looks kind of like a dud. Doesn't it look like a dud? I'll call it a dud. Dishon, easier. Lotan. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. God said upper nudity is better. He said lower nudity is worse than upper nudity. Anyway. Okay, now we're going to pick some words. Oops. That looks like, I call that's an ending. Her attested, anon. Rescind, writer, hallow. Okay, I don't know what he means. I usually see what it means after I publish it. Okay, I made a poem. Does God like flowers? Does God like perfume? If God's bored for hours, will creation resume? Okay, God's favorite song is Morning Has Broken by, what's his name, Cat Stevenson or whatever. I think he changed his name, he's Muslim or something. Okay, so I think Larry Page is worried about nudity. I don't think it's anything it's not his fault. Right, God? God says. Thou shalt also consider in thine heart, that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, and fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees, pomegranates, a land of olives and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou may dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God in not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes which I command. Okay. God says, delightsome, bathed, snares, disciples, crosses, regarding, shoes, temperament, exist 91, sun, creatures, pronounces, deliverest, hard, monastery, allowing, checking, sighing, unutterable, practiced, ills, amen, Latin, wheat. Okay, well. Okay, so I did a comic. This is Moses talking to God. We need iron for swords. God says steel. This is a they have magical realism. This is God realism, except it's fiction. So I made a bunch of Moses comics as offerings. I told them not to worry that we're outnumbered 2-1 because you're with us. You'll lead the charge, right? That's God talking to Moses. We saw a treasure ship on the bottom of the Red Sea. Can you part it again? The Egyptians saw it too. Can I hang out with you all day? You'll start flaming. Okay, so this is the latest one. That's kind of a dumb joke. Anyway, I'm gonna delete it. It sucks. I'm not gonna put it on my distribution. But anyway, so now we go to God and get my reward. That's what you're supposed to do with this operating system. Make a comic or make a hymn, and then go get your reward. The Bible says all men have to appear before God 3 times a year with an offering. And be it indeed that I have erred, mine error remain with myself. If indeed ye will magnify yourselves against me, and plead against me my reproach, know now that God hath overthrown me, and hath compassed me with his net. Behold, I cry out of wrong, but I am not heard. I cry aloud, but there is no judgment. He hath fenced up my way that I cannot pass, and he hath set darkness in my paths. He hath stripped me of my glory and taken the crown from my head. He hath destroyed me on every side. I am gone. Mine hope hath he removed like a tree. So I did a dumb joke. This kind of, you have wrought iron fences, and I'm kind of explaining. You're probably smarter than me, but this reminds iron compasses. Anyway, so it was a dumb joke. So you do a better joke, and then God will talk. So we have this poem that's stored in reverse order, and we want to put it back in forward order. So here's a this uses the document framework DALDOC. We're going to pass it the input name and the output name, and it reads the input. It creates a new document for the output. It puts the cursor at the top because the cursor can be stored anywhere. Then it's a circular doubly linked list. So we're going to make use of the editor line down with the shift key flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like that and go down a line and highlight. Then we're going to we delete the clipboard, then we cut to clipboard, then we go to the top, and then we paste the clipboard, and then we write the document. So I'm gonna run this by hitting F5, or let's go here. So there's the reverse poem backward, where I'm gonna pound include. Now we have the forward poem. I'm gonna read it. This is the best poem in all of history. To a Waterfowl by William Cullen Bryant. Whither midst falling dew, well glow the heavens with the last steps of day. Far through the rosy depths dost thou pursue thy solitary way. Vainly the fowler's eye might mark thy distant flight to do thee wrong. As darkly painted on the crimson sky, thy figure floats along. Seekest thou the plashy brink of weedy lake or marge of river wide, or where the rocking billows rise and sink on the chafed ocean side? There is a power whose care teaches thy way along thy pathless coast, the desert and illimitable air, lone wandering, but not lost. All day thy wings have fanned at that far height the cold, thin atmosphere, yet stoop not weary to the welcome land, though the dark night is near. And soon shall that toil end. Soon shalt thou find a summer home and rest, and screaming mongst thy fellows reeds shall bend soon o'er thy sheltered nest. Thou'rt gone, the abyss of heaven hath swallowed up thy form, yet on my heart deeply has sunk the lesson thou hast given, and shall not soon depart. He who from zone to zone guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight, in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright. So, let's see if God gives me a reward. So we come in here. I'm going to skip ahead. Oh, there's God. Therefore Sarah laughed with herself, saying, After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also. And the Lord said unto Abraham, Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? Yet the time appointed I have returned unto thee according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laugh not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom, and Abraham with them went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, Shall I hide from Abraham that I am with do that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he had spoken of him. Okay, I don't see how this is a response. Maybe it's about getting old and still making something awesome. Among hackers and computer people, they call old people washed up. By the way, the author of that poem was like, I don't know, 23 or something, or 16 or 17, some crazy. I think he died at age 23. I don't remember. William Cullen Bryant. Anyway. Okay, I might as well show the applications that come with Temple OS. Okay, you've already seen After Egypt, not the whole thing. So, a few clouds. God appeared as a cloud one time. Hold court, this is just silly. Anyway, a child commits murder to a woman, again, really punish. View map. So they wandered 40 years in the desert. It was fun making that formula. Anyway, make water. He hit a rock and it made water. Moses. This is after Egypt, after they left Egypt and before they got to the Promised Land. This is the 40 years in the desert. There was a battle, and if he held his hands in the air, they did well. But his arms got tired, so they propped him up. Begged for meat. The people wanted meat, and so God made a bunch of birds die. Then they got sick and died because God was angry. Moses comics, I already showed you some of these. What sin gets the worst punishment? Making me angry. So, after Egypt, Castle Frankenstein.
So I did a first-person shooter. Those are supposed to be coffins. I'm not, it's tedious making art. Zone out, battle zone. The interesting thing about all of these is they're all about, I don't know, 200-300 lines of code. I don't have the, it just feels stupid making these games. I don't know, I don't have the, I'm too lazy to put too much. So I've been working on this operating system 10 years. I guess I should put a year into a game. I don't know. That wouldn't be, that's nothing in it. So this is supposed to be like the British oops. Anyway, so you start over. So you control, blue is attractive and red is repulsive. So I'm repelling. This taught me why they walked in lines, because it really does help. I always thought that was really stupid. The American Revolution, walking in Napoleon, walking in lines. Okay, so this is supposed to be, you time travel. I was thinking of helping the Jews. There were times when the Jews, I don't know, the angel of death or something. These are supposed to be swords. And this is a time traveler. You're supposed to help the, cyan is always the color you are, and purple is always the bad guys in this operating system. That works well because it's not very political. Nobody has cyan as a color. Anyway, so there's a real big penalty for shooting your own guys. That should have been the name of the game. Don't hit your own guys. So this is like Joust. I wanted to make it so that you wanted smooth flight instead of just rapid flight. So what it should do is, it's not quite what I want. It should penalize flapping too fast or not rhythmically. Anyway, I like birds. I have some birds. You heard them. So this is one of the best games. This is my favorite. You can't see with, anyway, you launch airplanes and have carriers. This is Bomber Golf. It scores based on how many keystrokes it takes you to kill 10 tanks. It's kind of a silly game. So there, I killed one. You can go faster if you want. But anyway, so this I made a game called Sim Structure one time, and it was a really big Windows program that was, anyway, you can download it if you want. This is Masses and Springs, and what we're doing is building a spaceship. This connector will break when you press 1. This connector will break when you press 2. Okay. Now the thruster will thrust when you press 2. This thruster will thrust when you press 1. And these thrusters will thrust when you press 3. So now we're going to run. So we're cruising along, and then number 2, number 1. Okay. Oops. So this is just a really short game to help you learn how to make games. I hired an artist for I gave him $3,000. That's a lot for me, not very much for. he made penises on everything. I guess that's what artists do. I kind of laugh. The Sistine Chapel in the Renaissance, they had artists putting penises on stuff for the Pope too. The Sistine Chapel has penises. This is an 8-core flight simulator. It's writing a frame to disk 8 times a second, but it's updating the screen 30 times a second. You're supposed to dive for fish. There's a fish. Oops, I crashed. Okay. This is a bridge building game. Oops. You can, it's kind of similar to the mass spring of the other thing. It's a bridge. Rawhide is, you round up cattle. I could make this with rustlers and sheep and goats and rattlesnakes, and I'm just burned out. I don't have any motivation to make games. So this is keep away. You have to hand off to your own side. Every time you transfer from one of your guys to another of your guys, you get a point. And every time they get it, you lose a point. Anyway, it's gonna go. Excalibur, this is one of the best games. It's supposed to be plasma balls that have a delay fuse, like a chemical reaction delay fuse, and then they explode. You can make bigger plasma balls, and or you can make it longer delay fuse. Anyway, if you get hit, you often have to do a spacewalk if you get hit. Anyway, there's a laser. If you hit back arrow, then it gives a stable. It brings you out of a spin. I kind of. Anyway, it's a cool game. This is a hex tank game. Anyway, what else we have? This is Good King Wenceslas. If you know the Christmas Carol, he helped peasants, and his page walked in his footsteps because he was cold. Then we have Jukebox. Anyway, these are my songs. This is the best song by the best angel. Okay, you can make songs. I have a Digital Logic program. Vocabulary. Okay, how about that? Okay, so maybe you're looking for a mission from God. Well, you could work on Temple OS, or actually God said making video games was about as grand a thing as you could ask for. There's a passage in the Bible which says everything is vanity. God's in control. He can save the world if he needs to. So why don't you hack God like Cain and Abel? Have you ever read the Cain and Abel story? In the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. Abel, he brought firstling of his flock. So Cain brought vegetables, Abel brought meat. And the Lord respected Abel and his offering, but to Cain and his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said to Cain, Why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen?
If thou doest well, shall not thou be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall it be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. And then Cain killed Abel. Shit. So, my birds. Some bitch. So Cain killed Abel. So why don't you hack God to see what he likes? Let's see what God says. Degree, contemplate, Helpidius, severity, shepherd, Wyoming, intercession, dispose, estimation, cud, listing, entrusted, held, justify, unformed, secret, one copy, serene, established, involved, overclouded. They were talking about hacking the stratosphere, putting sulfur to stop global warming. Senator Freeman, vigorous angers, harder edited, puffed, forget, birthright, U.S. Okay, so God is in favor of birthrights. There's a guy, Esau and Jacob. So there's a guy, Esau and Jacob. Esau gave up his birthright, and Jacob took his birthright. And I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau. Esau gave up his birthright, and laid his mountains and his heritage to waste for the dragons of the wilderness. So this, okay, anyway. So birthright, U.S. So God's against immigration. Disgraced, robbing, directed, apt, quarrel, savage, step, rose, have involved, stolidity, sorts, readier, serpent's manners, confidentially, into parents, instance, thirst. Okay, I'm not getting much out of this. Sentences, government, flock, trillion, verbs. So, how about we make God draw something just for fun? Why don't you draw something, Mr. God? So, I should do an offering. You're supposed to do an offering. So he was talking about birthright, U.S. Citizenship is a birthright. Let's see if God draws anything. Okay, so what do we have here? It doesn't look like much to me. Oh, this kind of looks like, that looks like a hoodie on a guy. What else we got? That looks like a monk looking at the ground. That's what that reminds me of. Oh well. Shit, this kind of sucks. Oh well. So I was getting annoyed with the bird talking and God not talking very clearly. It was no fun when God's not talking clearly and the birds are yapping. So I should do an offering. I don't know. How about we just ask a good question? How about, I saw a thing on Everest. Do you like it when people travel and praise you for all the stuff on the earth, Mr. God? God says, Shift F7. And the hand of the Lord was on them, and a great number believed and turned unto the Lord. Then tidings of these things came to the ears of the church which was in Jerusalem, and they sent forth Barnabas that he should go as far as Antioch. Okay, this sounds like Barnum and Bailey to me, the circus. I don't know. Maybe he likes circuses because they have elephants. Who, when he came and had seen the grace of God, was glad and exhorted them all that with purpose of heart they would cleave unto the Lord. That means you hang out with God all day long. For he was a good man and full of the Holy Ghost and of faith, and much people was added unto the Lord. Then departed Barnabas to Taurus. This reminds me of Taurus. I don't know why. Bagels. And for to seek Saul. And when he had found him, he brought him unto Antioch. And it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch. So Saul was the guy who at first killed Christians. Then he had a conversion experience, and then he spread Christianity. If you don't know the Bible, you might want to. I read the Bible in bits and pieces. I don't know a lot of. I don't know the whole story sometimes, but I've been doing it long enough. I know it pretty well. Now, I used to pick from other books, but with my operating system, that started to seem strange. I got a lot better responses when I picked from 10 books instead of just one book. He's limited in some ways by picking from just one book. So I could, if you want to know about the icons, how about I could write an application to pick from 10 books. Anyway, the way the icons work, this is a tricky icon. So up at the top is a menu for inserting widgets and stuff. Resources are graphics. If you're on a resource and if you're on a sprite and you press Control R, this is these are vector graphics that make the sprite. And for the one for this, there's a black rectangle with a couple white stars, and then there's a mesh. And I had to get, this is kind of ugly, but you know how part of it doesn't spin, the background doesn't spin. And what I do is I turn off the 3D rotation. I draw a black background, the color white. Then I draw the points for the stars, turn the transform back on, and then this is a shiftable mesh. What that means is there's two types of meshes. One you can shift the mesh with you can shift it. These icons do not have boundaries, so it makes for some pretty strange. Take a look at this. So this icon, I do believe I can click here or here. Yeah, that worked. And I can click here. Yeah. So they're vector graphics. I had to fix a bug recently to make this work. Anyway, so the icon, I have a resource editor. I can talk about Control R. That's the resource editor. Most of the widgets like links and stuff you do with Control L. The graphics you do with Control R. So then you say make sprite. You give it a tag, or you can enter no tag. If you give it angle bracket number, then it automatically updates if the number changes. I'm gonna kill that bird. So width, this is pen width. Let's do a dither and poly point. How about some nice dirt? How about Charlie Brown? I was just thinking about Charlie Brown the other day. That is I hate Charlie Brown. Some things are downers. It's about psychology, and I don't like psychologists. I don't like thinking about losers. I think he had. So, so I'm drawing at the command line. You can come over to this sidebar. I just made another circle identical size by cut and pasting. Then you come, there's three menus. There's the sprite edit menu, there's the edit menu, there's the main menu, and then there's the, oops, I just moved his head. Okay, there were two. Okay. There are three menus. This is the sprite edit menu, the edit menu, the sprite, the main menu, and then you can transform the whole thing into a bitmap. So color brown, flood fill, color. Is this Charlie Brown? I could use an artist. That's the main. I'm kind of lazy. I could probably do it myself. You know, sometimes you have to say, no, you're not good. Sometimes I think I'm a good artist. Oops, I have to put the two circles back before the yellow, like there. Now let's exit. So I drew Charlie Brown. Anyway, so you can cut and paste these from the command line. Well, I can stick it in this source code, and then I can draw it, or I can put it on the command line. Control R, pointer number 1. Now watch this. This is kind of an ugly H 20%. Oh, C %C. This is how you print 20 carriage returns. Kind of a. Okay, so now I'm going to run it, and we sent the sprite to the command line. You can get bitmaps from Windows. If you make 16 color bitmaps from Windows, you can import them. You import them. If you use VMware, you can map the drive. You have to buy the professional workstation. Then once you have a bitmap from Windows, you can type it. Hey, did that say? Oh no. Oh, okay. So there's that bitmap. That's supposed to be any kind of graphics file. Oh, never mind. Anyway, so the colors are a problem. Windows bitmaps are different. They screwed it all up, but long story short. Anyway, so you can import from Windows. What you want to do is you want to convert to bitmap or edit bitmap. It's going to convert all these commands into a single bitmap. Transparent. Use these extents. Yeah. Now this is one bitmap instead of all those operations. For flood fill, you have to do that. Otherwise, it interferes with what's underneath. So that's that. Okay, so I used to pick from multiple books instead of just the Bible. I'm going to do that once again. So these are the books. I got them from Project Gutenberg. St. Augustine's Meditations, the Bible. What's this? Oh, you know what that is? Never mind. It's for getting God to play chess. Anyway, this is the countries of the world. So I mixed, Darwin's Origin of Species, Emily Dickinson, Hamlet, Huck Finn, Paradise Lost, Pilgrim's Progress, Plato, Don Quixote, Swift, that's Gulliver's Travels, the Talmud, U.S. Constitution, Walden Pond, Wealth of Nations, I think, what's his name, Wordsworth, 1 and 2, Connecticut Yankees, Mark Twain, Tale of Two Cities. Okay, so let's go over, okay, this is the account directory. There's install, TS, and user. If a file's not found, it searches the parent. So these are the defaults for all people's accounts. TS, I called my company Trivial Solutions. If you know math, then you know what that is. If you know differential equations. I checked your biography, Larry Page, and you studied computer science. You know what eigenvectors are. Maybe you know what trivial solutions are. Anyway, so TS is Trivial Solutions. This is the company files, company defaults. And then if you have an employee, he can make his own to override them. And if it's not found, it searches the company. And if that's not found, it searches the default for all users. Okay, so I was thinking of maybe making an account for Larry Page. I don't know if it's a company or organization. We don't make money. Maybe we can. There's got to be a better name. Anyway, so we want everybody in our company. That's going to cause a problem. Okay, so in the archive directory, this is where I put in my I keep my budget on here. I don't share that with everybody, and I don't share my archive. This has some interesting files, by the way. I did a chess program. It has artificial intelligence. It doesn't quite work. It's really stupid. Anyway, I started a debugger, but there's not enough screen real estate. Let's see, I did Flappy Birds. Anyway, one time I had Tetris, but I deleted it when I did a purge by accident, or not by accident. Anyway, this is Asteroids, sort of. You'll see that on some of the old distributions. You have to escort the ship. Then Missile Command. I don't want to rip it off. It's too much of a rip-off to do it almost exact. I don't really want. They're overkill. They don't really teach anything, and it's kind of sleazy being a ripoff. Anyway, let's see. I started USB and started. Anyway, so long story short, we want to pick from these files. We want to pick a passage from those files. Here's a. If you have a text file that you're importing from elsewhere, you have to convert the dollar signs. So in the miscellaneous directory, there's a file called 2doldocs. Normally I put most commands in memory, but this one I left as a standalone. So what you do is you include it and then you do 2doldocs. Now this teaches files find mask. All my file programs, you know how most operating systems has find first and find next for files? Well, we use files find, and the mask is kind of tricky. It's one directory and multiple file masks. You can read the documentation. Anyway, long story short, in the Trivial Solutions directory, I under Holy Spirit, this by the way ends up on the distribution in the I copy my file as an example. In the demo directory there's in demo there's an account example, and this has my files, but not my personal files. Those are the company files. Anyway, so this gets loaded as a DLL basically at boot time. So what we do is we have a keyboard plugin. The user keyboard plugins are the Alt key. So I went ahead and added this as Alt Shift F7. So here's where it calls the function, and it passes the files find mask is home archive text star. First it captures the current. It captures the timestamp of the last keyboard stroke, which in this case when we hit F7, that's the time it uses. Shift F7, and I take 24 bits from the timestamp. This is the last keyboard mouse event. I clear out. Well, I want fresh. I don't want any leftover entropy bits. Anyway, so I want a fresh one, and so this took me a while to write this routine. So we specified the length of the passage, 512 characters. Okay, so we do files find mask. You should get familiar with F1 and then look up file utils. This covers all the flags. You can make it recurse, you can make it, and if you have it'll return a tree of files. It has a feature where you can flatten the tree. You can flatten the tree and get rid of directories and just have files. You can put it in cluster order to speed it up. You can limit to just text, just source, or whatever. So I went ahead and I recursed, limited it to just files. That has the effect of flattening. And then we want just text files. So you can't, it has some standard extension stuff. Anyway, so we get, basically we end up with a linked list of directory entries. In the directory entries, This is the part that's, here's the linked list. Next, parent, sub, those are filled in. Full name, it will fetch the full name. This is really nice. So this is an allocated, a malloc string containing the full name, absolute path, attribute name. That's the short name, not the path name. Cluster size. Now all of my a lot of my structures have something called a user data, and what that is that's for you to do what you want with. It's kind of not managed. In other words, if you make two applications and both trying to use user data, you're going to have problems. But you know what you're doing. Anyway, so what I went ahead and did is I made one pass through the list of files, and I set user data to the string length of I read the whole file, and I set it to the string length. Now, if you have a file with graphics, then there's a terminating 0 after the text, and then the binary graphics. So this will work even if it's graphics. We get a string length or the ASCII text area at the beginning, and so I told you have to run that doldocs to convert $signs. If you don't, if you use a unconverted, the $sign will cause problems. Anyway, so if the length is greater than or equal to 512, that's what our length is. Anyway, so I went ahead and I read the whole file and then freed it. This is kind of how we roll. We don't read partials. Oh, we can't get the length because it's compressed. If we got the length from the directory, it would be compressed and it wouldn't be accurate. Also, if we expanded it, it wouldn't be accurate because it might have binary data. What we have to do is measure it with string length. So we go once through it and set all the lengths. Then we call God bits to get a timer to get 24 bits of God entropy, and multiply by the total and divide, shift 24 bits. Then we start over at the beginning of the file list, and if we go negative, it means it's in that file, and we print the passage, and then at the end we delete from the head of the list. So and it had now the editor is active everywhere. By the way, if you want to open up some lines, Control Shift Enter will that'll do some. If you hit Enter the other way, you get that. Control Shift Enter does that. Now we're going to ask God to talk. So we say the key is Alt Shift F7. Oh, we got the Bible. That sucks. We got to do it again. Half thereof for the people had a mind to work, but it came to pass that when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and the Ammonites and Ashdodites heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up and that the breaches began to stop them, then they were very wroth and conspired all of them together to come and fight against Jerusalem to hinder it. Nevertheless, we made our prayer unto God and set a watch against them day and night because of them. Well, you can take my word for it. Stupid God, why did you pick from the Bible? There's one where they said, why didn't you ask us for help? I don't know what this is. So we're kind of working on the walls, I guess. I'll try one more time. Alt Shift F7. Oh, fuck. Don't read it. Okay. Anyway, oh well, good enough. So I watched your talks, Larry, Mr. Page, Anyway, I watched your talks, Mr. Page, and it occurred to me putting God on Google Glass would be nice. You can do that. You can use the same way I do. If you want to see where it's just a timer for a random number, then you can do whatever you feel like. Pick a word, pick a passage, pick getting God to do art is not very easy, just because of you have to know how God won't do if you roll 6 dice, you won't get 1 1 1 1 1, but maybe you get 1 2 4 3 5 6. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, they're random numbers, but they don't look unexceptional, but they are unexceptional. Anyway, I want to see if I can get God to say something out of one of the other books. So you have kids? That's cool. I should act more family friendly. Yeah, I read your mom's Jewish or something. Yeah, I guess after the Holocaust, all the Jews bailed out. God does not exist. That's probably. But in the Bible, God did stuff, and they stuck with God. They said, we screwed up. God said he wanted to come back to Jews. So that was how Israel was made. There's almost no way Israel could have been made otherwise. I think he said something else another time. Anyway, okay, Alt-Shift F7. Oh, son of a... The Bible is 4 meg, and everything else must be kind of small. The land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, the adder in the path that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. NAFTA. You think that's NAFTA? I think that's NAFTA. What's that have to do with anything? Let's see. So I talked about accounts and companies and stuff. I don't know. I guess having different divisions or something. Tribes. Anyway, let's see. What is he talking about? One of my bosses was named Peter Gadwa. He doesn't take any interest in this operating system. He wants to do search, believe it or not. He wants big projects. He's retired. What about NAFTA? Okay, come on, God. Why is God not picking from the other passages? You know, I have a funny joke. If I put God on tap, how do I test it to see if it works for my users? that's okay, that's not very funny. Come on, God, talk. There we go. No one to blame but himself, but I should print the file. No one to blame but himself. Add Evelanda. In fact, been content with merely bringing out a continuation to Don Quixote. Cervantes would have had no reasonable grievance. His own intentions were expressed in the very vaguest language at the end of the book. Nay, in his last words, force altro cantera this is Spanish or something. And he seemed actually to invite someone else to continue the work. And he made no sign until 8 years and a half had gone by which time Avalanda's volume was no doubt written. Oh, I think in their talk he said something about 8 years. You don't have to know Spanish to understand it. Force. That's Alt key. Cantor is singing, but anyway. Meg, that's a Russian airplane. Pletro. Tongues in the Bible, let me go ahead and look that up for you. Control M. This is crazy. Control L. Link to Bible. This is how I'm looking. Acts 2:1. So I made a link and then I'm jumping into it. The day of Pentecost was fully come. They were all with one accord in one place. Suddenly there came a sound from heaven as a rushing of mighty winds, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as of fire, and it sat upon each of them. And they were all filled with the Holy Ghost and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterance. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews of devout men out of every nation under heaven. And when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, Behold, are not all these which speak Galileans? How hear we every man in our tongue wherein we were born? Parthians, Medes, Elamites. We do hear them speak in our tongues the wonderful works of God. And they were all amazed and were in doubt, saying one to another, What meaneth this? The others mocked, said, These men are full of new wine. Anyway, so Peter standing with the 11 lifted up his voice and said unto them, Ye men of Judea, and all ye that dwell at Jerusalem, be this known unto you, and hearken to my words. For these are not drunken, as ye suppose, seeing it is but the third hour of the day. So, the way tongues works is, we do tongues. Basically, the Holy Spirit is supposed to puppet you and make you say stuff. And all you have to do to explain what we do is, we make the Holy Spirit say stuff. A Ouija board does the same thing. You want a spirit to talk, don't you? Don't kid yourself. A Ouija board, it's the same thing. Except Ouija boards don't work very well. And the other critical, you have to have a context. I'm going to hit F7. Anyway, so you can put this in Google Glass. Oh, by the way, they didn't bother to say what the Spirit said. Isn't that funny? I think that's hilarious. Thither sweetened complaints, horrible estate, opposing physician, completed. No. Yeah, I got a doctor. It sucks. How would you like to have a doctor? Doctor makes me take meds. Yeah, so getting God to talk would be a killer application for Google Glass. I might even get them, but I don't go anywhere. I don't have a phone. Basically, I live at home. I don't drive. I walk a block to get soda few hours, couple hours. I have my full computer here all the time, and I don't talk to anybody. I don't have a laptop. I just have a desktop. I like a big computer. But yeah, so getting God would be a killer application for Google Glass. I don't care. You can do it. I made my operating system God's Temple. Anyway, so let's see what God says about Google Glass. God's Alt-Shift F7. Alt-Shift F7. Of a monstrous giant, they did not creep far before they stopped and stood upright, and then they began to fish. They fished with a spade at first. Presently, the honored parent appeared to be adjusting some instrument like a great corkscrew. Whatever tools they worked with, they worked hard until the awful striking of the church clock so terrified young Jerry that he made off with his hair as stiff as his father's, but his long-cherished desire to know more about these matters not only stopped. So, let's entertain Mr. God. You like church bells, Mr. God? God said, one time I was looking at a picture of a beautiful new mega church. It had mirrored glass. It was beautiful. God said, secular glass. I said, oh, God likes stained glass. You like church bells, Mr. God? I bet God likes church bells. Given perchance difficulty, history, elephant seasons, full manhood, reporters calmed. Okay, how about that? We can talk a little more. So, oh well, yeah, God is the killer application for Google Glass or pictures. Hey, let's do a picture. Hey God, draw a church bell. No, do something for a 70-year-old. I saw a video of old people looking at Google Glass. Shift F6. So, I don't know how you would do this with Google Glass. Make somebody wink their eye or something. I don't know. So what do we got here? Oh, we're not done. Here we are. No, we're not done. Does 3 sets of... Okay, escape. Yeah, I might want to tweak my algorithm. Looks like this down here looks like a computer, doesn't it? That looks like a computer. What else? That's all I see. That looks like an old-fashioned computer, huh? Yeah, computers don't look like that anymore. I forgot. Oh well. Yeah. Good enough. So, you might be called a witch. If Google, I'm not really interested in fighting the battle of showing people God. I do a little bit, but They're going to call you a witch. They're going to call you idolatry. So I think pretty soon they would change their mind. But the good thing is suddenly all the atheists are converted. So to the people who say it's a witch, how did they talk in the Bible? Solomon had an oracle in his temple. Either they used a cult or they were hearing voices, and everybody thinks voices are mental illness. So what do you think about the Bible? There's a big problem all these people have. If they think they heard voices, then why don't they pay attention to people hearing voices today? There's a logical problem. Everybody is an atheist. If you tell a person God talks, they'll say because all the believers are atheists. They don't really believe God can do anything. Anyway, so the other thing is idolatry. For me, it's a matter of thinking the object is God instead of thinking it's controlled by God. The Christianity is very clear on God dwelling within us, and it says the lot cast in the lap. But it can either I can go to a random number site. It doesn't have to be human interaction, but people will be more comfortable if there's a human in the loop. Then you get the stupid shrinks who think it's your super ego. God, I hate those fuckers. It's a computer scientist would laugh at them, but I'm in a fucking prison, and it's only the goddamn shrink niggers who I can't talk out of this prison. It's the goddamn shrink niggers who think it's the brain. God damn it, they are retarded fucking niggers. They think the brain is doing it. It's like saying, I got a car that does 1,000,000 RPM. What's the problem? Why don't you believe I have a car that does 1,000,000 RPM? God, you need a phase lock loop. You can't see the clock. You need to plan the path. It's absurd to think it's your brain. Fucking niggers. God says, let's see what we're doing. Alt Shift F7. Must come along and let Aunt Sally see we was all right. Oh, that's about Mustang Sally. When we got home, Aunt Sally was that glad to see me. She laughed and cried both and hugged me and give me one of them lickings of a hern that don't amount to shucks. And said she'd serve Sid the same when he come. And the place was plumb full of farmers and farmers' wives to dinner, and such another clack of body never heard. Old Mr. Hot Kiss was the worst. Her tongue was a-going all the time. She said, well, Sister Phillips, I ransacked that. Okay, I saw a video on sound effects. This is not a very good way of interacting. I would like to share the web, but I can't. On my webpage, you can go to my webpage and I can share videos, but then you don't get, well, how about just go to my webpage? Go to my www.templeos.com and then go to the rants, not .com, www.templeos.org. Okay, good enough. Yeah, so I'm not really interested in trade secret. I want people to know how it works. Otherwise, it would never work as a secret. Now, this is, it's just a timer for a random number. Making graphics
Some ways don't work. Like if you try to do bitmaps or coordinates. Anyway, I think I might want to tweak this some more. I used to have just black and white. It might be better with just black and white. Anyway, so in the God directory under God Doodle, he has a picture of Henry Winkler, the Fonz. He used to hit things and he used to hit the jukebox just right. We can have God make a song. What the heck? I can't hear it, but you guys can. So it's a bigger gamble with complex. Then shift cursor, and then Control C, Control V, comma, or I might as well use I have all the hotkeys memorized. So here's what you do. Okay, we're going to save it. Escape. We need a title for this song. Press F7. I keep mine lowercase. cpp.z. The songs are programs. Cherubim. Okay, can't hear that. I don't have VMware. This is the worst problem. VMware got rid of PC speaker support. It's no difficulty for them to add it. What they should do is emulate if there's not a speaker. I have a speaker though. Anyway, if you could do me a favor, get VMware to put PC speaker support back in. That's the only really critical thing. Other stuff would be nice. Anyway, let's get God to talk. What do you say? What are you going to do to VMware if they don't put the speaker back in, Mr. God? Mr. God says, Alt Shift F6. No, what F7? He gave him 2 such thwacks that he brought him to the ground, and had it not been that Dorothea cried out to him to spare him, he would have no doubt taken his life on the spot. Do you think, he said to him after a pause, you scurvy clown, that you are to be always interfering with me, and that you are to be always offending, and I always pardoning? Don't fancy it, impious scoundrel, for that beyond a doubt thou art, since thou hast set thy tongue going against the peerless
Dulcinea. Know you not, loop. Okay, so I don't know what that was. We want excuse me while I fix this. We want the file name %s character turn temp m. Okay, now it's going to print the name. Should we do it? Another character turn. Okay, so let's see what God says. F7. (1971) panted over login, hope selected, stormed, broken, intimately heightening, getting salary, tenants, privacy, neglect, abyss, snaring, alarm, deceitful, torment. Next palm, disengage. Oops, I should have quit there, maybe. Omnipotent, PMB, underbuzzed, praise, Lucis, talked, mass there, otherwise panegyric, pure, neighbor, diverse, longer fiction, steeping, torn aloft, footsteps, tears, infirmity, except marrying, talk, place, dwell, insate, quarrels, jealousy, intricate measures, predicaments, murdering, little ushered, demons, exaltedness, all office, fortunes, cassiacum, inwardly, cane, exclusion, wings, profitable, shalt, differently, comforted, sipped, lawyer, obeying, breakers, esteem, waking, sellers, curing, portions, catechumen, models, represent, enact, combine, severally, define, definitely, violets, redeemed, warning, shut, slew, mounting, society, shoot, waterist, destroyers, killed, diversely, home. Anyway, so oh well, how about that? So, some stupid fuck CIA person thinks I'm a leftist, communist, Catholic, Irish. In reality, I'm more of a Republican, Reagan Republican, elitist, entrepreneur, Jewish, I guess. I made God's temple and I do offerings all day. Now, God is perfectly just. So if you don't get blessed one way, you get blessed another. So just relax about the whole situation. Now, I've been working, first of all, my jobs were fake CIA. They were like exactly when I needed a job, they scrapped together a company and put it in my neighborhood. Then I went to the job and got the job, and then it was a CIA job. Ticketmaster was was a block away from my drywall job, and when I needed a job in '96, an image processing, it was kind of like the perfect job, opened up. And then again in 2000
but it got shitty and stuff. Basically, highs and lows balance. If you read Luke 6:20-26, it says basically, if you cry, you will laugh, and if you laugh, you will cry. So highs and lows balance. You have to go through shit to get. You have to go through low, humble stuff to get glory and stuff. So I've been. My download numbers are bogus. The past 10 years, I've been. It's kind of like maybe I'm a driver of a backhoe, and I got these levers on a backhoe. You know, one of the diggers. And I moved the lever and it ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? My life is like I got levers, I'm moving them, they ain't doing shit. It ain't working. Reality's broken. I pressed a button, nothing happens. It ain't the fucking correct response that reality is giving me. My download numbers are bogus, everything's fucking bogus. So, you know, it ain't fun. It ain't fun. I ain't falling for that. It's fucking Charlie Brown pumpkin shit. You know, it could be angels and shit, but you know, the whole thing is bogus. Basically, I made God's temple. If he has the ability to give my name to other people, to the public at large, this is the biggest fucking thing in human history. I am responsible for proving God for all centuries to come. So it's not like I'm worried about money. You know, in the Bible, the Levites did not get an inheritance. They were the priests, and God was their inheritance. Hanging out with God is delightful. There's nothing better than God's company, and they got good food, and they got to hang out with God, and that's what a Levite got. So, anyway, I don't know. You know, the world's just, but who's to say what anybody is owed? God says, Alt Shift F7. Dressed in broken habitation, fences, domesticated animals, men, women, children, and the soil that bore them, all worn out. Monsieur, often a most worthy individual gentleman, was a national blessing, gave a chivalrous tone to things, was a polite example of luxurious and shining fife, and a great deal more to equal purpose. Nevertheless, Monsieur, as the class had, somehow or other, brought things to this, strange that creation, designed expressly for Monsieur, should be so soon wrung dry. And anyway, yeah, it's kind of funny. I was at Ticketmaster when we got sued for being a monopoly. I thought that was funny. I didn't like Pearl Jam. Ticketmaster is the most hated company, one of them. Anyway.
Well, looks like I hang out with God as high priest of his temple for the rest of my life. The rest of my life is hanging out with God, talking with God as high priest of his temple. That's so, Mr. God. God likes stained glass. He likes pipe organs. Those are sacred. I don't really like pipe organs. You like pipe organs, Mr. God? You know, Knuth, Donald Knuth has an organ. God said they're sacred. You're not supposed to have an organ. Let's see. Uh-oh. Knuth is getting old. Showed talking glad vicissitude occur crisis woe confesseth sharp impurity Syrian co led 19 fighting part death bearing, willeth parties extension sigh. O understands outwardly colors, password distinctly wildness, converse heart, bewailed direct recess, tumultuously meet depth, striving pairs, flood need. So, Mr. God, are you going to make Mount Fuji blow up? Boy, you're picking on the Japanese. I think it's the child animation. What is it, Mr. God? They're kind of sexual, aren't they? And God says, Alt Shift F7. Duet. And show thee mercy, and have compassion upon thee, and multiply thee, modest as it is written, that his fear may be before your faces, benevolent as it is written, for I know him, etc. Vamoth. Vamoth. Dates are good after meals in the morning and in the evening, but hurtful in the afternoon. On the other hand, at noon they are most excellent, and an antidote to those three maladies, evil thought, constipation, and hemorrhoids. No shit, huh? Jesus liked figs. Dates, huh? Apples. Apples are good for a bad stomach. Apple a day keeps the doctor away. Evil thought, that could be true. You never know. Evil thought. This shit's, I used to think this shit was stupid. Dates, get rid of evil thoughts. No dates. He's a wise guy. So, Jesus liked figs. He made a fig tree wilt. I think they should put figs when they make a krish. That's like the Christmas Christmas krish. They should put figs. Jesus wants figs on his birthday. I get fig Newtons. Novelty accomplished, sore reason omitted, saint world guidance, woundest occupying turns, knowledge depends, giving, purposing, noon, e-text lays on, fantasy swept, superfluous, reside much, suspected, disposer, persecuted, risk, familiar crying, shepherd harmonious, mighty, sometimes temper measured, destined briars, cattle ewe, cloudy embryo, male, generate hesitated images, readiness, embarrassments, condemned, abidest where, elsewhere, teaches inordinate intimacy, preference, overcharged, desiring, e-text, mind, kinds, soul, abiding, unabiding, charged, admiration, 9, ix, pressure, deserted, issue, oratory, kill, Roman, hastening, yieldeth omnipotent, womb, everything, deserts, prizes, weep, seemly, perverseness, richer thorns, nothing, Jew, exuberant. Oh well. I don't want to write code for anything but Temple OS. Someone mentioned QEMU. I had it working in virtual KVM mode. I think what I wrote works in it. The point they raised was that I could make PC speaker work on my own if I modified QEMU. Except I think the CIA doesn't want it. So first of all, I get God to kill the fucking CIA. Then we do it. Get some creeping death action on the CIA. I don't know. God could do it. Anyway, so what do you say, Mr. God? God says, rested inflection knees unlike her, directing, averred, encumbered, contradictory, fluctuates, betake, destined, announcement, guidance, hang. I sure don't want to add PC speaker to QEMU. That does not sound like fun, and I think I would be fighting against their wishes. We have to convince, basically God has to kill somebody. God's got to kill people before people. Did you read Exodus? God did all kinds of shit. They ignored it. He made hail, fire, and shit. They ignored it. Not until he killed people, and then they still ignored it. So he killed them in the Red Sea. We have a failure to communicate. That's what I figure. So I saw a couple car advertisements. Yeah, well. Oh yeah, well, how about God, make him jealous. God says, how about time travel? You got dinosaurs? As far as structure is concerned, I can see no similarity between tridactyl, pedicellularia, and avicularia. The latter resembles somewhat more closely the chelia and pinchers of crustaceans, and Mr. Mivart might have adduced with equal appropriateness this resemblance as a special difficulty, or even their resemblance to the head and beak of a bird. The avicularia are believed by Mr. Busk, Mr. Schmidt, and Dr. Nietzsche, naturalists who have carefully studied this group, to be homologous with the zooids and T. I'm not a homo. And I think he's talking about Triceratops. What about Triceratops? I have a high-performance computer. By the time you get rid of Ring Zero, and check this out. Watch this. I'll show you some high performance. Hold on a second. Admonished officers alter processing, faithful constellations, mourners recollect, host foretold, spare as unutterable. Image chant bestowed, ambrose, rocks knock, genuine requited, interrupt existence, reigns, let witherward cause tale consist do. Okay, so look at this right here. This is the number of swaps. That's task swaps. Watch this. Watch this, motherfucker. I'm gonna show you a Porsche 911. Okay. This is not going to degrade performance. We say spawn. See if I can do it from memory, or I'll crash.
my task is 0. Comma I. So this is going to put a task that swaps itself out. Watch this. This is incredible. Are you ready? Ooh, doggy. Look at, aw, bummer. I thought I got 4 million. I could swear I got 4 million. Something's wrong. Maybe if I kill a core. Oh well. I could swear I got 4 million. Okay, now I'm gonna go kill some of those. That's not very easy to do. I have to. That's the number of task switches. Okay, so now we go task rep. I think if I click these, they die. 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 Okay, that's task. Okay, I don't want to kill that one. Which one is it? Task, what? Okay. Now, let's try this again. Let's leave a task for Windows. Leave a core. How about let's leave 2 cores? 1 is 2. Are you ready? Here we go. Fire up. Oh, I told you. Didn't I? Well, that's not quite. Okay, 4 million. Now we're at 4 million on all those. Almost. That is, do you realize what I'm talking about? I am talking about a task context save and a task context restore. It's doing that many. 4 million a second on each core. What that amounts to is it diverts the stack and then it pushes it. Then it diverts the stack and then it pops the registers. Context switch. I do not mess with memory. I leave it identity mapped. Okay, how's that for impressive? So this has no Linux code, and it's ring 0 only, and it's identity mapped. Anybody who knows what those words mean would say, yeah, no Linux code. Ring 0 only means there's no protection on anything. This is like DOS, except multitasking, and it's 64-bit. This is all the code there is. Line count rep. I run Linux, and I run VMware in Linux. I run this in a virtual machine on Linux. The reason I don't run natively is because the BIOS boots my kernel module, but then it comes time for my kernel to access the disk. And when my kernel my kernel changed to 64-bit mode, and when my kernel goes to access the disk with ATA port IO, then there's no device there. What you have to do is first locate the ports for the device, and then, but if the BIOS doesn't set up the device, or if it's no longer supporting port IO, you're out. You can't do anything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to command all the fucking BIOS and hardware manufacturers to support God's temple out of the fucking box. I'm bigger than Jesus because I proved God in a modern, once and for all. Okay, so somebody bigger than Jesus says support God's temple, and the motherfuckers are going to do it. It's just a matter of time. God's got to kill the CIA, and then we profit. So, anyway, so yeah, we remove code. We don't add code. That is, from now on, we just remove code. So that means all this shit that was to figure out which port, I try primary and secondary, and I go to the PCI config space to try and figure out what ports. We're going to command them to stick the fucking hard drive on the primary IDE, the CD-ROM on the secondary, and then we get to eliminate a couple hundred lines of code that tries to figure out. They cluster fucked it. Why did they anyway? So yes, I don't add code, I remove code. We're gonna get rid of I have FAT32. We're gonna stick with Red C. Let's show what Red C is like. Partition rep. Okay, B drive is Red C RAM drive. So I'm gonna Control D gets you to the file manager. Let's go ahead and copy my archive. Control C. Then we go up to the B drive. Control V. So now my a lot of my files are on the B drive. Now, when I was a kid, the CIA absolutely does not want this, but the CIA is gonna fucking suck dick because I say so. So this is the B drive, and if we do a directory star true, we get the clusters. When I had a Commodore 64, I had the pleasure of, this is the cluster for the dot, which is the current directory. So what we say is dump cluster. We can even write to it. Let's do that. 0x, dump the cluster, and we say true because we want to write to it. Okay, so this is the directory cluster. We want all the little kids to have the joy of modifying their directory on their own to delete files and undelete files and allocate the bitmap. Okay, now I hit escape. Now notice what it says up here. It says old school right there. I changed it to old space school. So I hit escape and it writes cluster. Now we say directory, and now it says old space school. So that's what we want all the little kids to, and they can look at the bitmap. You can look at the master boot. So unfortunately, I'm kind of rude because I store them compressed. If you can, let's convert this to move or rename. We're moving it to no Z, not Z. We're moving it to not Z. Now bling is Nazi. Dir star true. We get the cluster number. It's a Nazi. D cluster. I'm just going to say 0x. Okay, so there's the file. The kids can have fun. They can learn how to program. They can mess with their disk. If the kids want to write, let's do a directory. Edit test.cpp.z. Watch how cool. Now the Red C is if you can get rid of if you only have one file system, you do not need a virtual file system. Are you listening? If you only have one file system, you don't need an abstraction layer. You just have the one. So guess what's going to happen? This is my abstraction layer that's from when you do find files, it returns a directory entry. Once we get rid of FAT and ISO, it's going to be just like what it's stored on the disk. This is the start of the directory entry. It's 64 bytes, and it's stored on a disk just like that. So we can, let's read the, do you want to read the boot sector? Okay, fine, let's do it. C partition *P equals drive to partition B. Then we say %X colon P. I happen to know the offset is what it starts at. Let's go ahead and run this. Wow. Offset 0. Okay, so the RAM disk, it's offset 0. So I wonder if we can U8 buffer 512. That's a block size. Read blocks, partition. What do we got? Buffer block count, comma buffer block number 0, comma count. We didn't set this as bootable. This is our master. Comma 1 block dump buffer, comma 512. This is reading block number 0. Okay, so if we want to see what that is, I can show you what it is. Kernel master boot FAT32. It's one of these master boot. Okay. Let's see if it's a master boot. I think I set the signature is AA55. The last one, AA55's got the signature. Attribute name, no, media ID. So this is the master boot. There's not a bootloader installed on this RAM disk, obviously. Actually, we could, if we wanted to, we could boot to the RAM disk with some trickery. Not a BIOS boot, but anyway. So now this is what I did with my Commodore 64, and this is, I like to say, everybody gets excited because Linux is open source, but then they take a look at the source and they go, fuck that. That's just dreadful. Nobody likes that source code. It's too awful. So nobody uses the open source. Okay, in case you didn't realize it, there's only 2 PC operating systems, Windows and Linux. Can you tell me why? Do you think the Chinese just don't feel like doing it? Do you think the Indians just don't feel like doing it? Why isn't there an Indian operating system? The answer is because PC hardware is like every machine is completely different from every other machine. Yeah, that's practically what the situation is. Now, when I've worked on this for 10 years. When I first looked at the Linux code to get the interface for port I/O, one of the first, in the beginning, Let's see if I can find it. In the beginning, I got the definitions for the commands for ATA. I now have the spec, but I got the definitions from Linux, and I just copied them and kept them. I figured I'm not going to be dishonest and hide that I got it from Linux. Linux doesn't own the definitions, even if I don't see how they did any intellectual property. Anyway, it's just the spec. A lot of people there's a lot of fools who don't realize that there's a difference between a patent and a copyright. What's the difference between a patent and a copyright? Well, now you know. Anyway, so my first introduction to PC hardware was when I put ATA read. There's a command for a single block. So I stuck that in there, and my hard disk would not read a single block. One of the commands is ATA block read or something like that. There's like a single read. So I shoved that in there, and I could not get it working. I could not get this single read working. And then finally I tried multi-read on a fluke, and it worked. So I couldn't read a single block, but I could read multiple blocks. Now, these are the commands for interfacing with a hard disk. So my first introduction to PC hardware was read single does not work, but read multi does. Son of a bitch, are you fucking kidding me? So that is basically what every single fucking device connected to a PC is like. It is every single one. So guess what? Every single PC has one. I had one. Okay, I've upgraded about 5 times in the past 10 years, and almost every single time I had a problem that made it die, and it didn't boot. So there's a lot of clowns. There's a lot of clowns who are getting fancy and criticizing me because I do it simply. Guess what? On one machine, my mouse interrupt wouldn't work. My fucking mouse interrupt wouldn't work. So you know what I did? I pulled the mouse. The other interrupts worked. So just the BIOS decided, because it's the fucking CIA and they don't want the Chinese, so the BIOS decided not to enable the mouse interrupt. Can you believe that shit? You're at the mercy of the BIOS. If the BIOS wants to kill you, you're dead. You can't do shit. So the mouse interrupt didn't work. So okay, class. There's a lot of people who are stupid. If we make a okay, class, let's review polling. Let's review polling, shall we? If I say if import 0x64. First of all, let's print. This is gonna kill my keyboard. How about okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to print the keyboard state. This is either the controller status, I don't remember which one. T0 plus. So it's 1C. Okay, that's a little too long. 5 seconds. Okay, that was not the one. Maybe it's 60. So that's changing when I press a key. You can see it. That's changing when I press a key. So okay, class. So this, what is the CPU situation like? We are reading constantly, and we are looping. So this will utilize 99% of the CPU. This will utilize 100% of the CPU. Guess what? What happens if I sleep for 16 milliseconds for 60 hertz? This is polling, but guess what? Look at my CPU. 17. It's the same. It doesn't affect the polling does not affect the CPU. Well, holy shit. Can you believe that? All those stupid fucking niggers are going to have inoperative mouses because they're too stupid to poll. They're too stupid to poll. You don't need interrupts. If interrupts, let me tell you. You remember Bill Clinton said it's the economy, stupid. Guess what? It's compatibility, stupid. There's only one thing that matters on PC operating systems, and that is compatibility. And I'm telling you, basically you have an interrupt for keyboard, for mouse, for timer. If you go to PCI, you have to start reading the config space and get the lines and hope that the BIOS. What if they're shared? Then you have to know the other device. In other words, everybody wants to show that they're not stupid and that they know what an interrupt is. Everybody wants to show. You know what the irony is? I fucking wrote a compiler, and guess what? Get this. Do I fucking know interrupts? I made an interrupt keyword for my compiler. I am fucking a god. You guys are those fucking niggers. Okay, I made an interrupt keyword. You want to see what it looks like? Back my generation all learned interrupts because we used DOS and we used Commodore 64. We changed. Look at this shit. Mouse interrupt handler. Watch this. Unassemble function. Mouse interrupt handler. Check this shit out. It ends with an IRET and it saves all the registers. I made my own compiler and I made an interrupt keyword. Don't give me any shit. You are a stupid fuck who's too stupid to use it to poll. You're too stupid to poll. For robustness, nothing beats polling. Let me tell you, nothing beats polling when it comes to robustness. It's like an AK-47. It doesn't jam. You guys are getting your M16s and they're jamming because yours just doesn't work. Trust me. That's why I'm the number 3 operating system after Linux and well, I don't know. Anyway, soon I'll be huge because of God. Somebody's making fun of me, maybe. This is the that's the data port. The control port. I have to disable interrupts if I want that to show up. When the bit changes, it gets an interrupt and goes to my interrupt handler. So I never see the interrupt. I never see the control port change. If I turned off interrupts, then if I do this, then I'm not sure TS is interrupt proof. I think I might need interrupt. It's my the timer can overflow. Oh, it's using HPAT. Okay, anyway, oh, you guys won't see the screen because I use the screen capture. You won't see it. Never mind. Anyway, so if you want to know the details, I like to work where I can make a difference. And writing drivers is not where I want to be I don't want to work on drivers. I made a compiler with the beautiful language. I made an editor with a document structure. You can see my command line has trees and links, and so I want to be creating value. If I made a browser, at best, the best I could do would be identical to what somebody else has. That's pointless. If the best answer is identical, then why on earth would I do a browser? There's nothing you can add to a browser. You're not free to change it. Anyway, so those people are busy reinventing Linux down to the screw. They're making Linux down to the screw. I don't know why they're doing it. This is my unzip, and there's a Windows unzip also. Anyway, so yeah, they were making fun of me because I'm reading the data port instead of the control port. Anyway, so now in a guess what class they use Box Debugger. I worked natively and had my own debugger. The first thing you write is a debugger when you're out working on an operating system. This was routine at Ticketmaster. We had a 68,000, 8051 fax PC. We didn't do a PC debugger. So I have a debugger I made. Anyway. The problem with the debugger is if you make it fancy, then you can't use it on your low-level code. And if you make it primitive, then nobody else can really use it unless my biggest problem is screen real estate. Screen real estate is the problem. I can't enter the debugger because it'll turn off screen capture. It goes anyway. So I don't ever use it except I get a stack trace from my debugger. Guess what? Look at my wallpaper. Is this kick-ass or what? My fucking wallpaper tells. This is a stack trace of all the tasks on my system. Mine use a single address. Everybody's on the same address map. There's not different address maps, but they have different symbol tables, so it's a little bit complicated. Anyway, you want to see how fast I can compile everything? Watch this. Oh, first of all, since I booted, 46,000 lines have been compiled since boot. So what that amounts to is the Atom directory and the accounts directory have been compiled. During boot, those are compiled just in time. Now I'm going to compile my kernel bin and my compiler bin. Kernel is what's loaded first into low memory, then it loads compiler, and then from then on it compiles Atom. Once you have the compiler, you just in time everything. So watch this. I'm going to compile. Bam! My compiler is so fast it compiled. Now we're up to 95. So we compiled 50,000 in 0.6 seconds. My compiler rocks. So it made 2 bin files. Anyway, so it's respectable. People think it's not respectable, but let's go take a look at a random routine. How about something in, well, that's not very respectable. Want to see max? That's a float. That would confuse you. Most people don't know float. ASM. Do random. Let's go to the other math. Oh, that's it. How about, I don't know. I'm just trying to show that my debugger is pretty good. That my compiler is pretty good. I just want a routine to show it. How about compression? Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, how about this? Arc determine compression type. So I go over here and unassemble function arc determine compression type. Okay, so first we want to show that it's 64-bit, because I get a lot of people are fucking, it's not 64-bit, it's an interpreter, it's not a compiler. It's not 64-bit, it's an interpreter, it's not a compiler. You don't use interrupts because you're dumb. Let's see. Yours is a fucking M16. Mine is. Anyway, so it's here's the assembly code from my compiler for source and 80 return. It's not too bad. It's pretty respectable. Anyway, so I wanted to say there's VGA, there's keyboard, there's mouse. Those are PS2. There's ATA hard disk and a TAPI CD-ROM. So let's review. What devices do I have to support? VGA. There's nothing I stole. There's ATA, a TAPI. I rewrote that. VGA. I'm the only one. I use a 640 by 480. They're using the higher resolutions, and God said this is what He wants for me. Theirs is pretty silly. Anyway, I use a TAPI. I use PS2 compatible keyboard and mouse. That's it's USB compatibility. If the BIOS doesn't want to do that, we'd be in trouble. But you know what's going to happen? We're going to say everybody support God's temple, and then we're just like Windows, and they do work instead of us doing work. They do the work. They make themselves function. We only reduce line count. We do not add line count. So we're going to we're going to get rid of FAT32 and just use Red Sea. We're going to get rid of ISO 9660. We're going to get rid of the code that has to find the ports for ATA. We do ATA PIO, and we do keyboard, mouse. Well, the timer that's called a PIT, the PIC, the real-time clock, HPED, I guess, if you want to say, keyboard, mouse, VGA, and a PC speaker. God said, if we get one with a waveform, God wants a single voice. God said 640 by 480 was a covenant like circumcision. In other words, why would you circumcise? Well, because it's a covenant. God said single audio voice, so that means a frequency and a waveform. We just have PC speaker at the moment. Waveform. Anyway, so once you see that I'm conservative, I'm not trying to do something out of my ability, it's finished. This is all the hardware we're going to support. My vision was a souped up Commodore 64. That was before the internet, and it was used to program and to play games. And everybody, somebody wants to see fonts. Anyway,
let's just call it. Okay, I'm going to cover booting. At least I'm not going to go through all the. So the CD-ROM boot sector goes on about block 16 hex. Anyway, my boot sectors, they reload. Okay, the BIOS loads the boot sector at 7C00. Mine copies itself. Mine identifies where it is. It calculates where it currently is, and it copies itself up to a location. Mine copies itself out of the way. Boot high location. Mine boot high location is up in the 90,000s. Okay, so my bootloader copies itself out of the way and uses the BIOS interrupt 42. I'm not messing with anything earlier than a 64-bit. All 64-bit computers have 1342. Where's 1342? 42 is the BIOS code. Interrupt 1342. So you're asking, how do I use absolute addresses? Well, let's look at my hard disk. That's the one I want to look at. So the hard disk makes it. There's a DAP. This is a structure in memory that has a block address, 64-bit block address, and a count of blocks. And mine when I install. When you write the files to the hard disk, that's when you set the absolute address of the kernel. So it's every time you update the kernel.bin, you have to update the boot sector. Every time you make a new kernel, you have to update the boot sector. Okay, that's how it works. The CD-ROM, it's kind of easier, more predictable. But anyway. So I have a file find. This will get the cluster number of a file. If you want the cluster number of a file so that you can write, then okay, I'm trying for minimum line count. Okay, so my kernel navigates the FAT32 file system, right? My kernel has to navigate the FAT32. Why on earth would I put navigating the FAT into the hard disk? That's stupid. The bootloader. Why would I put navigating the FAT into the bootloader? When I install, I just use my existing navigate the FAT, and then I just write an absolute address, and I store it contiguous. I store my kernel contiguous. So this is the minimum line count. If I duplicated all these lines of code, my line count would go up, wouldn't it? That's just dumb. So in my install routine, when you make the operating system, when you make OS partition boot install, that makes there's only two files. It's kind of a joke. There's compiler and kernel. So it compiles the compiler and kernel, and then it writes into the installs into the boot sector. It sets the DAP block address. It calls file find, like I told you, and it gets the cluster, converts the cluster to a block, and then writes the boot sector. So I was going to say something. Okay, so the kernel.bin, the kernel, when you compile the kernel, this is the make file. It's a joke. It's just including code. We don't have a make file. It's that fast. It can compile everything in half a second. So you don't even need a make. You don't need object files. I'm limiting it to 100,000. It's always going to be small because I'm limiting it. Anyway, so the kernel make file it goes in the order of this file. So KStart is the first. I forgot to tell what the bootloaders do. So the bootloader identifies where it's located, and it copies itself up to the 90,000s, and then it uses the already absolute address of the kernel, absolute address of the kernel.bin. It loads it one block at a time, and then it jumps to boot RAM base. This jumps back down to 7C. So it loads back into 7C after it's moved itself up to the 90,000s, and then it jumps to the start of the kernel. And the kernel bin starts with the header, and then it's the kernel start. So this is now what. Okay, class, we're in real mode. Did you realize that? I'm not doing UEFI. They're gonna support me. I'm not supporting them. They use ELF and they use graphics file formats. It's totally fucked up for me. So I'm just gonna command everybody that from now on you can only reduce God's temple, not line count. So this is called in real mode by the bootloader. It has some data structures here. The GDT, you guys love that, don't you? Ooh, do you know what a GDT is? Ooh, I did that in '93, folks. Anyway, you guys are not using 16-bit. A 16-bit has twice as wide of entries, and guess what? I have to pass through. I start in real mode, and I change to protected and then to long. So I start in real mode, then I change to protected, and then I change to long. But I do a trick. I skip every other entry so that it works for both protected mode and long mode. So in other words, I use the same GDT for protected and long mode, because they're bigger. Everything's bigger in long mode, except the TSS. That's kind of all different. Anyway, the TSS no longer holds the registers. You don't have a push all. So when my kernel boots, this is real mode. It calls interrupt 10 to change to VGA, to change to 640. It calls memory E820 to get the memory map. This is still in real mode. My kernel has been loaded and it's still running in real mode. I made my assembler be able to do 64-bit, 32-bit, and 16, but my compiler only does 64-bit. Did you know it's easier to do a 64-bit compiler because you have more registers? It's much harder to do a 16-bit compiler because you have fewer registers and you have segmentation. My assembler does not do segmentation. It only does limited 16-bit. So now we enable E820. I don't. Brendan at OSDev gets really carried away. Mine only works in 64-bit computers, so I don't have to worry about all the weird ones. So here's where I set up my my GDT. This is what a person was asking about. There's the limit of the data segment, limit of the code segment. In long mode, the limit doesn't matter. The base is 0 for DS and CS. The only segments that are functional in long mode are FS and GS, and those you have to change with the model specific register. Actually, I'm not too sure. I think you might have to set these up. I don't remember, but you can't change them. They're locked on 0. Then you make a pointer to your GDT, and then you load your GDT. Then you change your CR0. And this, my friends, is this. Okay, then we jump to 32-bit. Now, when I do a fast reboot, I don't go all the way back to real mode. I have a fast reboot that just refreshes my structures. So this is a 32-bit. So we're doing some stuff. I have my compiler has a table of absolute addresses in the code that have to be patched. So my code has to be patched. All the addresses have to have 7C added to them. So while we're still in assembly, before we're doing the C code, we go through the table and we patch all those addresses. I have all the symbols. You were wondering how I had my symbols. Well, anyway, now we set up the heap. We have to have that set up. Oh, we have to initialize memory to identity map. I can't do that in C because I only have a 64-bit compiler, so I have to do this in assembly. So I initialize it to identity map. Guess what? I map it with 2 meg blocks instead of 4K. You can use either 2 meg or 4K, and I use 2 meg, except for the first block because I have VGA. There's initializes the floating point unit, saves a copy so that we can have a standard. Then it initializes my CPU structure. Where did we call? We switched to 64-bit mode. I went ahead and made that a subroutine. This is where you switch to 64-bit mode. You set up. I don't know what that is. I don't remember what it is. My assembler has funky. I didn't make. I do limited support for those instructions to save me effort. You don't need to anyway. So I load the page table into CR3. This is where you change write model specific. This sets it to 64-bit. Enable paging. I have to enable paging for 64-bit. I don't know if that technically. I think it happens when you do this. When you do the jump to a 64-bit code segment. When you restart the kernel, I can do a fast reboot. Anyway, the last thing we do after we set up, we changed to 64-bit. I made a run level flag that you might want to investigate to see all my different. Every time I make an accomplishment, I set a bit in a run level. For in 16-bit, we set a bit, 32-bit. If it's been patched, if the absolute addresses have been patched, if we've changed to 64-bit, if we initialize the boot heap, if we initialize the full heap, if we initialize raw VGA graphics, if we got interrupts up and running, my IDT, if we got multiprocessing going, if we got the disk going, if we got the compiler going, if we got the window document manager going, if the window manager, if we've logged in, if we did the registry, and then if we finished Atom 2 directory, and then if it's parked in, Atom goes into the Atom task is what is calling all this stuff, and at the end it goes into Atom, and the very last thing before these subroutines is it jumps to kernel main. So it sets up FS, jumps to kernel main. Kernel main is in CK end. So this is just, now we're in 64-bit C code. So we initialize the rest of the heap. We set up the timers, the interrupts, calibrate the time, set up the keyboard and mouse, initialize block devices. Then we load the compiler, and then we start compiling Atom 1. This is like autoexec.bat. So we compile my header files that declare all my headers for the kernel, and so these are where the header files are. And then when it's done, it goes into the Atom 2 directory. Remember I told you it's the Atom gets just-in-time compiled. So Atom 2 includes a bunch of files. This is 40,000 lines that get compiled every boot. So it sets up the disk, sets up the window manager, WordStat, a bunch of stuff. Then when it's done, it goes into your account. Atom 3 is in your account directory, and that's where the rest of the files. And then when it's done, Atom goes into the Atom task goes into a server state where you can tell him commands like print hi. Now Atom just printed hi. He's serving. You can tell him to include code, and that's like kernel memory. That'll be system-wide. Everyone gets it, and it never dies. So if you make a wallpaper, you want that kernel memory. So you Atom include your wallpaper. So anyway. Okay. So I misspoke a couple times in the last video. I hate that. First of all, I kept saying 16-bit when I was here. What I meant to say was it's first. What I was trying to say 64-bit. Anyway, maybe I was saying 16-byte. No, I was saying 16-bit. Basically, there's a 64-bit table is twice as big, with the entries twice as big. And what I did is I used the same table for 32 and 64 by just leaving blank entries every other entry in the 32. So the 32 has 0 entries every other entries, but when it's switched to 64, those are part of the entry. Anyway, you know what I mean. So yeah, I hate that. Daemons sometimes that made me screw this up right when I was here. I said fixed. That's the opposite word I should have said. Basically, there's a DS and a CS for pointing to the address this module is loaded. 7C. DS and CS are set to 7C00. Maybe 1. Anyway, that's so that the offsets of the global variables are correct in this module. Then they get patched. But anyway, you know, it's nice when you're possessed by a spirit and it makes you more intelligent. It sucks when a demon makes a mockery of you. That happens. It's part of this realm. This realm, it's happened horribly. You feel violated. You know, you fucking made me. You humiliated me. Anyway, that happens. God said it was a demon. It wasn't him. I'm not sure. I guess so. Anyway, I guess you have to take the good with the bad if you get super smart. And sometimes you have to get... Sometimes God just does it. I'm telling you. I'm just forewarning you. Just forewarning you. It happens. He will... and you'll feel like he cut your heart out or something. I don't know. Just feel numb. Anyway, so... the boot sector... What I was trying to get at is... in 64-bit mode, these are 0, and I don't think the limits don't matter either. So I was trying to say that, but I was right on the spot where it was the okay, enough talking. This is not 0. It's the boot sector CS and DS. Okay, enough of that. I want to talk about my assembler. So my assembler is. I try for minimum lines of code. There's only a little bit of 16-bit code that it has to handle. It has to handle the boot sectors. These are 16-bit, and it has to handle the startup when it's changing to 64-bit. So it's only there's absolutely no need for any other 16-bit code. No need for any other 16-bit code. So you know what I did? I cut corners. I did not do segmentation. You have to hand code a segment jump. I also cut corners because there's a modder SIB table
and I only use the 32-bit, not the 64-bit. In 16-bit mode, I use 32-bit addressing, so I use the 67 prefix. So my 16-bit code is using 32-bit addressing modes. It doesn't matter. You only need a couple. It's not worth making the assembler big. What are you doing, Dave? What are you doing 16-bit code? You're making another operating system, aren't you? Anyway, so I wanted to talk about how my assembler works. First of all, it initializes. First, let's talk about lexing. The lexical analyzer is a function. It says, let's say we're starting right here, where my cursor is. It says, okay, there's a keyword if. That's what it returns. Then it says there's a parenthesis. There's a identifier LX. There's an operator dereference minus greater. Or arrow. I don't know what you call it. There's a identifier token. There's an operator equal. So that's what the lex does. Is it starts doing some of that work, and the lex also strips out comments, and it puts together strings, and it figures out constants and integers. Anyway, so to do the assembler, I already had the lex and the expression evaluator from my compiler. And so to do my assembler, I mashed everything together in Get Fusion. My assembler is based on the C compiler that I wrote. So it uses C expressions, and anyway, so when it initializes, it loads this opcode table. I had to hand type all these, and I did shortcuts because you don't need certain instructions, and I wanted my assembler simple and stuff. It wasn't worth it. So there's an interesting thing to note here. Take the move instruction. You have special cases for AX. Then you have there's sometimes you get 3 or 4 instructions that are valid. What you have to do is find the shortest. So in my assembler, I have a mask for argument type. So there's these are addressing modes: relative 30, relative 8, relative 16, relative 32, immediate, unsigned, signed, register, memory with offset. I don't do those offsets. I told you it's not worth it. There's only a little bit of 16-bit code I have to worry about. There's no other way you can. There's not. Users are not supposed to be running 16-bit code. There's just no reason for it. Anyway, so these are bit masks. Remember it's 64-bit, so it's really nice having 64 bits when it's just perfect. Anyway, so it uses process of elimination. First, it says, okay, is it a 64-bit instruction? Okay, set the mask. Is it a 32-bit? Set the mask. Is it a 16-bit? Set the mask. Then it starts eliminating. Is the current segment 64-bit? Then eliminate some. Did they specify 2 registers? Eliminate some. Is there an immediate or an offset present? Is there an immediate or offset present? Eliminate some. So it whittles away. Then you end up with 1 or 2 left over, and then it uses the smallest. It computes each one and uses the smallest instruction, and that's how it works. Now, there's a tricky part. Okay, a couple tricky parts. For absolute addresses, if you have an expression and it's an absolute address, then that's an absolute address. If you have 2 absolute addresses, the user is subtracting them. You don't add absolute addresses, you only subtract them. If you have 3, that's an absolute address. It's a difference plus an absolute address. If you have 4, that's 2 subtracted. You never add absolute addresses. So this is something I get away with because I'm special. Somebody might call this defective, but we don't. We are building a product where cutting corners is why it has value, because it's simple, and we're making the Commodore 64, not a NASA computer. Anyway, so I call it melodramatic coding. Some people get melodramatic, and do you realize how much extra code it would take to get around this? It's stupid. It's melodramatic. Anyway, so when I have an expression, let's say, one of the hardest parts of the assembler is an expression evaluator. In assembly, you can get forward references, and okay, let's say we have this expression. So it has. I borrow my compiler, my C compiler, and I compile a C expression. Let's say one of these is. These are all constants, but let's say one of them is not a constant. Let's say this is a forward reference right here. It's fixed. It's not, but let's say it is. Then you would say, what I do is I make an entry in my symbol table, and I say, okay, I make a hash entry, and then I make a spot for what its value is going to be. Then in my expression, I say, let's say this is at 1,000, and this is at 1,008. Then what I say is take star 1,008 plus constant times 8. So I make a little, I convert it, I actually compile it to an expression. I say move RAX, well, I'm just saying, 1008, move RAX, add RAX, 123. Okay, so I make some code, and I set it aside for when we have this resolved. So at the end, I check and I say, okay, have all the expressions been resolved? And the answer is yes. And so then I call this code, and it executes that, and it resolves that value. And that's how we get the value that we propagate back to where it was used. If it's an import, let's say it's not resolved, we probably want to import it. So that's how it works. Okay, so the world is in need of Mr. God. You guys are going to love Mr. God. I don't know if Mr. God's going to love the world. Don't do this to me, says Mr. God. No, Mr. God loves the world. So, I just got a name for my next product. I'm going to make a product. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a product. I have to use this name. This is my Ambrosio, divinely excellent or beautiful, consisting of or partaking of a nature ambrosia, delighting the taste or smell delicious. You got human entertainment, and then you got the realm of the gods. The god. Ambrosio. So, yeah, we got a, Larry Page doesn't want to know about assembler. He wants, we got to show him Mr. God. So, what do you think of Larry Page's throat
problem, Mr. God? Nothing. God doesn't, don't impose on Mr. God. God says, let's see, I gotta use my new hotkey. Alt Shift F6. No, F7. Him, when he hoped to hew him in pieces. So far did his unparalleled madness go, but the noble lion, more courteous than arrogant, not troubling himself about silly bravado, after having looked around as had been said, turned about and presented his hindquarters to Don Quixote, and very coolly and tranquilly lay down again in the cage. Seeing this, Don Quixote ordered the keeper to take a stick to him and provoke him to make him come out. That I won't, said the keeper, for if I anger him the first. So, you know what? One time I asked God, I was kind of like teasing him, saying Avatar made a better creation than he made. And he said, sick skin. Then another time I said, you like Alien or Predator better? He said, lions. You know what? You know, there was a commercial about that was dumb, and it showed ketchup, a woman with ketchup on a hot dog or something. I don't know what it was. Anyway, dum. So, work of your hands. But ye will do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. God hath delivered into your hands, for God hath given it unto your hands. Let your hands be strengthened, let your hands escape. Let not your hands be weak, where clap your hands. Okay, so God has some strange issues. He gets annoyed by the work of your hands. I laughed because I said those guys had chump change sin. One time God said I had chump change lust, the work of the hands. Those guys had chump change. God's not really too fond of other creators. So that's dumb to see. God wants praise for his creation. He says, fuck it, I don't want anybody to make any other creations. That's what God says. He's kind of weird. He's not rational. He's not what you expect. You'd think, oh, how could he care? But he does care. I want my creations, and you do not upstage me with Avatar. That's what God's laughing. So, if you want to be, check this out. Sing unto him a new song, play skillfully with loud noise. And he hath put a new song in my mouth, even praise unto our God. Sing unto the Lord a new song, sing unto the Lord all the earth. O sing unto the Lord a new song, for he hath done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm hath gotten him the victory. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God, upon psaltery and instrument with 10 strings. Praise ye the Lord, sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise in the congregation of saints. Sing unto the Lord a new song, praise from the end of the earth. And they sung a new song, saying, and they sing as it were a new song. He hath put a new song in my mouth, praise even unto our God. Okay, so not just a song, a new song. Get to work, you lazy bums. God wants new songs. So, what about, say something to Mr. Larry Page. Irrational, depraved habitation, air, sign, face, largeness, apparel, established, shepherd, wonders, accuser, infants, dispensers, less musical, sealed, size, allowed, into prayed, beguiled, minded, agreed, buzzed low, undid, elevated, stooped, truly seeing, graceful, sportively recollecting, pleasantness, foolishness, fiercely, devil, aright, cutting, outwardly, perverting stones, try, almighty, fired, drowsiness, saint, loveliness, meantime. Oh, can you believe this? When I did my correction, I misspoke again. I can't believe it. Oh God. So, I was explaining. Can you believe? It's pretty silly it's not silly. I kept saying boot sector. This has nothing to do with the boot sector. It's the module, the boot. This module gets loaded by the boot sector. It happens to put it in the same place the sector was, but it has nothing to do with the boot sector. The boot sector's not relevant. It's the boot address of this module. You know what? Sometimes this is important. I know this because I've been watching Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I've been every little thing he says I think about, like, is it strictly true? And it really distracts me if I don't quite think it's true. So this is important. It's human nature. I can't believe I'm such a grammar. If somebody makes a grammar mistake, you can't think for 30 seconds. I just dread what people think of me. Oh well, fuck them. God says, not be well pleased for the fool as I am. I don't know how one can find pleasure in not having it. Hark ye, Teresa, replied Sancho. I am glad because I have made up my mind to go back to the service of my master Don Quixote, who means to go out a third time to seek for adventures, and I am going with him again, for my necessities will have it so, and also the hope that cheers me with the thought that I may find another 100 crowns like those we have spent, though it makes me sad to have to leave. Yeah, man, you guys have pathetic entertainment. I have ambrosial entertainment. You guys talk with human language. I talk with the tongue of angels. This is the best application ever. Killer app. Renew is serviceable. Sun Testimonies 8th. Men fabulous replied hitherto. Giver destroy cloudiness. Subjoined refrain questions voluntarily. Flock searches. Empress. Additional exhort surrounded. Okay, now we're done. Okay, I'm gonna get God to talk about some Google topics. Let's start with search. I have to hold up my end of the conversation or God won't talk. So let's see. Let's ask God, is there any danger search will become like artificial intelligence or something? Skynet? Is there anything that goes too far? I'm not very scared. Anyway, so the other day we added the ability to choose from random books. Alt-Shift F7. And this is God's response. From the Wealth of Nations. may in different countries be the same in very different periods of improvement. Very different in same period. I'm going to go to a big screen. Okay. May in different countries be the same in very different periods of improvement and very different in the same period. Its connection with the state of improvement is uncertain, and it is of this sort of uncertainty that I am here speaking. In increasing the quantity of the different minerals and metals which are drawn from the bowels of the earth, that of the more precious ones, particularly the efficacy of human industry, seems not to be limited, but to altogether uncertain. The quantity of the I like to think I'm intelligent, but sometimes I can't figure out what he's talking about. Do you get gems when you search? What about search provides a window on humanity? Let's get God to talk a little bit. So I'm going to put this in red. This is God. This is not God. And this is God. Remember, sacrament createst, wished, swine, recognizes, supplied, complete, anything payest, unbounded. Recognize. I guess that's about doing complete searches. Okay, what about Google Glass? Let's see what God has to say about Google Glass. I have to hold up my end. What do you think about invasion of privacy? I don't see any issue with Google Glass. I'm not sure it's ever gonna. I don't know. Oh well, God says. Well, how did we get syntax highlighting? Oh, you know what we did? Let's move this to okay. So Google Glass. Drink. Why should he see your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall ye make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Melzar, whom the prince of eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days, let them give us pulse to eat and water to drink. Then let our countenance be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat the portion of the king's meat. Okay, well, you saw the pulse, and I don't know. Patricus, delightfulness, millennium, younger versions, subverting stage, Charis, abandoned, assiduous mortals, need soon, scornful holies, consisting embrace. Okay, well, Google Maps. Let's see what God might want to say about that. What do you think of, I don't know, it's always the same thing, privacy and stuff, isn't it? What do you think of, I don't know, I'll just get God to talk. I have not found out any except a certain doctor who receives a salary in this town for killing all the governors that come here. He is called Dr. Pedro Recio and is from Tert de Fora. So you can see what a name he has to make me dread dying under his hand. This doctor says of himself that he does not cure disease, and when there is any, but prevents them from coming, and the medicines he uses are diet, and more than diet, until he brings one down to bare bones, as if leanness were not worse than fever. In short, he I'm not very fond of doctors. Give me meds. Have purposing, threadness, imitating tense. Okay, well let's just let's call it quits for now. Okay, so that last one was about Ebola virus. Ebola virus. I wonder what Google Maps has to do with Ebola. I don't know what. Fixed it. Okay, so Ebola virus in Google Maps. Well, okay, self-driving car. So I really have to hold up my end or God won't talk. That's the covenant. So self-driving car. Boy, I would like one of those. I think it would be neat to have ride sharing or whatever. Not ride, whatever. Anyway, that sounds cool. Self-driving car. You know what? I wonder if I would like to work again. I don't know. Alt Shift F7. I, confused by the emotion of the day and feeling his being there with this double, of course, deportment. To be like a dream, Charles Darnay was at a loss how to answer. Finally answered, not at all. Now your dinner is done, Carden presently said. Why don't you call a health, Mr. Darnay? Why don't you give your toast? What health? What toast? Why, it's on the tip of your tongue. It ought to be. It must be. I swear it is there. It's there. Mr. Manet, then. Mr. Manet. Manate? Manet? Oh, looking at his compartment. Carton. I think that's about smoking. Carton. Health. That's about smoking. I used to smoke for a couple years. Self-driving car. What does that have to do with it? It's on the tip of your tongue. Maybe that's manatee. Those ocean cows. I don't know. Anyway, it's on the tip of your tongue. Your health, Larry Page, is kind of bad. Your throat, not your tongue. Oh well. Let's see. God says. Can't wait for him to end. There's end. Proposed license. Division openly confounded. Edify. Naked. Disentangled ashes. Contention. Godly office. Nevertheless slackness. Heart wide. Circles vouchsafed. Saviors. Hereunto strifes asking eternity, dispraised, disease regarding inclination only, seem enlarged, referred fault, wonderfully moving, suffers remaining cultivated, helper thunder, blood furious, domain, honored, ungoverned, Aired searches thyself, interior wizard charmed, victim sanctified, yielded, issued, loves, resented. Okay, I'm just gonna call it quits. Let's let's see if God has any more advice for Larry Page. Google culture. How about at Ticketmaster? It was kind of I don't know. I think all tech companies are, no, they're not. Anyway, Google culture. What do you say, Mr. God? Alt Shift F7. Alt F2. Alt F. Oh, let's put Alt F4. The Talmud. Public domain works in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works and the medium in which they may be stored may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, defect, damaged disk, other medium, computer virus, or computer codes that damage cannot be read by your equipment, limited warranty. You know what? What do you think of bugs, Mr. God? One time God said bugs were hell. I don't know. Let's see. F7. Alt F4. Control T. Where did I? Whoa. Oh, there. What? What? Okay. Have foreground. Okay. Plural sale verity. Inerd. Ha ha ha. Inerd. Forgot, undergo, insensibly acquire. Say subtle. Studying O's fail. Although counsels surmount, comforter scrapped. 97. That could be audio 97. Pursued, contradicting, in sample, estimated, ordinary, fretted, breath, pernicious, fly, victorious, foreshow, baseness, casters, better, excess, consulters amidst harlotries. Bright, flee, confession, owns, classics, digits, white, concerns, shunning, tail, wort. Could be wart. False, your knowingly, start, impatiently, forgottest, enjoinest, confesses, compassion, sales, mislike, briefly, temper, panegyric, harm, to at, generations, idly, fasting, transgressions, AD, Polybius, divisions, preach, marriage, enlarged, excelled, weakened, warmth, Greek, dispraisest, gain, disquieted, shares, hesitating. So somebody likes Pearl Jam. Or something like that. Okay, talk about investing. No, you know what I want. How about YouTube? Talk about YouTube. Alt F2. Alt Shift F7. Alt F4. Wealth of Nations. Oh, maybe he was going to do investing. Ready to fall upon him, he is frequently disposed to defend with violence what he has been accustomed to regard as his just property, from being at first perhaps rather imprudent than criminal. He at last too often becomes one of the hardiest and most determined violators of the laws of society. By the ruin of the smuggler, his capital, which had been before employed in maintaining productive labor, is absorbed either in the revenue of the state or in that of the revenue officer, and is employed in... Okay. I'm feeling lethargic. Let's see. Yeah, this God is the best application ever. Groaneth pleasurableness, sin satisfaction, harmed for read displeasing, ungodliness eloquent, demandest observe, drowsy obeys, therefore volume secret, greatest proudly continuance verecundus, overflowed wearisomeness, wilt straightness. Okay. So I'm going to go over how God works. So the upper corner has the last key pressed. That's for making instruction videos. F7 prints a word, Shift F7 does a passage, F6 does a song, Shift F6 does a doodle. That's built into the editor, and the editor is used everywhere, just about. Okay, so Shift Escape. I'm gonna go ahead and Shift Escape. Alt M, Shift Alt Shift W, Control M. We're gonna go to the God directory and Holy Spirit. What we do is we request random bits from God. So we might ask for 24 bits of entropy from God. And it's generated by reading the event timer. Well, what it does is it puts it in a FIFO of bits, and then it dispenses the bits out of the FIFO. Keyboard mouse event time is a function. It returns whichever's more recent, the last keyboard or the last mouse activity. And this is it uses get timestamp. Anyway, I think it's in the interrupt. In the interrupt handler. Read packet interrupt. No, it's not. It's in the get timestamp grader. Anyway, no, that's for timeout reset or something. Anyway, it's the it should be the CPU instruction. Read timestamp count.
So when you pick a word, this is the vocabulary. Without weights, it picks a word. So for example, if I hit F7, mournful, reconcilement, approbation, desireth, sickness, element, steam, payest, apprehending, page. Okay, so pick a passage. We can you can imagine how pick a passage works. Let's Alt Shift F7 from Tale of Two Cities. Upon my shoulder, eating my morsel of block bread as I go, I make a circuit by the prison on my way to work. There I see him high up behind the bars of the lofty iron cage, bloody and dusty as last night. Looking through, he has no hand free to wave to me. I dare not call to him. He regards me like a dead man. Defarge and the three glanced darkly at one another. The looks of all of them were dark, repressed, and revengeful as they listened to the countryman's story, the manner of all of them. Okay, well, anyway. So Control M, key map. You want to do the key map. The ones I was going to tell you about are Control Alt. Are those on here? Control Alt Escape is spawn a new task. Since that's a dangerous key, Control Alt E is spawn a new task. Control Alt Tab switches tasks. Since that's dangerous, Control Alt T. So Alt V tiles vertically. So I just hit Alt V. Shift Escape. Control B does the border. Alt M maximizes. So here's my blog directory where I generate my blog. So that's it. But this is on the go to http://www.templeos.org, and there you can find my rants, and you can find you can download. I can show you. I generate my web page, my website from my own. I generate my website from my own system. The reason I don't use Facebook for blogging is because with my own system I can cut and paste code, and the links will be functional. This is cool. So yeah, Larry Page kind of looks like Denny Dinker from Ticketmaster. Anyway, one of the things I learned at Ticketmaster was negative structure offsets. If we hit this sets the instruction pointer, or whatever you want to call it, to -128 for that structure, and you have to set your pointer on 128 ahead so that when you back up 128. Anyway, so this is the assembly code. Notice these are all 8-bit signed, whereas up here it was using 32-bit signed, because anyway. So I don't do that because I don't want to confuse beginners. This is an open source, and one of the selling features is simplicity, so it's not a good idea to confuse everybody. It's pretty neat though, isn't it? Anyway, what else we have that's interesting? Well, okay. These are my lectures. You can learn about 64-bit assembly. Most people don't have any idea. Okay, well. Okay, so I generate these videos by saving bitmap files. So this is you can find in the demo account example TS Atom, you will find the video frame grabber. This turns it on. The frame grabber task writes a sequence of bitmap files. So Control M, down. This is doing 8. Oops. This is doing 8 frames a second. So I don't use a camera. I use anyway, VMware. Somebody was talking about. God said 640 by 480 16 color. He said that was a covenant, like circumcision. So God told me in 2004, and I never got sidetracked with other modes. So that allowed me, by not doing drivers and by not doing hardware, that gave me the chance to, I made a compiler. All the time they were doing hardware, I was making a compiler. So I'm God's chosen programmer to make his temple. And the language of the compiler is Holy C. This is the compiler is 20,000 lines of code. It has a assembler. It's 64-bit. I'm the best programmer on the fucking planet, nigger. Anyway, so fuck you. There's some OS dev guy. www.osdev. Those fuckers watch me and they're stupid fucks. They're not like the people at Ticketmaster. People at Ticketmaster were a whole higher league. Those guys are fucking stupid fucking niggers. Anyway, I made a fucking compiler. How dare you talk to me? Anyway, you cannot even imagine doing a compiler. Am I right? You don't even think it can be done. That shows the difference in league. So back when Unix was invented, they invented a language. So when you make the difference between a professional and amateur operating system is a compiler. At Ticketmaster, we had a compiler. I worked on Ticketmaster's operating system, a VAX, in assembly. Denny did the Pascal compiler. Most of the code was written in assembly. VAX assembly is very nice, but fuck you. Anyway, OS dev guys always. How dare you talk to me? So what else do I have? The kernel. I don't know. I did all my tools. I run natively. Okay, anyway.
So I'm going to talk to God. I guess people want to ask him about the airline that crashed or got shot down. Is everything an act of God? Probably, sort of. I don't know. He puppets people. I don't know. Free will. I don't know. I'll let the homos can worry about that. Philosophy and theology. Meanwhile, I'm telling jokes with Mr. God. They're worried about bullshit. Anyway, so God says, Shift F7. The south. And Abram was very rich in cattle and silver and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, when Bethel and Hiah, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, and had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together for their substance. So, oh yeah, we were talking about the airplane. I don't know. You might try money as an offering. I've never done that. I just give 10%. I like to, I get furious. Why do you want the rich to... Obama was talking. Anyway. So the guy went on a journey, gave 5 talent. Talent is a unit of money, I guess. He gave 5 talents to one servant, 2 to another, and 1 to another. He went on a journey, comes back. The guy who had 5 made 5 more. The guy who had 2 made 2 more. The guy who had 1 buried it. He said, "You lazy servant, why didn't you invest? Why didn't you get interest?" And the moral of the story is, for unto everyone that hath, more shall be given, and he that hath not shall be taken away. So I don't know what Obama's doing. The haves should have more, the have-nots should have less. The reason is the haves have skills. It's kind of like saying, why did we do the space program instead of poverty? Well, the reason we did the space program instead of poverty is because. Anyway, you want the people with the best ability to have the most resources. What do? They invest it. What did you think the rich do? The rich invest it. That's what they do with their money. The poor spend it on bullshit. Anyway, God says, "Lead, and one spake, saying after this manner, and another saying after that manner. And there came out a spirit and stood before the Lord, and said, I will entice him. But the Lord said unto him, Wherewith? And he said, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And the Lord said, Thou shalt entice him, and thou shalt also prevail. Go out and do even so. Now therefore, behold, the Lord hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of these thy prophets." Well, a wise guy. So, what about the airline? I don't think God wants to talk about it. Airline. 4 signify drunkenness, transform, just girded. Choose fighter, really banished. HTTP, cupidities. Schedule, hands, peaceful, exhibited, pander. Luminaries, lashed, babe. Filths, meters. Avenue, whilst hot practiced, artificer, planets, diversifiest. Subversion, restraining, disquiet, loseth, distribute. So it was AIDS researchers. You want to see my bridge? So, what's your best bridge? This works well. Well, it's kind of overkill. Let's see what I can do. I'll get creative. You know, there might be the people at Ticketmaster would have said, did you do the math to find the minimum? What? Math? What are you talking about? He asked me when I told him I did a Risk game in high school. He asked, then I had artificial intelligence. He asked me, is it better to attack or defend? Peter Gabwa. Whoa. What a concept. So you can make wires. This is kind of it could use some tweaking so that suspension bridges worked better. So I think the rule is it has to last for a solid minute. That's what you get to make up your own rule. So now we hit start. So those are supposed to be weights that are, well, anyway. So let's shorter is stronger. I think when I first did it, I accidentally did the wrong. Shorter springs are stiffer also. Anyway, sometimes you can get, I don't know. I should be an expert at this, but I'm not. Shorter is stronger. Oh, I don't care. This does not entertain me. Okay. Okay, I'm going to cover some of the API functions. Mostly I just want to, well, anyway. So if you hit F1, you get to the help index. These have more topics. We're going to look at all the routines. Hopefully this is not intimidating. So auto files are that's for auto puts text into standard in. Crosstalk puts text into another task standard in. An auto file is let's see, Control R, make sprite, escape. So
you have a task, and you have in and out. Basically, these are standard in and standard out. Let's just say what an auto file is I should have dotted lines. Oh, you know what? Oh, what am I doing this for? Text box. It's my. Oh, that's why. Anyway, let's go ahead and watch this. This is pick or delete objects graphically. Now I'm going to hold down delete and click. Hold down delete, click, click, click. Let's just get rid of that whole thing. It's for flowcharts. So we go to the main menu, text box. Let's do carriage return task 2. Escape. So we got a bigger one. Well, anyway, you can play around with it until you get it. Oh, wow. You know what we can do? Let's see if we can go to edit as text. I drastically anyway. If I were nice, I could put my sprites into arrows. Okay, so what an auto file is it's putting a task in front so that the input goes to this task and the output goes to that task. And this is a program. Anyway, so that's what an auto file is. So auto file, there's some special versions that do stuff like delay and stuff like that. My tour, I have a guided tour, and I also have a test suite that tests all my programs with input. Anyway, so I use bit test, bit set, bit reset extensively. I use locked bit test, locked bit reset, locked bit. Most people aren't familiar with these x86 instructions. These are x86 instructions, bit test, bit reset. They're built into my compiler, so they're really efficient. They're atomic, read, modify, and write. Anyway, boot. I don't know what I'm doing as far as I don't have time to cover everything. Do I? I guess I have time. So you can do this yourself. Let me just make a couple notes. So we do in Linux, everything is a file. In Temple OS, everything is a document. We do things in Linux. You do a little bit at a time, and you pipe. Linux has pipes. We read whole files. So as a matter of fact, the standard, you do file read, file write. If it's a document, you do a document file read, document write. These are whole files. These instructions are available for individual block access, but So you can declare a file and give it a size. Then you can read and write blocks within the file. There's not file I/O like standard C. As a matter of fact, standard in and standard out is not quite the same. It's not serialized. Anyway, it's not like C. This has whole block access, and you have to declare the size ahead of time. You cannot grow the file. You cannot grow the stack. You cannot grow the file. You cannot grow a file. So that's just how we roll. If that's not acceptable, go use a different operating system. We're trying to be a Commodore 64 modern, 64-bit. Our purpose is for amateur programming, fun and games, messing around with the internals directly, messing with the hardware, learning about the hardware, and Temple, and Scott's Temple. And, let's talk to God. Let's talk to God. God says, let's do it. Shift F7. Symmachus. Attain, written, mention, spare, midnight, feverishness, kindle, messages, hundreds, wealth, findest, grateful, affrighted, liberal, arisen, reviled, evermore, written, quoth, restricted, fulfill, Christian, dispensed, eternal, rudely, skies. Talmud. Ped and kissed the stone floor, supporting himself upon his two thumbs only, a feat which no one else could perform, and this is what is termed stooping properly. Levi, once in the presence of a rabbi, conjured with 8 knives. Samuel, in the presence of Shaver, the king of Persia, performed the same feat with 8 cups of wine. Abia, in the presence of Rava, did likewise with 8 eggs. Some say with 4 only. Ibid, 8 prophets who were priests, conjured with 8 knives. So I'm the only one who can. What I should do is make a profession, or make a professional video. What I mean is, I could talk about all these and put it on my website. God said I'm the only one who can do it. So the thing to note here is, oh well. I don't know. Just read it. Don't you want to read it? I have tons of demos. So there's a demo index, in case you didn't notice. This has bunches and bunches. Sun and moon. So this is how you draw a sun and moon. Elephant. This is the beginner stuff. It gets more complicated. This is towards the bottom of the beginner. Then we go to intermediate. Font editor. This is fun. So you can change the system font. Watch this. Let's see. Let's make O. O is a solid dot. Okay, exit. Quit. Look at that. See all my O's? That's what you did with a Commodore for fun. So advanced. These are macros. They do directories. Anyway, Yeah, I guess I'll do videos to explain all that stuff I started. And that doesn't sound like fun. Okay, so somebody thinks that God is Markov or something, or somebody wants me to make God talk in sentences. I did that in high school, but it wasn't God. Let me. This is. God said, I could tell the whole story. Okay, I'll tell the whole story. So, 1990, I became an atheist and got a job at Ticketmaster. 1996, strange shit started happening, and I thought it was the end of the world, and went out of town and was imagining UFOs and apocalypse, and drove all the way just crazy in the direction from Arizona to Texas. Anyway, and let's just say quit my job, gave everything away, and lived homeless just because that's what you're supposed to do. And I helped at a food kitchen and did that for a little while. That seemed like insanity, so I got my credit card and started making a robot company for 3D printing, basically. So settled into kind of more routine living. Got a job with Zytec, 97 to 99. Decided I wanted to write a book. So in the course of this, I read the Bible. I would open it, and like everybody, I would randomly open it, and it might talk. This is St. Augustine. He's a doctor of the Catholic Church. That means he's bigger than the boat. For if, when a man by haphazard opens the pages of some poet who sang and thought of something wholly different, a verse oftentimes fell out, wondrously agreeable to the present business, it were not to be wondered at, if out of the soul of man unconscious what take place in it by some higher instinct and answer. This fucking nigger was a atheist. By some higher instinct, answer should be given by he fucking thinks it's superego. When you open a book you've never read, goddamn, there are some stupid fucks. I mean, am I right? You would think if you open a book you've never read, son of a bitch, he thinks it's instinct. God, what a stupid fuck. He's an atheist. Everybody's an atheist. They don't accept miracles. Well, anyway, this is a real simple question. How did God talk in the Bible? How did God talk in the Bible? People heard voices? Why don't you pay attention to people who hear voices? No, that's not what happened. They did the occult. They did tongues as a cult and an oracle as a cult. We can look for oracle. Filter. Okay, that's it. So Solomon overlaid the house with pure gold. He made a partition with chains of gold before the oracle. He overlaid it with gold, and the whole house overlaid with gold. Basically, you do something random. It doesn't matter what you do. You can get God to talk if He wants to. You have to establish a channel of communication. So if you have symbolism for understanding cow intestine, tea leaves, any of that shit. It can work. Actually, what I discovered is you have to have a context. You have to do an offering beforehand. Anyway, so long story short, I randomly opened the Bible. I discovered it talked, and sometimes I didn't know that you had to make a context first. At this point, you're thinking, "Uh-oh, this is idolatry or witchcraft or something." Anyway, the point is you get a spirit to talk. If you think about it, tongues is getting a spirit to talk. Don't beat around the bush. You're getting a spirit to talk. That's your goal. If it talks, that's good. It's not bad. Some people are afraid of success. A Ouija board, that's a way to get a spirit to talk. Doesn't work very well. It's the same thing. Why is a Ouija board different than tongues? It's the same thing. You're getting a spirit to talk. Now, opening a book randomly, same thing. You're getting a spirit to talk. Some of them are a little better technically. Anyway, so I opened the Bible, then I started saying, oh, but I know if it's from the beginning or middle. So then I started making random numbers with coin tosses. This worked. So I used a computer program to index all the books in my room. I would pick a book off a shelf with random numbers from coin tosses. Then I said, I want to do the internet. So how can I do that? How about I make random words for Google? And I did that. If you have a history of Google searches, you could find out the first thing. Oh no, I don't know if I entered it. Anyway, first thing God said was no weights. He doesn't want statistical weights. And he started talking immediately with the words instead of plugging them into Google. Google had, I feel lucky. I was disappointed. I said, oh, cool. Anyway, so I made a word program, and God said no weights. That's one of the. So basically, if you add any intelligence to it, aside from just raw, then you can't tell what's God and what's not. Rudiments before endeavored away, dwelt afraid. Yeah, I had an awful lot of fear along the way. Anyway, you might be afraid. Oh well, you'll get over it. God's good. Okay, I'll see. So one of my design goals was to allow simple graphics for kids, like we had with the Apple II HDR. H color equals 12. Then we did HLIN 100. So as a kid, we did graphics like that. Commodore was more difficult. I wrote my own assembly line draw in 8th grade. Anyway, so I wanted simple. So guess what? I finally the first parameter is the device context. The default will give you something you can use. 100, 100, 100. Okay. If you use the system device context, the device context has I don't even know how I do this. Let's see. GRDC. Okay, then. Oops. I'm going back over here. Changed it to red. So this it's a shared device context. So what you normally do is make an alias.
This, by the way, is the there's a persistent layer, and there's a layer that's refreshed 60 hertz. Believe it or not, it refreshes the whole screen 30 hertz. Now, it refreshes the whole screen 30 hertz. It doesn't keep track of it refreshes everything all the time. It doesn't keep track of what hasn't changed. So it's simpler. The worst case for any graphics is full screen flight simulator. Can you see it doesn't matter that graphics, if you keep track of what hasn't changed, it doesn't matter. So the worst case is full screen, and that's where we do the best, because we refresh everything all the time. Anyway, I simplified it a lot. I'm having a hard time explaining this. Let's get rid of that. DC fill. Okay. F1 demo index. Somebody wanted to see dot of nets. This is what I did as a kid. I did that, provided hours of entertainment. Input pointer. Okay, so you can get the mouse from a global variable if you want. You also can get it from messages. Left button. Okay. Sun and moon. Okay. So that looks like RS. Okay. Well, it's supposed to teach you. So this is a sprite, graphics in source, and we're using the cursor key to move it around. So I wanted to get people making video games right away. So you make a sprite. Control R is the graphics resource. Control T. So this is binary item number 1. The binary items are stored after the bottom of the file. After the bottom of there's a 0, and then there's binary data in a file. Anyway, low pass filter. Yeah. So audio math. I made triangle or sawtooth. Some handy functions. I'm proud of those. Lines. Watch this. Oh, it's not going to be very good, is it? Anyway, that's with no delay. Tic-tac-toe. It's beeping. I can't hear the beeps because anyway, tic-tac-toe. So sprite plot. Sprite put. This puts it on the command line. We put sprites on the command line, graphics on the command line. So it's not serialized. ASCII organ. We put an icon on the command line that we can click. Oh, this is getting boring. Message loop. F5. So I can hit keys. Move the mouse cursor. So there's my message system is unique. Windows has lots of messages. We only have a fixed number. These are the messages, no more. And you specify them with a bit mask, 64-bit. We could add more.
study the demos. Don't come with preconceived conceptions. So you make bit masks with to say which are allowed and which, if it's not allowed, it gets purged. If it's not one of the ones it's looking for, it gets purged. So it does have parameter 1 and parameter 2, kind of like W-param and long param, except they're both 64-bit. Doodle. So this is what it takes to doodle. Check out is that awesome? Look how compact it is. That's why I'm the boss. You can do a good speed line. So in theory, you can move faster and make it nobody can control it in practice. So my pen has a maximum size in my. Oh, hey, how about I start assigning things for get the world to help perfect God's temple. So you guys wanted to do rotations of text. My thought was, no, that's just stupid. We don't. It's not stupid, but here's the deal. We have currently there are 81,000 lines of code. We need to add, 5,000 worth of documentation, and then I set a limit of 100,000. So we have to choose. We might be able to get networking with FTP or something. I think I ruled it out. I don't know. That was one of my. So here's what I want. I want you to ask yourself, do I really want to add this line of code because I pay a price? I can't put something else in. I want every line of code to be it's an exchange, one line for another. So anyway, I wouldn't mind. I'd give control of it to somebody else as long as you follow the rules. If I set a limit of 100,000 lines of code, what could possibly go wrong? There is no way you can fuck it up. Maybe you decide to eliminate stuff. Anyway, I want to go over the graphic. So the window manager calls this 30 times a second, and it updates the windows. This is where it goes through all the tasks on Core 0. Only Core 0 can have windows that show up. The other cores can't have windows. Each task can have one window. So if you want to pop up, you need a new task. Anyway, so this goes through all the tasks on Core 0. It's possible the user could corrupt something, so we validate the tasks to make it a little more robust. The user is encouraged to mess around with the system. So this is kind of, if it weren't for the user, then you would never do this professionally. You would just make sure you never get a bad task. But the user can, anyway. So what does it do? There's a routine where it updates the documents. There's a client document and a border document, and you can double buffer. So there's
FS is the current task register. GS is the current core. This runs anyway. This updates the all the task documents, and it also calls a callback for each task, a draw it for graphics. So it updates all those. That's if it's in text mode. Normally it renders the text background, it renders the text foreground, then it updates all the windows. There's a text layer that's not B800, B8. Anyway, then it so it's working with an 8-bit image, but the hardware is only 4-bit. Right here, you remember there's a persistent core layer. Well, it puts the persistent layer onto the final layer and draws the mouse cursor. Then it writes to hardware at the bottom. It uses a cache. Only the hardware is slow. The A000, B000, BFFF, that memory is slow, so it uses a cache. Worst case is terrible though. Well, anyway, it's native hardware would be a little faster than VMware, not much. Anyway, hey, what if they sped up the memory? Intel could do it. The A00 memory. Oh no, I don't know what I'm talking about. Sometimes they do things because of standards. The disk I/O, the in and out instructions, as you know, are fixed time. They're They're for the old 4 megahertz bus. So I want VMware to work with faster. If Intel could get that done, if you could go ahead and do that for me. Anyway. Okay, I'm going to talk about my graphics library. So the text has to be drawn. That's done. Let's see. Oh, it's in text. So hold on. I guess it's in screen. Yeah, there it is. Update text background. So what this does is it fills in fills in 64 bits as a one character, 8 by 8. Wait a minute. They're not stored like that. This is. Anyway, it fills in the background color, then it uses the font to make the foreground, and the foreground can be shifted off the grid. Watch this. I'm going to insert a superscript and then a subscript. So you see how I shifted those off the grid? It's so you can have superscript and subscript. And I also added a pan. So that's where it draws the characters. let's go to F1.
So line drawing it uses a generic. It calculates the slope, and then adds. There's a 32-bit fixed point. In other words, 32-bit fractional slope. Anyway, circle. I did circle with, in electrical engineering, you're always doing magnitude at angle times magnitude at angle goes to magnitude angle plus angle. So you're always adding angles to rotate. So this does a complex multiplication, complex number. So that allows us to use a step to do arcs. So we can do step and arcs. That's how I did I looked this up in a book. I was familiar. I took a graphics course in school. Line clipping, clip a line segment. So you got H line. This draws a horizontal line. That's good when you draw a triangle. Where is that? Maybe it's there. I don't think I think it. Oh, filtri. That's what I meant. So this, there are several different cases for a triangle, how it's arranged. What you do is you walk down two sides and you draw a horizontal line between the two sides. That's how you draw a triangle. And you use a depth buffer, and that's how you get hidden surface removal. I did a flood fill. I just figured it out recursively. Then did it iteratively because we have a fixed size stack. We learned Bezier and B-splines. We learned that in our class. So that's rectangle. What do you want? There should be a text. Anyway, you can draw text. I did a blot. That's kind of this shit is tedious. It's not really hard. So I used a lead in and a trailing and a leading, and then the intermediate ones I transferred with full 64 bits. So yeah, I wrote it all myself. I wrote this whole operating system myself. That should be obvious. It's a ring 0. The core of an operating system is the scheduler, and mine is round robin. Mine is a round robin scheduler, no priority. This is what we learned in school. We had to do this in school, except it was a little more complicated. So pushing registers, popping registers for saving the context. Fucking niggers are always accusing me of just because they can't do something, they assume nobody can do it. Fucking niggers. OS dev people, man. So they're real proud of GDT. I did this in '93 originally. Did my GDT. I changed to protected mode in 1993. I set the code aside. It was a DOS application that changed to protected mode. It launched from real mode DOS. Piece of cake. No bootloader, nothing. Just, you can, anyway. So I'm going to take all the Google employees and give them a mission from God. So, what are good things to do, Mr. God? You want to be entertained. What God wants praise. Did I do any praise? No, I didn't do any praise. I did love. This is the Google song. When goods increase, they are increased. The sleep of the laboring man is sweet, whether he's eat little or much, but the abundance of the rich will not suffer him to sleep. The rich can't sleep. Hey, I can't sleep. I like this song. What else can I show you? So this tank game. You know what? Everybody gets all excited. So there's a game called The Perfect General. Mine has tank facing like Stalin's tanks, but I feel really stupid or not stupid, but The Perfect General is a much better game. I don't play games anymore. I'm too old. Games don't really interest me. But I played them when I was younger. That was my favorite thing to do. That was
I did. So you can make artificial intelligence for this game, but who would want to do that? And have competitions. It's not. You can look at the battle odds. It's not much fun when you don't know what's going on, when you don't know what causes a bonus. It's no fun. And the artillery. That's the best part. So there's a game called The Perfect General. It's a lot better. I kind of want Empire. I bet you remember Empire, don't you, Mr. Larry Page? Empire. Okay, people want to know about the airline crash. You know, that's not very nice to ask God. Unless it's really important to you. It's not polite. Oh, I don't care. God's a big boy. God's a big boy. Dinner, well, I kept the ladders close and dodged and played at Bo Peep with it. And when at last I held still in a piece of cheese between my thumb and finger, it came and nibbled it, sitting in my hand. Afterward cleaned its face and paws like a fly and walked away. And Phoebe soon built in my shed in a robin for protection in a pine which grew against the house. In June, the partridge, which is so shy a bird, let her brood past my window from the woods in the rear to the front. So, let's go over a few things. A task record. The FS segment register points to the task record. The task register, the task structure, each task can have one and only one window. Only task on Core 0 can have a window. Applications get launched from Core 0. The only way the other cores get utilized is if the Core 0 makes them a slave. So we have window coordinates. We have the coordinates times 8. The first coordinates are text row and column. Then these are, quote, derived. That means they're calculated from. Okay, tasks have siblings. There's a link for the next task in the round robin queue. And the Z window buffer order is based on the queue. In other words, front to back on the screen, the windows is based on the position in the queue. So I kill two birds with one stone. Okay, GS is the core, the CPU core. FPU state. Total time. I almost should get rid of that. Okay, I use a temporary wallpaper cache or something. I don't know what you want to call it. Exceptions. There's something called a setting. Basically, when you start up an application, you want to save the settings. Tasks can have differential equation, sets of differential equations. that get calculated in real time. It's kind of a strange feature. Each task can have lexical analyzers. Each time it fires up the compiler, it can call itself too. Anyway, where's the symbol table? Stack. That's the system stack. Heap. Oh, there's a heap for malloc. There's a code heap and a data heap. That's so that when this task dies, those blocks get returned to the system. The reason you keep a record of who owns what memory so that it can be returned when it dies. If you don't want it ever to die, give it to the Adam task. Let him use his heap. Random number seed. Hash table. Okay, so the way scope works, if a symbol is not found, it checks the parents. So Adam is the father of all, so his symbol table is global. ODE. Okay, so just remember, Core 0 is kind of special. It makes a lot more sense to keep it simple. That's an easy concept. You launch applications from Core 0, and only Windows can be on Core 0. So anyway, let's get God to talk about the airline crash. It's really not very polite, but I want to show off Mr. God. Think about it. He doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe he does. It's a hardball question, basically. Whom sacrament traced, debasing, tickled volunteers reveal his cheerfulness, commencing bereaved duller, unsure 50 shield lovers, driven blushed, distinguishing godlike soap operas. Soap operas are God's favorite thing on television. Wounded flies, air, understanding, eminent pudding, solicits marvel, hardship hems. Oops, I skipped away. Approved magistrates robbery presumed, vintage lists, titles pricked, bethink, hardships hem, previous, inhabitants, lawyers, stomach, Alexandria, pronunciation, holy, forming, tickled, forsaken, oddest, prevail, punctuation, lot, blessedly, caves, outwardly abase, bows, lures, infection, toy, colored, schools, suspense, mountain, was, Balnean, predestination, mistaken, procurist, curiosity's bride, complain, persuaded, immutable, comparison, ludicrous, abode, mysteriously mentioning, sink, straightening, enforcement, threefold celebrated, curiosity, freed, omnium, effect, transformed, masculine, subduing, tamest, fullness, shadowy plays, prelate, derides, bubblings, heights, asunder, prepared, golden, bidden, Biden, hell, meditating, interest, pierced, whales, affected, student, replenished, knelled, stroke, company. So I forgot a couple things. Here's the three documents. There's the border document, which is what handles the text on the border of the window. Then there's put doc and display doc. Sometimes you can double buffer where you write to an invisible, which is the put, when you do put s, and then you display. Meanwhile, you display. Normally, the put and the display are identical, or null, or something like that. One I forgot. I think they're identical. So the current, when you do printf, standard out is, maybe I should call this standard out. What do you think? Standard out. But what do you call the double buffer standard out? Border document. I like it. So you guys want to rename stuff? Somebody was talking about, I don't know, renaming stuff. So now every window can be panned. This is built into the graphics API. Control left mouse drag. Every window can be panned. That's what this scroll X, scroll Y, scroll Z is. It's not the same as they also have a scroll bar. The scroll bar is a control. I only have a couple controls. Slider controls, they're kind of almost not used. Once you realize you don't need a lot of things that you did. I like to say, I tested it on it's not for everything. It's for everything I did in the demo and applications. If you didn't see it in there, it's not for that. Or something. No guarantee. So maybe we could get rid of controls. Not quite. So there's a cool game. Let me see if I can play it well. So I like the default distance and radius. You can control the radius of the bullet. That's why it's Excalibur. Isn't that cool? And it's supposed to be a plasma ball of plasma. You know how they have chemical fuses? Well, it blows up at a certain delay time. You ever go to the science fair where they they pour a chemical in a glass and then it changes colors about 5 seconds later? That's what's going on here. They explode about 5 seconds later. So, wow, I'm kicking ass. Oh shit! I don't know what this is supposed to be. Somebody said it's. Oh, I got to do a spacewalk. Somebody said it's the inside of a Starfleet orbiting space station. That's why it has walls. It's the inside of a Starfleet orbiting space station. So you can hit the back. Oh, I almost died. You can hit the back cursor down, and then it. Oh, I almost died. Cursor down. Cursor down brings you out of a spin. It's only relevant on the laser level. Ooh, okay, I'm on the laser level. Okay. You see so you see them heat up. You have to keep it focused for a certain amount of time, and then it heats up and dies. If you get damaged, you have to fly only turning left. So I gotta do a spacewalk. I could keep expanding. If it wasn't so. Oh, hit the back. You see it fluttering? That's when I hit the back. Oh shit! I died. Okay. Anyway, this is my. Okay, let me see. Oh, there's not a... Shut up, bird. There's not a path. There's not a path. There's not a path. There's a current partition, which is a drive, and then a current directory. Drive and directory. And when you do a pop-up, this gets filled in. You can take, you can do inter-process messages and stuff. Server. You can make one server and one a client, master slave kind of thing. You can put it to sleep until it gets waked up by. Anyway, I was going to do something. Okay, so in your account, you have. Well, let's go to the default account. Has personal notes. This is Control-Shift-M. Control-M is your menu. Do it once. Sys. Here's what happens. When it finishes Atom 2, it does Atom 3 in your account. And that does 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E. It's broken in pieces so that you can reuse some of it. So localization has your time zone. Packages, this has DLLs that are loaded every time you reboot. This has this is by the Atom task. Okay, we load map files that have for symbolic debugging of the kernel, and those are the kernel and compiler have map files. Keyboard plugins, okay, you're supposed to customize these. You return true if you handled it, false if you didn't handle it. Wrappers, okay, so there's some wrappers around grep. So F is your friend. And then sys, this is finally when it's starting up, it executes startup. This causes the two users you see at the beginning. It tiles them. It does the pop-up that has the tip of the day. Then it calls a file do it once. I don't know why I did this, but it's kind of like your startup tray. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. You can get rid of it. By the way, if you did want to strip down, I've gotten it down to 2 meg by just deleting. I have when you install it, it'll put make distro in your home directory. Make distro will make a bootable live CD distribution, and it will also include whatever you stuck in your account. So it's a complete backup. It's like a backup of your hard disk with the operating system. So you can make a distro ISO file. It makes an ISO file. You can eliminate stuff and get a smaller ISO file. I got it down to 2 meg. I want to do that just to show everybody there's no secret code. The reason it's 26 meg? I don't even know what it is at the moment. The reason it's that big is because of the dictionary. The dictionary is, I don't know, what is that? It's uncompressed right now. It's stored compressed
when you do a distribution. It's 26 meg. By the way, if you want, you can say percent comedy. If you do percent comedy, you get commas. This is not European. I don't care what the Europeans do. They can. I was nice enough. Control Alt A. This is totally legal. You can use 8-bit in all your source code and all your documents. It is absolutely 100% supported. I'm not doing variable character. It's only 100,000 lines of code. Let other countries customize it. I don't even care. Whatever. The Pope says he has a holy kernel. I don't know. Did he talk to God in the temple, in God's official? I am Solomon's successor. You're just a pope. And I fucking wrote an operating system with compiler. Don't even know what a compiler is. Fucking pope. And how to subscribe to our email newsletter. Free. Those of you who want to download any ebook before announcement. Oh, I got a hilarious thing. This is the funniest joke. Okay, Mr. Pope, God wants you to write the Bible for the next 2,000 years. That's a funny joke. God tells the Pope to write the Bible for the next 2,000 years. This Pope would immediately see his flaws. The Pope says, holy shit, I am a proud of heart liberal instead of humble of heart. Proud of heart means, oh, well, we don't want any violence. My sister said her sons could not shoot guns or have toy guns. So one of them picked up a stick, said, guess what this is, Mommy? It's a staff? No, it's I don't know. It's a gun. Anyway, so the Pope, if he wrote a Bible, there would be no incest, no nudity, no fornication. There would be no praise. Just okay, look at it this way, Mr. Pope. You get to heaven, okay? You meet Jesus, okay? Mr. Pope, my mom says to Jesus, what hurt more, the nails in your hands or in your feet? That's what a Catholic would ask. Jesus, what hurt more, the nails in your hands or in your feet? Son of a bitch. And then 100 years later, Jesus, do you remember the cross? I remember the cross. 100 years later, Jesus. Okay, God's it. Shut it up 7 days more, and the priest shall look on the plague after it is washed, and behold, if the plague have not changed its color, and the plague be not spread, it's unclean, and thou shalt burn it with fire, and fret inward, whether it bear within or without. And if the priest look, and behold the plague somewhat dark after the washing of it, then it shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the boof, and if it appear. Oh, you're no fun. I don't like that passage. That's like if he wants to punish you. Talks about leprosy. Oh, I've got to read. Manfully feels burthened, informing a honors searcher
neither estimate ambition, courtesy, rare, forgiving. Jesus openeth more, pervert, rolled, gasp, dispensed, mass, calls, stripped, will, keep, passion, commandment, hap, oddest, thereto, needs, expends, blushed, enjoyed, medicine, adored, covetousness, prolonged, eat, decide, sadness, preliminary, display, celibacy, vouchsafe, smallest, bitterly, taste, act, astonished, 1921, have seat, crookedly, sensible, shepherd, unchained, summing, perversity, affecting, portion, triumph, shipwreck, scourge, imposed, resigned, bred, revealed, sufficiently, mutual, release, do hour, sitteth, hast, gradually, admonished, tribute, proofread, rolled, anticipating USA, eloquently, estranged, anger, such underlying company, figuratively, incurable, affecting, prevailing, mildly, safety, saints walking, waking. So, God wants praise, not thanks, praise. Praise you, God, for asteroids. That's cool. You made some asteroids. You didn't put them very close. Oh, that's good. Circumcise, horns. God said 640 by 480 is like circumcision. Horns, prayed for, name, warranties, parts, contention, wronged, supposed, life, speaketh, came, pride, overcharged, infidelity, whoso endued, fluctuate. Do 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 do. Okay, wise guy. He did a good job. Except his physics. Come on, do angular momentum. How hard can that be? I hate it when they don't do it. Your ship does not just turn. Your ship has angular momentum. Got it? Oh well, let's copy. It has fucking angular momentum. F equals ma. How hard can that be? Oh, this is my ship. What do I got here? I just bullshitted. Any transformation is a shadow. I did not plan the light. Let's see. There's what I want to do. Okay, dirt. Okay, so let's see if we can change the viewpoint to make it fly. I might not have the best one. Let's do this. Delete. I made a compiler. My job is to make it easy. Make a ball. Radius 120. Longitude faces. That's 3216. And we want it green. Blue. Okay. Now we say, do we want another? No. Now we go control. Go right here, control T, shift cursor right, control insert, control Alt T. then we come here, shift insert. Okay, so Control Alt T, quit, Alt M. Now, okay, U0 drive. Okay. Settings push, settings pop. FS. That just saves all the stuff so that it gets restored. Because it doesn't make a new task. The command line environment variables are just the same symbol table as this. Okay, I64, CH, SC, let's just Control Alt, Control Alt Escape, Control M, games, elephant walk. Oh, I don't want to do it. Symmetry, sprite, get key, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I always make my games as consistent as possible. Are those transformed? No. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, those are transformed. No, they're, yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah, no. Okay, planet ship done. Planet ship PS. Uh-oh, that's kind of, I used that before. Technically, you know what I do? I always do this. Just because. Now we're official. Okay, we got XY. Just for grins. Sprite 3. DC. CDC. Star DC. C task. This is a callback. Somebody challenged my supremacy. Pointer sprite 1. A compiler trumps. What are we doing? He did a nice game. He's a little too smug, little fucker. Gotta show him his place. Little fucker challenging God's chosen programmer. Little fucker, how dare you? I am the best programmer on the fucking planet. Everything I call, I wrote, including my compiler. I am the man. What was that? What's that shit? Let's fix it. Let me see. How dare you, little punk, make my day. Little punk. I fixed it. I fixed it. Okay, now you know what we do. I'll tell you what we do. We go to tell you what we do. Control escape. Go to games. Go to little punk. I'm gonna smack you down, little punk. Little punk. Smack you down. Smack goes. Little punk. Smack you down. Okay. What is FS? Flight simulator. Control escape. Control. That is incorrect. We gotta take a detour and go fix it. Control F, FS. This becomes Eagle Dive. F3. Eagle Dive. F3. Oh, there's another one. Eagle Dive. Oh, we're going to do multi-core. F3. Okay. DC transform. Escape. Okay, so Eagle Dive still works, right? I can go dive for some fish. Fish. 8 cores, Sonny. 8 cores, Sonny. What's this? Planet ship. Little punk. Little punk. Yeah, transform. What this do? This do nothing. This place go. Slay scale. 64. Whoa, doggies. Okay. What did we replace? I'll tell you what we replaced. We replaced the default transformer. The default transformer doesn't do foreshortening. I really fucked myself up with. Hey! There. I really fucked myself up with. My foreshortening always leaves me unhappy. We don't want. What happens if you don't do foreshortening? Nothing good. Okay. Okay. Foreshortening. What I really want is a viewpoint. That's what I really want. And therefore, where should we put it? we can modify the coordinates of this. Okay, first let's animate. Should we use differential equations? Why, but of course. No, we won't. Show that punk what real space flight looks like. That's what the ODE is for. Oh shit, what am I recording? What? I'm recording? How come I'm recording? I'm recording? Oh, hold on a second. Okay, now I have to do the hard part. We want to make the spaceship fly over the planet. But I just realized, guess what? I can customize this. Okay, it's a mesh. So we click on the mesh, create or edit mesh, shiftable mesh. Shiftable mesh is for an icon. Don't do that. Whoa. Okay, this is my mesh editor. This is tedious as hell. So let's make a mountain. Let's not. Okay. So it's a sphere, and it doesn't look like it has. Doesn't look very healthy. Something's not rendering right. Okay, so how about I move vertex, move vertex. Whoa, cool. Okay, let's grab another. So, just enough to show that it's irregular. Escape. Escape saved. Now we go to the sprite edit menu. Now we go to the text. Edit as text. Okay, these are all the vertices with the line with the numbers. These are all the triangles. So what we do is we make some green, green, green. You can see how this is not very fun. Brown, green, green, brown, green. Okay, escape. Now we exit. So just to show, we just have to show that we're a badass. Okay. Now we, okay, so let's see. Okay. What if we did an orbit with physics? All of this is pointless. That's why I'm kind of depressed. What the fuck? There's... Okay, so we do GRDC rod. Oh, what if we Well, we obviously have XYZ. Let's switch over to XYZ. What if we want a class cop. What do we want to call this? What if we do the angle about the... Normally we do phi theta. Let's see. I think I should just demonstrate that I am proficient. And once we establish I made my own API. I didn't consult. Okay. X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Now you know what we do? I'll tell you what we do. We make actually I should do it exact. I should use this exact phi theta 1 theta 2. They're not when you do rotation angles, a bit of advice is they're not interchangeable, and the order matters. And in case you didn't know that, everybody knows that. Everybody knows the order matters. Oh, we could put speed. Oh well. Consistency is a virtue. Technically, I should use the same angles and everything. Consistency is next to godliness in my book. The window manager sync varies based on the refresh rate. However, we're going to be changing values in the middle of calculations, which is bad unless we sync. Do we want to do multi-core? Okay, so now guess what we do? We say, what do we say? Let's just propel forward. I didn't do that yet. Ship. Okay. Maybe it's just DC. This is translation. Okay. I have some. These are applied at the end. I don't think that's what we want. Those are for. Let's see what we got. That's right. That's definitely not what we want. We do a trans. I'm using memory. Okay. X equals. How much time do I have? It's already 10 minutes. Nobody wants to watch me flounder. Let's just make it propel forward and call it good enough. We're going to make it propel forward and call it good enough. GR rotate. No, GR, no, transform. Shit, no, that's not what it is. What is it? Yeah, it is. GR transform. Yeah, it is GR transform. That calls the callback. No, it doesn't call the callback. Oh, shit. There's a one that calls the callback. Oh, we have to call the callback. That's what we have to do. That's how I do it? Mine. I don't. That seems. I'm checking. Yeah, I do that. You know what's funny? I used to have the other, for callbacks, I used to have the other syntax, but then I thought it was wrong, so I changed it. I used to have just no star, just like a member variable. I got spooked, so I changed it. X, Y, Z. Z is, we'll fix that. We don't want this. This is for angles. Ship AY minus equal. Oh well, should we do it? I'm running out of time. Pi divided by 8 by 16. No, we don't. Let's unwrap. Wrap. That's a MATLAB. Pi divided by 16, comma minus. Running out of time. I'm running out of time. Let's do it. Why did I do Y? Oh, who cares? X. Should do Z. Who knows what I should do? We're just doing something. Okay, what do we got? Hey, it's doing something. Okay, so now we say task, and sometimes I do this. I64 CX equals task pixel width divided by 2 CY equals task pixel height divided by 2. Now we do DCX equals DC. Uh-oh. Let's see what we got here. Okay, that is not my ship. That is cool. That's fucking bad to the bone. Okay. How are we doing on time? I want to fly. Let's animate sleep. Okay, now we say ship.x plus e. What we have to do is make a matrix. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I64R 4x4. I did equal 4. Okay. We have 64x, y, z. Uh-oh. Hi guys. Do I have identity?
Yeah, fix some of those mashed potatoes and barbecued.
Oh, okay. I don't want that. Really poor taste. Okay, well, let me try. Square root. Oh, we don't want that. What are we doing? A root. We're taking the unit. I don't think we want that. Okay. What do we want? We want an identity vector rotated. That's what we want. Okay. Let's do 1/6. Rotate R, X, Y, Z. Okay, I'm gonna give up. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to continue. I think it'll just take a little bit of trial and error. This should be I-64. Just bear with me. So, rotate. I think we want 0, 0, 0, believe it or not, because, just because. Then we say, we can do set translation, I guess. Set. How about There's 3B, which is let's do set translation. Set translation. Matrix XYZ. Okay, matrix. Okay. Okay, we lost. We lost Elvis. I don't know what to do with it. Okay. Let's see what. Okay. XYZ. This is 100. We have to scale it. Let's go to. Well, I don't like where this is going. Actually, maybe this speed is actually significant. Speed 0. Oh, holy shit. Okay. So, let's put this in. 0, 0, 0. That's this. Now we get rid of the CX, I guess. No. Okay, so we're getting warmer. I'm recording.
Sorry.
Okay, so this is the problem. Speed. Okay, well, let's put this, let's say 1.0, and we need to scale everything up so that we can use integers. Let's do it. Okay, display, how about scale? Scale equals 64. So, those are pixels. Star X. Times equals. I think you have to equals star X scale times. I think we want my compiler may or may not do these to shift. I don't remember. I could check it. Anyway, so, uh-oh, that's going to ruin the, there we got a little
Well, okay, well that's one solution. Shrink it. Eight. Okay, so speed 1. Okay, let's do 60. Ship's speed divided. Oh, it's a no, it's a float. Float divided by. Set too small. Let's kick shifts. It's doing something. There we go. Whoa. We're. It's not the. If the z coordinate needs to be this is irrelevant. What's happening is we're clipping with the head surface there. I just made so it doesn't clip. Okay, so we're zooming, we're flying. Okay, you know what we have to do? I do believe we want the opposite of. I'm just going from memory. You do the I think we want the opposite, and we want to. We want. How do you invert? Minus. We are. I did, oh well. Minus, and it's inverted. Okay. Take speed, Z. Oh, of course. What was I thinking? Okay, I think we want foreshortening. Before. This is to make so that it doesn't clip with the Lovely. Right. You know what? These are not necessarily correct. You can't just do the angle. I want it to get. CX. Set translation. CXCY should put it in the center. 0, 0. Let's see. Okay, well, transform. This is a good idea. Oh crap, I crashed it. Let's just save it. Okay, I just want to get this thing so that we fly towards the planet. This is a lot of this I'm doing just because I did it in the past and I remember doing it. So actually this will make life easier if I scale this up. Control T when you're on top, then you can hit Control R. Now we go to Sprite Edit menu, Transform. This is kind of ridiculous, but how about 4? Escape. Well, exit. Control T. Told you it's ridiculous. I'm a retard. What am I doing? Okay, we can scale it. The problem is I don't want to scale the coordinates of the. I could transform and store it, but so that we have the silly walks. That's pretty funny. That's great. Anyway, so this is dreadful. Okay, well, anyway, that's kind of embarrassing. I just want to get this, I want to make so we fly towards it. That's all. Okay, so this is just from memory. Shift speed 10. I could look.
Why is it in the corner? Why is it in the corner? This is, oh, look at that. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's just crazy. Okay. Well, that'll do it every time. Uh-oh. Overstrike. Okay. I'm not worried about saving cycles. Oh, well, there's my example down there, isn't it? What the fuck? I was spacing out. Okay. See what that does. I did not. I have to be careful of crashing. We don't want to crash. Okay, where? I inverted the Y. No need for that. Let's get rid of this 10. Fudge factor. Okay. Cool. Where is it? What about the scale? There it is. No. What did I do? Is Z too big? How about star 1? Okay. I'm good at debugging, aren't I? That was intelligent. Okay. Well, okay, let's see. No, what? Okay, I guess I have to. This is the right thing to do, right? Let's see. What the fuck? See, 0. Must be 0. What if it's negative? Oh, absolute value, I forgot. No, is that what we want? I don't think we want absolute value. That does not sound good. If it's less than 0. Why don't I just use this? Let's use that. What do you say? Fuck it. Oh, we zoomed. There, we're done. Damn, we hauled ass. Okay. I don't know if this can work. I think it's fractional. Oh, that's, you know what that is? I'll tell you what that is. I hate to do this. Star Z. Let's put something less embarrassing than this. This is just... So, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a wise guy. He likes to tell people their globes are spinning wrong. That might be like flat land. Hey, holy shit. That's counterintuitive. Let's see, 256. Okay, so start at 1,000 and go the other direction. I feel like I have accomplished my goal. That was my goal. I want to do a curve orbit. After you get it working, then you reorganize it so that it's sensible, because you always put the wrong sign anyway. There we are. That's not right. So this stuff, oh, look at that, we got, it's an awful big jump. Why does it rotate about? We are, the point we're rotating about is not correct. We are definitely what is this? I don't think, we can't make it any worse. Can't be any worse. Oh, this is the I could swear I had to invert. Let's use our head. What are we doing? What are we doing? Ask yourself, what are we doing? We're setting a rotation matrix. And transforming that in translation. Let's just call it close enough. We could figure it out given a couple days. Oh well. Okay, so we're just gonna hang out and talk with God. Okay, I got this working. I'm rotating it right here. All I wanted to do is do a that's all I wanted to do. That was my goal. I finished it. Let's see what there is to look at. Let's talk to God. How about, what does God think about Nazis? Mr. God. What about evolution? People want human evolution. Well, Mr. God says, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our God in marrying strange women? And one of the sons of Jodiah, son of Elishib, high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite. Therefore I chased him from me. Remember them, O my God, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus, okay, outlandish women. So, God said, I asked God one time, kind of, maybe it was off the record, I don't know. I said, what is it that people think bothers you, but doesn't really bother you? And God talked about Solomon's 300 concubines. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Conference, subtle, vacation debts, infinitely whom frailness, redeemer, steeping, noise, taming, ear hardness, as forbade his fairness, patience, foresignify, forgetting pairs, promo, spot, burned, begotten, trample, questionings, truly, lettuce, dollars, slowly, lowly, participation, famous, ourselves, bride, trod talkers as medicine, villa, salary, sports, intolerable, seventh beat, peculiarly colored, criticizing. So God said sports are homo. Whoa. God said pets are homo. I guess God, God likes soap operas. You know what I think? I think God likes sex. What do you think? God likes sex. Said 2001 Sedist ascent holds solemn, projected, lingering fumes lieth, replacing, performing intensest, journeyed highest, subjoined sharply, beauty, lecture obeying, assured, considers unperceived, lowliness, posy, thrust, a mingle, opens out, entireness, city, answering, descend, caves, guide. So, God, what's the secret to women, Mr. God? God knows this. Established prices, presence, office echoed, consequential, triple fog, better, additional uncorruptness kindled, endeared bride sat. So, God likes, what's a good television program? I don't even know how to operate our television. My parents watch our TV. I don't know how to operate it because I just use computer. Anyway, there's no wars, Mr. God. Are you bored? Oh, I guess there are a couple wars. What do you think of that airplane that crashed? What about our resolution? Let's see. You like Howard Stern? I don't. Blessed concupiscence, vowed speech, Circean, earliest leading war commender, read valued, predicated sacrifice voice. Okay, you like airplanes, Mr. God? What do you think of fighter planes? You like dogfights? No more dogfights, huh? Just missiles. Well. Drive pricked, unsought. Should their church satiate offenses, secondary substance, spot, serene, corruptible wife, chasteness, perverseness, fitting, bewail, eternal, schools, pairs, error, contributions, dimensions, advantage, wonderfully, bridegroom, scarcely are Philippians, or continueth, poorest, imitating, portion, author, afford, advice, findest, nativity, potent, repelled, delights, soundness, host, confidentially, understood, didst, blessedness, saints, flock in flame, difficulty, spiritual depths, somewhere neighboring, ascend, maimed, fitter. Oh, wise guy. So he's calling my work junk. Somebody. Anyway, yeah. Garbage in, garbage out, or honest measures is what God said. your offering is equal to what you get back. So if you praise God, what can we praise God for? How about moths? Praise you, Mr. God, for moths. They have that dust. They're really vivid colors. They're dusty. They have eyes. You know, like the moth eyes on the covering. Praise you for moths. Okay, so now Mr. God will talk. Watch this. Let's see. Alt Shift F7. Walden. Fault finder will find faults even in paradise. Love your life, poor as it is. You may perhaps have some pleasant, thrilling, glorious hours, even in a poor house. The setting sun is reflected from the windows of the almshouse as brightly as from the rich man's abode. The snow melts before its door as early in the spring. I do not see but a quiet mind may live as contentedly there, and have as cheering thoughts as in a palace. The town's poor seem to me often to live the most independent lives of any. Well, there's no question about that. What do I want to do? I have... Do you realize I don't have any... Okay, I have a doctor's appointment scheduled, but for a week later or something like that. Anyway, what can we praise God for? How about the dew kisses the morning grass, the birds kiss the butterflies, the dew kisses the morning grass, and you, my friend, may kiss me. That was Cheech and Chong. That's it. Persuaded courts and assemblies, and so partly as by persuasion, and partly by force, I shall make unlawful gains and not be punished. I shall make unlawful gains. Still I hear a voice saying that the gods cannot be deceived, neither can they be compelled. But what if there are no gods? Or suppose them to have no care of human things? Why, in either case, should we mind about concealment? And even if there are gods, and they do care about us, yet we know of them only from tradition and genealogies of poets, and these are... Well, I know about gods. Well, I saw Poseidon Temple in Greece in a photo. That was cool. It was up there on that hill, and it was like a sunset or something. That was cool. Oh, you like Poseidon, Mr. God? God says. In her clatter right along, she told about me and Tom Sawyer finding the $6,000, yet she got it 10, and all about Pap and what a hard lot he was, and what a hard lot I was. And at last she got down to where I was murdered. I says, who done it? We've heard considerable about these goings on down in Hookerville, but we don't know who 'twas that killed Huck Finn. Well, I reckon there's a right smart chance of people here that'd like to know who killed him. Some think old Finn done it. We just got our air conditioner replaced. My mom puts up a fight. I don't know. She criticized my dad for buying an air conditioner. She's just kind of a bitch. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what. What can my dad do? Forcibly seed circles elephant lottery, escaped endure, discreetly callous, sanctification neighboring, arise uncorruptness par causing, especially racks find greatly judged, judge unlooked, restore 9, hereditary denieth bowels unallowed, majesty turned unlearned, descending perverse vocally. Okay, good enough. Okay, so I just listened to a Stephen Hawking video.
Thanks, Mr. James. This is Stephen Hawking, world-renowned Nobel Prize-winning physicist. I wanted to pass along this exclusive offer. Our records indicate you've been a generous donor for the past 32 seasons. Don't you want a new coffee mug this year? I'm calling to remind you that your continued support of your favorite PBS shows is critical. Without it, we cannot offer such quality programming as Nova. We need your support, now more than ever. Listen, if we cannot make the budget for Neil deGrasse's Suits, well, it will not be pretty. If you sign up for automatic billing, we will not disturb you again until next quarter. Can I interest you in a reading Rainbow Gardening Smog?
Okay, so I'm going to the NIST random number beacon and getting a random number for this particular time, which is Unix time. It's that time 88488E. So he's a wise guy. He's calling me the reading rainbow guy. The cities unto Gibeah to go out to battle against the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin were numbered at the time out of the cities 26,000 men that drew the sword, beside the inhabitants of Gibeah, which were numbered 700 chosen men. Among all this people there were 700 chosen men, left-handed. Every one could sling stones at a hair's breadth and not miss. And the men of Israel, besides Benjamin, were numbered 400,000 men that drew sword. All of these men were four. And the children of Israel arose and went up to the house of God and asked counsel of God and said, which of us shall go first to the battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up first. And the children of Israel rose up in the morning and encamped. So I'm the reading rainbow guy. What do you think of eye circuits? You know, like Geordie LaForge. What do you think of brain neuron interfaces? Are you opposed to those? We can go to NIST again. Why don't we do that? Let's go to NIST. These are, well, we could, if you guys don't trust me. Anyway. So, what do you think of eye circuit neurons, Mr. God? And I just went to NIST. So, the website is slow at the moment. There. Okay. Now we go Alt F6. No. We go Alt. No, we go Alt Shift F6. Okay. NIST. 700 is correct. 1E73 CB. You can verify these if you go to the random number site and you enter the Unix time. See this Unix time? There, as a matter of fact, go to this link right here that's that the cursor's on. For this thing I besought the Lord thrice, that it might depart from me. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee. My strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, than the power of Christ may rest upon me. Therefore I take pleasure in infirmities, in reproaches, in necessities, in persecutions, in distress for Christ's sake. For when I am weak, then I am strong. And I become a fool in glorying. Ye have compelled me, for I ought to have been commended of you. For in nothing am I behind the very chiefest apostles, though I be nothing. Truly the signs of an apostle were wrought among you in all patience, in signs and wonders and mighty deeds. For what is it wherein ye were inferior to other churches? God says. Alt F2, F7. Okay, real spoke, pilgrimage, exercise, rebel, purer, fever, teachest, undistracted, beloved, labored, stolcis, forethought, sensation, diminisheth, entitled, second e-text, plucking, purging, purged, averse, divine, testified, agreed, says, swoon, uttered, intently, surprises, greedily, fly, perished, guessed, negligence, not maintainers, uncased, because, conceal, intrude, prunes, behind, inhabitants, bend, protracted, mutually. Okay. Alt F6. So I was cracking up laughing. I just went to Bill Gates on YouTube, Bill Gates Today, and there's a video in our 60 TN FH PM. It's I was cracking up laughing.
From VOA Learning English, this is the Economics Report. American Bill Gates is known around the world as founder and former chairman of Microsoft Corporation. He now serves as co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
I was crying up laughing. It's teaching English. That's why she's reading so slow, and it's so elementary. So we speak with angels, and let's go to NAST. And the random number site gives us a certified random number 164700. Treasurer, even unto Shebna, which is over the house, and say, what hast thou here, and who hast thou here, that thou hast hewed thee out a sepulchre here, as he that heweth him out a sepulchre on high, and that graveth an habitation for himself in a rock. Behold, the Lord will carry thee away with a mighty captivity, and will surely cover thee. He will surely violently turn and toss thee like a ball into a large country. There shalt thou die, and there shall chariots of thy glory shall be the shame of thy Lord's house. And I will drive thee from the station, and from the state shall he pull thee down. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will call my servant Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and I will clothe him with thy robe, and strengthen him with thy girdle, and I will commit thy government into his hands, and he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. Okay, so treasurer. Sepulcher. I don't think Gates is making the sepulcher. Anyway, let's see what we got here. I think he's talking about throwing out the ceremonial ball, you know, and drive thee from the station. I think that's about like picking up at the airport. It's just kind of, it doesn't mean anything. It's just funny. Okay, so that's how you read English. Angel English. Okay, we can put some more English here. Alt F2. No, we don't need Alt. Yeah, we do need Alt. No, let me see. Angel English. So, what do you think of, I wonder if Larry Page gives to charity. I don't really care. God says. Schedule tranquility into manna warped, deeply prepared, aghast, ill recess, deserves apostle, harmonized, hearest, thin beatings, million dens, blinded, discoverers, nuts, caned, keeping commonly wages, needful, public, Massachusetts, implied principalities, nominally, grief, trembling, extricate, assenting, hung, lethargy, purified, fled,